Morning, investors. I hope everybody out there is doing well. Oh, sorry, allergies. Hope you guys are up. I hope the portfolios are green. I hope you guys are making some money today. If not, I hope you guys make some money this week. I want to give a shout out to all of the subscribers. Thank you guys for staying subscribed. Um, and hanging with me. I appreciate you guys. It's been rough. Last week was rough. The market's been rough, especially, if you're a bull market investor like me, then you probably were already a beaten up name. And when the market crashed, tech sector especially, then you probably got caught up in that one. So hopefully we make some money this week. Hopefully we go green this week. All right. Good luck, everybody. This is not financial advice, not in the slightest bit. All right. Entertainment purposes only. This is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not a financial advisor. I just talk about stocks that I like. That's it, you guys. We are building, if you will, an investment community here. And I'm super excited about it. Been working on it over the weekend. It doesn't cost anything. All right. I'm not here to sell you guys a course, a class, nothing. All right. We just talk about stocks we like. We talk about strategies, how we're investing, things that we wish we could have done better, mistakes, whatever it is, you guys. We've got option traders in here. We've got bulls and bears in this community. All right. And I love it. All right. I don't hate on any of the stocks that you guys invest in. I got love for everybody out there. All right. So let's come together. Let's make some money together. And instead of being divisive, let's figure out how we can all win. You know what I'm saying? So subscribe to the channel if you like beating up stocks. I come out with stock picks every single week, unless there's a market crash. But hey, last week I did have a couple picks for you guys, especially in the live. All right, the live streams here. If I'm not live trading, I'm giving you guys some ideas of some trades that I would probably take. All right. So again, that's free. Doesn't cost anything. You know what else is free? Smashing that thumbs up, subscribing to the channel, commenting on any video, any live stream. Anytime you comment, like, subscribe, it's free. You guys, doesn't cost you anything. All right. I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm not here to pull the wool over your eyes or pump up any kind of stock. All right. I just talk about stocks I like, and you can either like it or not like it. I really don't care, because guess what? I'm going to keep investing and buying the stuff that I like. All right. And you should too, because that's how you learn. All right. You learn through going through the mistakes. You learn by losing money in the market. You learn by making bad trades, and you learn by making good trades, obviously, as well. So let's learn together. Let's build this community of investors. And let's have some fun, you guys. I'm going to flip the camera around the way I always do, show you the screen. We're going to pull up some stocks, and we're going to talk about them. I'm going to look at them. But hopefully, like I said, the market can go green here. NASDAQ's still down 15%. So we've got some room. If you are down right now, woosah, okay? Like I said, NASDAQ is down 15%. If you're in the tech sector, if you're invested in anything that has to do with a computer, all right, woosah, take a minute. Don't do any rash decisions. Let the market open. Give yourself today. Give yourself tomorrow. All right. Let this market bounce back. All right. Bitcoin is trying to get back to that 70 thou out mark, and hopefully onward and upward. So that's what we need. All right. And that's what I mean. If Bitcoin can get up and going, other things can get up and going, then the market can get back to normal here. All right. So don't lose hope. Don't lose faith. It's just another day, baby. And if we lose today, that doesn't mean that we can't win tomorrow. All right. So stay positive, you guys. I bought a lot of Snapchat. Snapchat's still down. But I love that stock. That's probably one of my best positions, honestly, even though it's one of my worst positions right now. Not green on it, but it's okay. It's okay. I think that it's going to be all right. Like I said, tech sector took a dip, crash, if you will. And I was unaware, but I've been doing some more digging, been doing some more research, and it has a lot to do with AI. Open Claw in particular. So if you guys don't know what Open Claw is, I would suggest doing some research into it because it is definitely going to be changing AI. Pretty much, Chat GPT is irrelevant now, and a lot of people don't even know what OpenClaw is yet. So yeah, market. Yes, sir. There it is. It's 2 times your daily goal right there. All right, 9:30. The market is open. Market is open, you guys. Good luck out there. There it goes, man. As it was written down, we ain't not, but we got the trades. I gotta get my charger. Bye-bye GQQs. Nice move to start the day.
Yeah, great move to start the day. And it's only the NASDAQ really going. But NVIDIA in the other direction. We didn't talk at all about the chips. There's a negative story on Micron I want to pay attention to. We'll get into that a little bit later. But NVIDIA actually spiked up on this market weakness and is pressing higher, which does lead me to one chip name, which I'm looking the other direction in.
Oh, good luck, good luck, good luck, you guys. I'm just plugging in some cords. Got to get my power cord, all that kind of good stuff.
So that whole 50 fail break, this day they didn't actually break the 50 at any point. It just instantly dropped 3% here on top. Check that. 6%.
All right, got that plugged in.
Nasty move here for NTC. I will look to short the pop if we even get one at this point. Yikes. That was a nasty one.
But let me know what you guys are trading, and I can pull it up here on the screen if you want me to. Take a look at it. Oh, hopefully we have a nice, bright, sunny day today. It's been kind of gloomy and rainy. But good luck in the market, you guys. Market has been open for 2 minutes. It is 9:32. Hey, I need some in my PayPal too, bro. I wish somebody would send me money too, man. So looks like we are down right now, 2.5%. Market is still crashing. Take a look at Bitcoin, BTC.
SoFi does fall right into $21. I mean, if that winds up holding, then that would be a mistrade for me right now.
Yeah, I wish somebody would send money to my account too, bro. I can't send you money if I need money. Bitcoin's down 3%, you guys. Bitcoin is down 3%.
Yeah, I was watching out for crypto there because that was 69.1 when we opened, and it was 68.8. So I was like, Coinbase probably getting hit to the downside, but it is not. Coinbase making a move higher there, so maybe moving a little opposite of what I had thought there for Coinbase. All right, here's the market move right back up there for TQQs. So let's go figure out where this move wants to happen. Potentially a reload in and around here, $50.14 if we get going there on the TQQs upside. We'll figure that all out. But yeah, keep your names pumping, man. We're going to look at the chat very, very soon.
No, absolutely blasting still is NVIDIA. It's now up a couple of bucks off of the open here. Catching 86, it just went green. iBid, on the other hand, going in the other directions. We still like Bitcoin short. It doesn't really press. Obviously, it doesn't get anywhere close to 40. Doesn't get anywhere close to the prior close. So you're looking at only the pre-market highs to be able to work off of. So if that's it, then that's where I'm going to try to go. It'll be 39. On iBid, it's 39.3. You're just underneath 69,000. At this point, what happened to my? There we go. No. All right, I'll have to I'll get that one back up. We were just under 69,000. I just lost my iBid to show you, and we're right at 2K on ETH. As well. So we're gonna look to short some pops here in iBid as we stay bearish on crypto, and make this week for it. It's a stretch. What's that? Is it a bit of a stretch? I'm assuming that one's showing.
All right, yeah, thank you. We've got reloaded here on the TQ.
Reloaded. Okay, I'm reloading.
Here we go. So we're just going to get out a little piece here. The market is coming back up to the upside now. So, yeah, just be careful. Like, we've gotten out, as we said there, we just got it at the 50-period moving average. So, yeah, just a little antsy here because our stop is only 12 cents away, and I'm trying to take, like, one-to-one type of stuff here early on this so that we don't wind up getting completely blown out of some of these trades. So if we do get an opportunity to take the one out, then we will do that right there. So here we go, man. TQQ is moving around. There it is. Yeah, let's go, man. Props it up. Let's get to the downside on a reloaded position right now on the NASDAQ short. So we'll see if it still wants to work out. I mean, there's a lot of stories happening today in the market. So an interesting one here, needless to say. Short so far, so good on this. We could double check out on silver, see what that, oops, what is this? There it is. SLV is going to there.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
But it's downside right here for the NASDAQ early. And yeah, silver kind of got a little bit of a bump up there.
How we doing, guys? How we doing?
A lower take here. But let's just see if we can, you know, get a little more aggressive on the sell-off here with the NASDAQ. That's sort of what I'm going to set my date with right now, and just give it a few minutes here. We don't want to just stop out and get out so fast, even though we see that we have the P&L to do that. You know, we're looking for a little bit of a bigger move here early. Maybe it's a sideways action. I mean, a lot of the earnings had come last week, so yeah, NVIDIA's probably ripping, right?
NVIDIA is still going. I didn't get in under VWAP on
Welcome in, y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday.
Price here, so we're looking to add specifically at the volume weighted average price.
Trying to get a bounce in this market.
Still an NVIDIA story, as it's now up 2% and still flying higher.
NVIDIA.
At least relative to, I mean, obviously relative to the market. And I said there was a negative story on Micron. Micron at the lows, down 5%. So they're getting smashed a little bit here, along with HIMS, which, well, yeah, the end is nigh for HIMS. That didn't even try to bounce back into that 18.5.
Yeah, HIMS is getting sued.
I'm going to look for VWAP here. This one can pull back.
Over that.
Look at the pop and drop. The next place I look.
Weight loss pill.
Bouncing the volume weighted average price to continue the short. 26% down on HIMS. Their Novo knockoff, they pulled it, and the rug just got pulled on that.
All right, so we guys, I mean, anybody in the chat, let us know what you guys are thinking. We also do have, of course, if you type into the chat a symbol, right? So right now, DVLT, so we can definitely go over and look at that as a name. Yeah, wow, good job for going with NVIDIA, man. That was a monster trade there. That one. Okay, so DVLT, yeah, below 80 cents right now. We'll have a quick look down 7%. Amazon. Here goes the futures back up to the upside. We are not reloading it. We've already sort of talked about that. AMD with a nice move today, right? There it is. It's trying to make it move higher. AMD to 210 there. Bitcoin falling a little bit there. SNDK Core Weave. SoFi at 21 and change. That might be a play that we need to look at because that was on our radar. All right, so we only have about half of this position left. Hopefully this can work out. Our stop is at $50.30. It looks like it does want to come right back up here one more time. We can reload this. Maybe very, very small up here. Just, you know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we'll try it one more time. Again, a breakthrough of 50.30, and that'll be the end of that. Well, here, 50, a little bit higher than that. Now that I see where this is. So $50.30. Yeah. So we're fine with that stop. $50.33 or so. Blast us out. It looks like it's trying to go back up the upside. We had seen last week, right, with the futures, when one day was like, it just blasted and kept on going and going and going. And that's why I want to try to hold the short in case it's a downside day, but it looks like we may be trying to turn red. But I mean, if NVIDIA doesn't turn around, that's up $5 straight fire right now to the upside for NVDA. So we'll have to wait to see if that one can calm down right now. But nice downside take here. Let's just see if it continues for the TQQs.
Yeah, and as the market goes back up, SoFi did go clean almost exactly to the prior close. Yeah, it is good. It's like 2080. So it closed at 20. Wait, it's just underneath 21. So like 2086 is what the prior close was. It bounced right off of 2080. Clearly, this is looking not as it's not as strong as NVIDIA at this moment, but clearly it's looking like a bit of a bottoming tail. If they can get above VWAP, that's another place to look for the long. If it doesn't double bottom at that 2080 level, I'm looking up and I'm seeing silver. There's no chance it's silver dipping at this point. So if we're not going to get into the prior high on SLV, I got to at least start thinking about.
Let's go, let's go.
You just held the volume weighted average price. So if there's going to be a long in SLV, it's going to be different from the rest. All last week was trend breaks. This time I'm going to.
BBAI might be doing something here.
Is if it breaks the trend. So my out on silver is going to be if it breaks VWAP down and breaks the trend, which is different from what we were doing last week. What was the opposite? I was trying to short, which meant going long ZOS actually. So we actually, well, you know what? IBIT's about to break the high as well. So about to get out of that. We'll go long in silver and probably not going to want to be short crypto as well going into it. The market's blasting. NVIDIA wants 190. I'm going to cancel my Intel short because I don't want to do that going into a freight train.
All right, so we went into SoFi finally. So we got stopped out of our TQQs, but as we had mentioned, the number one trade of the day for me was going to be SoFi, so we got to get into that. But there goes the TQQs. We weren't in SoFi early because we were trying to protect that long, that short in the future. Not protected, but just
NASDAQ trying to go green.
Track lower, then did not mind, getting some out there, obviously, on the TQs, but we had to watch out for SoFi. So it does come in. It was going to be a trade at 21 even. Now
making a burger with Mr. Beast.
Just nice. It just bounced off $30. They're 21.30. If we can get up to 21.30 again there for SoFi, we can take a little bit of profit. But let's just see where this name goes from here. Crypto and Coinbase, man. I mean, that was going to be a look for me early as well. 163. So no look there yet. The top news, their Lisa Technologies and moving this around. Get down 7%. I'm not sure exactly what everybody wants to look at with this, but it's been a bottom of 64 cents for for EVLT there. I don't know, like the 250 period is still above $1, so we'll have to get above $1 before we're actually looking to make sure that that's trying to do something.
It was used last week on that.
Yeah, okay.
It was last week and it was trying to press the dollar, but it just couldn't get there. So I think maybe it's like the hangover effect. Because there's no DVLT doesn't have a catalyst this morning, everybody. Let's be real. You want a penny stock to actually have something happening or going on if you're going to get into it. But that's just me. It's not everyone do your own thing. Oh, you got to be kidding me, HIMS. So HIMS, it's going to cancel. That is right back into the lows on HIMS. Now 27% to the downside. It just continues to fall like a rock every single time. Like this looks like it's strong heading into the sellers came in and just took it 2% right quick on that bad boy. So I am trying to get that one short.
Let's go, man.
Away from the volume weighted average
this market has been down. Down. It's time to go back up.
To get higher, the trend line will move away from the volume weighted average price on SLV. That's just the nature of the beast and how it goes. It loses.
Ain't no way we go down all week.
Still nothing yet in HIMS for myself. I did cancel an order on Intel as the market started blasting, but it ended up not mattering because Intel didn't bounce anyways. Intel's now down 6%. NVIDIA up 3%. Intel down 6% into a blasting market. Intel just doing its own thing. I'm going to look for a catalyst here as to why it's so weak, relatively speaking. But I don't. Yeah.
Oh wow, Intel down 6%.
There might actually not be anything on Intel. It could just be doing its own dance. So we'll stay away from the long there. The market's clearly strong. Silver is getting back into the upside. That's up 5%. But along with gold, you're getting a nice recovery here. Both of them looking pretty strong. Something we'll talk about with our guest, Peter Schiff, in just a couple of hours. So Peter Schiff going to be on the program, and he's got to be like this.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go, man. We'll props it up for this one because at least we made back plus what we wind up. We'll wind up basically flat on the T2s, just paying a couple of fees, but definitely not the runner that we had hoped it would be. We're now out of about 25% of SoFi, hoping that we can break out this high. Right now, I'm waiting for one more offer here at 21.35. If we can get that, then that will be the high, and then we can see if SoFi wants to run the rest of the day up to this 21.60 would be a nice little top side there for SLOFI. This is going to be on here. My number one trade idea today was long 21 there on SoFi. So I know it's been a little bit of a rough day, just with the futures going to the upside. Still looking for a short over there. Google did, blast higher, and now it's trying to get back a little bit into 323. Google had a really interesting move, went down to 317, and it was like, oh gosh, that sort of helped crack that lower bid that we took on the CQs, and then it just went to the upside, almost straight line, and now you're fading again here on Google. So not sure exactly what's wrong with this name because the futures are starting to go higher. Google's coming back in. So you see Google, you see names like Broadcom pumping to the high side as well. Obviously got good news here in the whole space. I mean, NVIDIA, AVGO starting to go higher. Wow, this is starting to really get good on SoFi right now, man. I'm glad that we had a look over there. AMD, let's have a quick check. This would be the one that I'd short of any of them in the space. So,
All right, open door, going green. Snapchat going green. Let's go.
Here we go. We grabbed that, or 33s. We grabbed that on SoFi.
I told you we not going red this week. We had enough of it.
As it tries to go a little bit.
Look at that.
The other name that we had written on our board here was Oracle. We can have a quick look at Oracle, but boom, there it goes. We actually said
Let's go.
Low of the day 147. So
open door back to $5 this morning.
Oracle upside now. And other than that, like Tesla, check out that at 400.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a good week.
That's had a nice little move recently upside. Yeah. So
we're gonna bounce back this week.
Now we don't have any numbers. NVIDIA is just NVIDIA is a beast. Yeah, we say that. Don't trade that one. Never get out of your NVIDIA shares.
No, I mean, it's like they're just, the king is finally doing king-like activies here to the upside. So 3% on NVIDIA, there doesn't seem to be any end in sight. If you are looking, zoom out, and you will see there is resistance at 90. The 90 to 92 area on a 15-minute is going to provide you.
Oh, yeah.
So the gap fill here on SLV is happening. There is 74 to 75 is kind of a prior resistance area here and a support level there. So as we press into the top, I'm looking to find my way out, reload off the volume weighted average price, because the other side of this coin is usually I am taking the break of the trend, if and when it does happen on SLV. So we're running into some resistance at 74, but I respect the trend line at least as long as it holds. But I do see like a curl coming. If we lose this trend, I'll probably do the standard like ZSL, which is trending down. I like it when this breaks.
Oh.
Kind of just go long this.
Oh, Open Door Technologies price target raised to $5.
Continues to be under VWAP.
Whoop whoop.
The market are doing this. I'm going to look for VWAP here for sure, but I'm not automatically taking this. Like I said, the market is screaming to the upside.
We got an upgrade this morning,
but it's under $50, and for me, Intel under 50 has been like a good fail spot for a short. So as it comes into VWAP here, we'll take one look to see if we get a topping tail or a hold underneath. Not just going to stand out in front of it.
SUUN down again. Power bank, man, down 5%.
SoFi came back up to 30 there. We're still looking at SoFi.
This market is about to rip.
Amazon continues to be weak, man. Not a great quarter for Amazon. Getting hit.
Can't keep us down forever.
1.7% there for Amazon. Let's go, Eli Lilly. A pick that I made, but
oh yeah.
So there's a lot more to go on Eli Lilly to the upside.
Let's get it. Let me know what you guys are trading. I'll pull it up here on the screen. You guys know what I'm trading.
Some of the utilities we've been talking about. Well, we can even go over to energy names. They've been sort of lasting higher. Another recent purchase, XLE. For myself that we added to it, so we'll have to wait to see some of these energy names.
Come with me, and you'll see.
Coming from you, Russia, I don't know. I mean, Iran is more the issue there with oil.
Playboy's up 30% today.
Nicely up 1%. The insurance space still getting hit a little bit. Berkshire downside. MasterCard, some of the credit names down today. MasterCard and Visa with Wells Fargo. Their capital.
MasterCard and Visa down.
So that's nice. Like despite
some good long-term plays there.
Flattening out here this morning. Robinhood up 5%. That's going to be nice. We had that upgrade there with
ELWT, DHX.
Some of the banks like KKR, BlackRock on some of the worries, of course, of private equity. And the SaaS names getting hit. So we worry about them just a little bit moving forward. And then just to talk about consumer non-durables, I've been highlighting Procter on that Dave been on.
Biggest loser is KD, Kyndryl,
both getting hit today.
And
this is just a little look at some of the different states that we have out there. This morning we talked about the transport.
HIMS.
I don't know. Uber's not the transport the same way that UPS or FedEx.
HIMS.
Any of these names really. DoorDash and Uber, I could definitely see connecting the dots there, but also the airlines getting hit today a little bit. Southwest, Delta, downside, United Air, everything downside on that spot. So it looks like today we're going to be getting a lot of the wins from the tech space. So that's going to be interesting because generally it hasn't been that way. So maybe this is a turn this week. We'll go back to growth. little bit out of some value. But again, like I would think that some of these tech names are starting to become value names at some of the pricing and some of those PEs. But Texas Instruments down. Obviously, we couldn't find the story for Intel. Micron downside today as well. So this is what's been flying around here in the overall market. As I just continue to watch out for SoFi. Looks like we do have the wrong call in the TQs, which is fine. We got out of it real quick, man. We actually just lost a couple cups of coffee on that and making a couple cups now on SoFi. So relatively flat open for me here today so far. It'll be a pretty green day, but definitely not the same way it was early when we had that first move here. Like if that had continued, then it was an oh boy day. But for right now, it'll just be a up green day, which we like. We were green every day last week, but SMR definitely one to look at here today as it's trying to go upside there up to 1750 back into 1680. So SoFi holding in and around right now 17 bucks. We'll have a look at this, but for now I'm only in SoFi. So yeah, SLV and SoFi.
Yeah, only in I mean silver is doing its thing right now, but obviously I want to get to this Micron story because I don't think we talked too much about it. They're shut out of NVIDIA's HBM4 plan. And it was weak. I know we're saying Micron had a negative story, but it has a chance to turn green here. So you're actually getting this blasting along with the rest of the market here as it tried to get to 390. But there was a negative story kind of out of the game with NVIDIA temporarily. But obviously it's been a pretty strong move to the upside here. And now, like I'm looking at this Intel, okay, now it's starting to give a little bit of a turn. There was nobody selling this at VWAP. It just kind of pushed right through, but I'm starting to see some signs that it wants to turn around here. So this is the one that I'm eyeballing. Silver, still going to go with the same plan of action. It's still trending up. If it can hold here, hold the trend line, it already wicked once, but if it closes above the trend line a second time, then I'm adding to this right in front of this chart trend on the 3-minute, and my stop is already underneath this bar. If we close the prior bar, I'm out, and I'll wait for VWAP. But if we can hold, then it's a nice little reload spot for SLV. But it is this relative weakness in Intel as the market reaches a little bit of an apex. Not much, but a little bit of one. Just looking at the overnight highs on the NQ, that's what we're tagging right now and starting a bit of a dip. If we lose the volume weighted average price, I'd rather short a weak stock than a strong one. That's going to be the plan of action. And Intel, for reasons unknown to me, one of the weakest stocks out there this morning. Not really seeing anything that's tech related that is seemingly worthy of a short. Everything seems pretty strong.
Yeah, I would think that seems right.
But look at like FedEx. We were talking about how strong FedEx is. That's like straight down off the open. So the rotation does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying. It looks like the NASDAQ has the strength as ES and NASDAQ both hovering around the same 0.23, 0.17. So here's the NASDAQ is actually down lower than the S&P 500, down more than the S&P 500. But just wait. I still feel like I want to go short the NASDAQ. But okay, so here we go, man. This is new updates for March. So, last week we checked it was 16 or 17% chance of a rate cut. It looks like it's getting up just a little bit here as we get ready for a new Fed chair to take effect in May. So May, June. And that's where we saw that maybe June will be the first chance, a real chance of that rate cut. So we're going to wait to see if that winds up happening. Of course, 350 to 375, the current overnight lending rate. So it doesn't look like that will happen in March. Doesn't look like it will happen in April, although we have a third chance by April to get that. And then it looks like 50% of this poll, or I guess this is a Wall Street poll, 50% right now, figuring the future funds rate there to be 325. So getting that quarter point cut by June 17th. So that should be interesting to see if that winds up kicking out there. So we have to watch different names. Like we said, some of the names that could be interest rate sensitive, some of the mega cap names there, looking at the US dollar, but then the IWM had a very, very violent move over the last couple of weeks. There were some days where this was up 3%, and then days where it was down, and just back and forth here on the IWM, aggressive move right into the 50, and then bounced again, it was up 2 or 3% there on Friday, upside again into 265. So we'll see if they're going to take out some of those.
The Russell over the last calendar year beating probably the head of the people.
Yeah, most of the
HIMS.
And all of that.
Stock Ed in the chat is asking about Oracle. Someone said Oracle's up 15%. It's up 8%. I don't know where the 15% is coming from. Maybe it's because it's at 100%. I don't know. It's up 8%, but there was an upgrade for Oracle. So I believe that was the only catalyst that we saw. We did the rundown. Hidera? Thank you. So Hidera just confirming price target raise and an upgrade. Price target. Well, they held it to 180, which is obviously higher from here. So yeah, 8%. But some relief rally, I think, is going to be the story. Like if you're getting tech names that were beaten up, catching a bit of a bid, I mean, none more, I guess, needing of one than Oracle, right? So if we're getting the secondary play, then it's got to be Oracle here. So there was an upgrade. They maintained their price target at 180. That's what Hidera was trying to get to us. For 5 minutes, and then she'll be back for happening out. By the way, as we were talking about names that are strong, have a quick look at NVIDIA starting to show a little bit of a pullback here in NVDA. So if we got lead here from NVIDIA, I would think if you pull back into VWAP, your secondary bounce is going to want to hold the volume weighted average price. If you happen to be long something that you think is related to tech and is going to move with tech, then keep an eye on NVIDIA. It was leading the charge for most of the time here. Silver is really teetering on this trend line. It's just threatening every single time that it wants to break. Intel doesn't even care at this point. Continues to move higher. But HIMS, well, I wish I could give you good news about HIMS. The good news is it's not at the low of the day, but it's just lost VWAP. I'm going to look at this here. So it was trending down going into the open. Makes this lower high. If it doesn't break above now the form trend line, that's going to be the short level for me on HMS. So instead of 18.5, well, it never went up there. So now I'm looking at 17.5 as HIMS continues to get the Novo knockoff dump off like that.
Okay, so we'll have to watch out for that. I'm going to watch out for NVIDIA. It's funny you just mentioned it because if we do pull back a little bit here, I'm going to watch out for this 190 area. Look to get a little bit of love into there, and then just try to sort of play off this 189.50 or so area if we do get a dump in NVIDIA. So I know that it's a relatively strong name, needless to say, up 3%, but we do want to play a little bit of a pullback if that does exist here for NVIDIA. We'll try that one as a long if that does come back up to the upside. Just looking for some other names. The PanW and sort of the cybersecurity space has really been clobbered, since this sort of SaaS and everybody worried about software and where do we go from here? I think
everybody's tripping.
Some of this sector. So, looking to pick some CrowdStrike, looking to pick something up here on Palo Alto, just come falling right into your lap down here at 157. Like I remember Sharif was telling me, like, oh boy, here we go through 200. And that stopped real quick, man, up here 220. So this was just at 220 back in November. So this fact is this is at 160. Well beat up right now is Palo Alto to the downside as well as CrowdStrike. I think, again, like in this world of uncertainty, and we're getting more and more technical, and we talked about, sort of how important just looking at streaming and looking at protecting. We talked about Starlink and where people are streaming from, and just sort of the protection of these data centers and making sure that nobody's, hacking into any of these products. And just, CrowdStrike, Fortinet, PanW, getting into the cyber SI.
The only issue that Fortinet had some issues with. They didn't have the best quarter relative to the other.
No. Yeah,
they give me a little pause, but I'm 100%.
I got that one.
Yeah. These are all going to be, pick your poison, which is why I sort of went right over the cyber ETF here. If you are interested, CIBR.
CIBR.
And you can double check the weightings on all of these. I'm pretty sure it's very heavily Zscaler and Palo Alto and all these names in the right space right now for you. So this would be a good buy for me, man. Like $80 down to 67. If you just kind of say, you know what, I like the space, but I'm not sure of the specific name.
I don't think that's good advice.
Take out some CIBR cyber. And then Rivian, only because I'm looking at Tesla, so I wanted to see. Tesla's not giving me the vibes right now for a trade, but Rivian down 3%, just bouncing. This is what I noticed right here, off the 200 period moving average. So 1430, maybe a look there for Rivian. I keep on not getting this bid here at 01s. So I'm just going to put a bid at 05 and take it instead of 01 here on SoFi. It just keeps bouncing around. I was waiting for O's. There we go. We'll get 5s as it runs us over. So No big deal here. If this loses 2080, though, we want to stop out. We have a buy coming for me again if we do make our downside here. 2080, 2090 or so. Let's make that our buy, and I'll stop out there. Yeah,
Before we go to Adair, I just want to quickly show something I didn't. This was in my prep. The Blue Ocean overnight for SLV. If you look at, there was a chop zone right in here about 74.2 to 74.4. So when I was referencing 74.5, obviously, you know, like the market never sleeps. So you want to be able to look at key.
Watch out for BBAI.
That they might lie. So
Could be breaking out.
And some of these dark pool wicks will reflect that, by the way. So you'll see the dark pool wicks represent those.
Just feels like it wants to.
Trend right in that top. So if you see me jump out, it's not a random level that silver is at. It was at an overnight congestion
BLS.
level.
Oh wow, bullish is up.
Here that I'm going to jump out of it very quickly. So there is the trend.
Wow.
And I wait for the volume weighted average price to get back in, as we will. But we have a super chat. We'll get to that in just a quick second.
Yeah, but actually, before we go over to Adara, we have to tell you about.
Must be nice to get super chats.
Under the NASDAQ symbol PDSB, they're transforming how the immune system
One day.
targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please go over and learn more at PDSBiotech.
Yes, Bowers. Yes.
All right,
Damn
we'll
Bauer.
go over to Adara.
Damn
We'll
Bauer.
address the super chats. Keep them coming there in the chat, and then we'll get to the most recent one right after this.
Here's the market, S&P 500 coming back into this pre-market level from Wednesday of last week. Again, this level's going to be around that 692. Kind of putting our heads up against it, but able to break above this level as of right now for the SPY. No economic data coming out here at 9:45 or 10 a.m., or we would have had it, but it is worth noting 11 a.m. we're going to get the New York Fed one-year inflation expectations. This number kind of tends to be a nothing burger, but if there is any kind of move in the market, I'll let you guys know what transpired. Later in the day, we are going to have Fed speaking. That's certainly going to be on watch. Fed's Waller at 1:30, followed by Fed's Myron at 2:30, Fed's Bostic at 3:15, and Fed's Myron again at 5. Now,
Myron.
now Bostic and Myron are kind of out of the picture in terms of
Yo, big call me Myron.
at the next meeting with Myron's term already done and Bostic's ending by his choice at the end of February. But commentary, interesting and market moving nonetheless. Let's talk about ORCL. Oracle having a great day today with a kind of backhanded upgrade from D.A. Davidson. They upgraded the stock to a buy, but they did not move their $180 price target. And they said that there are still a lot of concerns when it comes to Oracle's debt practices. KR having a really nice push to the upside. This company has been without a CEO for almost 1 calendar year, but now appointing Greg Foran, former Walmart U.S., so not all of them, but Walmart U.S. specifically, CEO. He's now going to be the new CEO of KR, effective immediately. Monday.com, this is our first major earnings report of the week that we got CLS, Cleveland Cliffs this morning as well. Monday.com posting an EPS and sales beat, though its guidance for Q1 and fiscal 2026 sales could be a little bit below estimate. So make sure to like, subscribe if you're enjoying the content you're seeing. And again, for some of these bigger earnings, specifically Tuesday and Thursday after the bell, we're going to have recap shows right here to cover those at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go back over to Sean.
Jeffrey Brands down.
That's right. Don't forget, we are also here, not just when the markets are open, but also we have major earnings after the bell. We'll always cover them for you because that's how we roll here at Trade TV Live. We also roll with letting you know what's going on in the broad market. You're getting a pretty good bounce back into, it's just the overnight highs, but also the NASDAQ trying to go green, which the ES is just a fraction closer to going green than the NASDAQ. It's like a couple of like 0.03 versus 0.01 most of the times last time I looked at it here. I am into HIMS, on trend. I'm trying to reload at VWAP. There's a buyer. Okay, so there's a buyer at 16.75, like 16.75 when I say it there. So I might jump out of this. I have a bad price. I'm way too far from this VWAP in here, which I should be able to get on that trend if we catch a bounce. And as I said, I jumped out of silver, which broke the trend, waiting for it to retest VWAP. We liked silver long into the prior day, into Friday's highs, not resistance. We're not going to get that. So when it broke the trend, that's just to jump out of the long and look for the next opportunity. I'm thinking back at VWAP at our original entry price here for SLV. Intel's already at 50. That didn't take very long.
Oh, did it already retrace
So
back?
Intel 50 to 47.5, 250 in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Might work for Intel, apparently. Nick W., there's a super chat. I almost forgot to get that one. Well, it's actually addressed to you, Sean.
Oh.
You've traded, so they say they traded A-Lab at this level, 183.5. Long-term resistance seems like a good support. Insider selling.
Oh, someone also had a question about, and I meant to get to it, did not. By the way, yeah, let's go, man. It's a hot dog, kind of a cannon right here as we reloaded on SoFi. Just banged that out as our number one trade idea. We're sticking with it. So shout out to Trader on the chat there, telling you to always make sure you look at these sticky notes. You guys want to know the short float on HIMS and HERS, 39% on HIMS. So that was a question that came earlier. It was not a super chat, but it was directed at one of us, but it was anyways asking about it. I know we didn't get to it. So HIMS was 39% short float on our, the Benzino platform. So you double check it. Generally that's, within a 5-10% or so. Like, so if it's 39, it could be 45, it could be 30. But anyways, HIMS definitely a high short float there. Look, when we talked about A-Lab and Astera Labs, I mean, we do know that this is another name that goes and, ups, goes with the ebbs and flow of this space, right? I mean, this is Astera Labs right here, as we're going to look at it on Benzing. And I just want to bring this up to you because tomorrow's report is at 4:30, right? Market cap of only 30 billion. It's not huge. It does have a PE, so they are making a little bit of money. Revenue growth, obviously, we like to see that 240%.
A little bit of money.
But this is good. This makes a lot of sense. Deliver semiconductors, solutions for cloud and AI infrastructure there. So this is what we talk about. As it goes with the market, you're going to have to be careful with a name like Astera because it's not as, here it is right here, not as developed as the rest, but still breaking out. Had a great opportunity to dip by those down in here into 140. And we always say it's kind of like NVIDIA. NVIDIA came into that 170 area and really found some support. So this looks like a real legitimate spot. 140 looks like a good take. If you're asking me what do I think about the name ahead of earnings, I would say you've matured up quite nicely. You're up $40, $50 in 2 days. So I would say do not hold this one into earnings, your whole part. If you think it's going to blow upside, which it could, watch out for that. But we've seen some good earnings reports come through and the market's gotten hit to the downside. So I would say take a little bit off here. Just like you're at support there, you're probably at resistance right now. So good look here. ALAB, Astera Labs.
ALAB.
Taking out levels. I think you got yourself a good one right there. There is no doubt about that. And we've got a good one right here as well. So it's going to be bull riding right now on SoFi as that just dip buys it right into our level. And I'm glad we took that 05 because we were waiting for 01s. And we didn't get our full reload spot, but we did get enough. So let's take a little bit out there. And again, not super confident that this is actually going to rip to the high heavens here. But look at the market. The NASDAQ just turned green. The ES just turned green. So right now we're finally starting to get some of those feels that, hey, man, this should be a decent long day. I mean, we've seen the NASDAQ really retrace back. We've seen the ES have like 3 or 4% turnaround days. Maybe today's one of those days. Starting off nice on a Monday, it's always nice to see that. So it's nice to see that as we see their tech is back in favor. So we're going to wait to see what happens here with SoFi, hoping that it gets going, breaking through the 200 period moving average. But I'm just in scout mode now for this. Like, if we can get another piece there, fine. And then we'll let the rest ride. Now I've got decent position on at what I think is a decent price. So let's see if SoFi can, mature up into a level that will allow us to take a decent profit. So, 2130s right there, I think is a spot for my next out.
And look at as you say, with the market breaking out, I know we looked at NVIDIA and Intel. We have not had a look at AMD. You shouldn't be that surprised to see AMD up 3% with NVIDIA doing this, but it looks like it just took the reins. NVIDIA pulls back, AMD breaks out. Intel doesn't have, this is a chart I've never seen. Well, I shouldn't say never. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this at the open. It was just insane. $2.50 downside here on Intel, all red, and then all green back into the upside. So I almost feel like put in a red candle, just take a shot. Hopefully, like a nice consolidated candle. Take a shot at that short trade. But I did reload on HIMS and tried to. I did try to reload on HIMS, and it didn't push back up into the trend line. So this is still working downside. Obviously, the stock is not going to have to follow the market. They're going to do their own thing. And the flip side of this story, of course, would be Novo, which is gapped up but doing absolutely nothing. So HIMS moving a little bit more than Novo. You'd think Novo might be breaking out with the market strength and obviously the positive headline here, but not so much. It's a weird one to me that Novo doesn't really continue when they get good news. Makes me a little bit weary because this should be a good headline for them that the HIMS knockoff pills got pulled back, but the legal battle not over yet, unfortunately, for either of these. Volatility is good, but I think if you're long those stocks, you'd like to see a resolution to this. Promptly doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I'll wait for a red candle on Intel. If it at least gives me some kind of a sign that this is the top, I just look for the scalp trade in the VWAP. Like enter, get to the prior high, because this is a beast. It is right at that 50 level. That's the other thing. We do like the Intel over under at 50. If it was at 50 and a half or closer to 50, closer to 51, I'd probably wait for that 51 test.
Setting up some bids in case the market comes back in. I mean, I still want to buy some NVIDIA on any weakness. I want to buy some TQQs on any weakness. Even though we started our day short, we actually able to take out some profit on this one and just putting ourselves just basically slightly negative on the name. We took out that 50 period, or sorry, that 200 period. So maybe that last reload was not something that we could have done, but on and move down in, we're still green. It's still doing quite well today, actually, on that side, on the P&L side, but that's just because SoFi.
BBAI is breaking out.
NVIDIA, so it's not been a huge day.
Let's go.
If we get any pullback to the 190, we want to buy that dip. We sort of said that, and then try to protect it with a view up at the 50 period moving average in around 189. So that would be a pretty good look if the market does come back in a bit, and then just go. Finally, SoFi's starting to go upside a little bit here. So we're back into like our daily.
BBAI up 1%.
It's SoFi's not doing anything. So Meta, good level for Meta,
That's
right?
something.
660. We've seen this bounce around.
That's a start.
You're getting the quarter for free plus more. So if you liked Meta's quarter, you're now getting it for free and a discount on that quarter. So this could be a level here of 660.50 where we see if Meta wants to hold. Like this has come right back in, right here on the daily chart, right in the 50 period moving average. So this was Meta before the number. People were like, oh my God, we missed it. It got all the way to 740, but now you're pulling all the way back down to 660. So you're taking about an $80 haircut. That's a little less than what it cost me, considering I have no hair. That seems a little expensive. But 660 right back into there. So that's $80 chopped off for Meta. So maybe get 2-for-1 haircuts next time, because if you buy some Meta now and expect it to go back up, free haircuts for all. But this is, I don't really want to buy any of these kind of names right now, man. I'm looking different. I'm looking energy. I'm looking financials to start buying. I'm not looking Mag 7, but Meta downside today as well. Considering the market's up, interesting to have a look there on Meta. Microsoft up 2.5, right? I'm going to assume Apple's up today as well with the Nasdaq.
Well,
this is maybe wrong.
Make that assumption.
Yeah, maybe. No, it's down. So Apple. So today we got Microsoft up, Apple down, Meta down, Google was down the last time we sected. So this is what difference some of these Mag 7 names are, right? With that NVIDIA up 3 or 4% today, Google down, Microsoft up, Apple down, Meta down. The only other name, I don't want to include Tesla in that anymore.
No, I think the problem with Apple, and it's not a problem for Apple, is remember when Apple was that one Mag 7 name that was not part of the AI, not part of the AI spend, so they're not seen as part of the AI risk as well. So they were relatively strong when we were getting some of that weakness. Look at the nice bounce almost to the highs that Apple had put in. So I think what you're getting here is if we're rotating, it's weird. It's like Apple and NVIDIA had been doing this, it seems like, for a while, where you get a lot of strength in Apple when NVIDIA is selling off, and it's this back and forth. It's like you're just picking one Mag 7 against the other. But we're right at a support spot here for Apple. So this is pretty key. Like, if we start accelerating through, even in a strong market, that feels a bit much to me. If we break this trend on a 15, it's a good support level on Apple, 273. So if you're looking to pick some up like today, this is at that spot. Like the market's breaking through the highs. So if we're able to hold this bottom, I don't think that correlation or negative correlation holds forever. I did get Intel. I said if it puts in a red on the 3 minutes or the 3-minute chart, we jump in. Don't like the chase. I'd rather get some in the body.
Let's go Snapchat.
Just in the 90s
Something
here.
happening there, bro.
That's for all that. So we get my price into the 80s. That way the risk is about 25 cents, which is what I like to risk on Intel here. So looking for the VWAP retracement if we can get it. HIMS is still trending down. Try to get this reload in front of the trend line Didn't quite fill it, but if we get it, and we're just waiting for this trend, if it breaks, I'd get out. I'm not thinking about reversing into it, but looking for the short to go into low of the day. So yeah, ultimately, the market's breaking out, and I think a lot of these beaten up names, and it's not just big caps, they're catching great bids here. I see in the chat ONDS. Hey, good for them. That one's headed to the upside. That got a lot of things got beat down. This almost got cut in half from the high. Very close to it, like 15 down to about $8 here for ONDS. And there's now a couple of blast off days in a row. Oh, I never like seeing this. I always have to slap a fail on myself because I pull up the ONDS chart, and the second I pulled it up, I then remembered the 980 level last week. Resistance. But yeah, did I take the breakout trade? No. And look at it go. So ONDS up 10%, breaking out a pretty clear resistance line. But you know what? You got to look at the stock. Like sometimes it's not on my iPad, and that's the names I go over, all the ones on the iPad and the watch list. So that's on me for not adding to the iPad. Good look on anyone that's on this one or some of these other beaten up small to mid cap names.
Yeah.
That are catching.
There we go. BBAI.
Yeah, good look.
478.
Keep your iPads. Keep
Let's
your
go.
Notes, keep all your notes together because you never know what name you're going to look at here. I was actually thinking about Google. Like this market is really. It's funny because we're long SoFi. It's not doing anything today with this market sort of blasting higher. So that's going to be a wrong look at any potential longs there for SoFi. So we're just going to wait and be patient on that one. But, you know, a name that I was looking at here, too, was going to be Google. I mean, Google looks like it just wants to hang out at the top side. This is almost, it's giving me feels for a short, but I don't necessarily want it yet. If you guys are into Google, it's like, look at this market. You know, we've seen Google really take off on good days when it wants to, and just today it doesn't look like it wants to. So I'd be very, very cautious here of Google at these levels, but you know, we could look back higher because it's just needed a minute to go. But I would think about this short against this 323.50 area. Like he wants to go to the upside. So I'm debating short here against that. So I'm sure that's going to be right because the two is right away. And it does go to the downside right away. It's about going upside right now. So we're going to look at short anything in the NASDAQ. Pick weak names because it looks like this one has a little bit of room to go higher here. This is that 51 mark, so we'll wait and see if it does take this level out. But on the next level, it's not here at the 52, 52.50. And we continue to get going here on NASDAQ. So I'm going to be a little careful on what we decide to do here, but it looks like it's going to go higher. It's not moving around.
Yeah,
It's not a little bit short to get something.
It's fine, you can still eat it.
So using this high. So if this gets bumped up, I don't.
You can still have it.
What I'm seeing here for people on that kind of a look. If you ever do anything for those,
Yeah.
until you get to that, you have to look at what the next phase is doing. And so yeah, much more.
Oh, yeah. But like your mom kind of needs that interaction with the pet, right? How come like she lives with her mom now?
That's looking like a decent rate high. Now, 414.50 for Tesla. Why not, man? Maybe we get a little running going on there.
Your mom's still like pretty young though. She looks like pretty young.
414.50. Why don't we maybe look at taking that, especially if this market wants to keep going? That's not a horrible look here for Tesla.
You had two cats, but
Another let's take 5% at 18 if we can get that.
you ever break it, you need to go visit.
Bounce off of that. These are my cards.
It's really cute.
Get out or something not that wide or something that gives you a little bit. So we'll watch out for SoFi there close time because it's giving us that as we get back into the back. Maybe that was a long way.
Yeah, Tesla's starting to look good. So I finally got
Let's go BBAI.
I sort of waited
Open door.
to make a move off this consolidation. I know it broke the trend line a while ago, but it did this the other day, and the other day meaning Friday. Like it broke the trend. I was in the long little Sinsley. This time I actually wait for it to break this little consolidation to put it. It's not a huge difference, but it's enough. So I'm giving it about 5 pennies into the low here, which is at that 232 level. But HIMS actually blasting us. By the way, Intel's coming back in, but I'll get to HIMS first because it just broke the trend. I'm not going reverse on HIMS. It was a play off the volume weighted average price, looking for an absolute flush into the lows. And see, I'm not really scalping it. That's either a flush or not. Like, I want low of the day kind of nonsense. Because when you're looking at a stock like this, I feel like it's either going to fall all over itself or it's going to be a nothing burger. Intel, that reversion starting to come back, but I'm looking for the volume weighted average price. I've only taken a third out. Next stop will be at the 49.5, and then the volume weighted average price for INTC. And as I said, ZSL reversal play on that silver with the trend break. It is 10:20. We've talked about a few small cappers, not many. Time to get a few more names on that list with a dip.
First one of these is one I know we talked about last week. Couldn't find any news on this. Nor could I find much information on the company, but CCH holding CCH on the move once again. This stock is clearing today highs, but fair warning, it is a penny stock. So we can use that $1 now. CCHH has roughly $19 million market cap. Smaller market cap here for UOKA. That is MDJM Limited. This company is actually featured on our watch list this morning. No news on this one either. $3 million market cap, but a notably small float, around 650,000 shares. Roughly 4% of those shares will be sold short. This last small cap actually does have a catalyst. That's RITR, Lodgetech, signing a strategic cooperation framework agreement with Optimized Integration Group. So deal signing here for RITR. So again, RITR, CCHH, and UOKA are small caps for the day. You should like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as they send you over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, so Neil's in ZSL, but I know there's some talk about silver. I just, for me, I written down silver down. That's too bad because I wrote down stuff between 70 to 71. And it does dip down there, in the pre-market. It doesn't really give me any reason to buy it down there other than the 200 theory, which is kind of what we were trying to do. So,
I don't really feel like people necessarily like fly off
but for me, it's like you upgrade into there, something like that. So you need to move lower in order to get it. But the long ZSL would be short. Up to some of these levels. So I'm long, but I'm going to be patient, wait for 73. If that comes in, but if not,
Quit.
for me on that. You are welcome. So there's a nice little chat there. Someone in the chat there. What's up, bartender? We'll segment through and talk about it. And we'll just call up Tesla. We could have a quick little look, see what you're talking about. Thanks for the Tesla call. Up over 1K for the day. Nice trade there. Take my computer away from me. Yeah, that's what do it. I mean, that's what I try to say. That's why I try to say to you guys, like, if 1K is your goal there, sometimes there are trades that, you can hit it in one trade. Sometimes it takes a minute to get to that, but I do really, really like that strategy that if you, the longer you share your keys, it's great for learning and training, but once you see something, it's, great idea to hit it and sort of quit it. So what's up to Bart J. Matoli? Congratulations on that one. It looks like you've got the money storm going on your Tesla trade. And good for you guys, man. I mean, look, no matter what Neil and I look at or say, I mean, we've got to give big congratulations to you guys. I mean, you guys are the ones obviously sitting there hitting the keys and taking that profit and knowing when to exit your trade too. Often it's not just getting in. That's part of it. It's also, looking to see when you get out. So it looks like you're able to do well there, making that $1,000. So take your vacation.
Oh, yeah. Engagement's low today. Slow day on here on the tubes.
Anything still is still on the ground is like
slow day in the markets.
That's why Bart can go shovel it and he can try.
Yeah, it's intense. When you get that little lip that freezes at the bottom, it's like, I'm just living with it for the next couple of days. That's just part of my job. But shout out to a lot of names in the chat. I just want to remind everybody, use the $sign in front of any tickers that you put into the chat. It just sort of helps us keep track here. And honestly, we've talked about as many names as we can, but I do see a couple every now, like AMD just got put in there, and there's no $sign in front. NVIDIA or Palantir, we haven't talked about. ONDS, we did. It's Palantir. And
oh, man, it's a slow day.
Energy. Big earnings breakout last week, but it is Palantir. I saw someone say, don't short carp. And I'm assuming that was a reference to Palantir. If it was not, then I have no idea what you're getting at. But certainly Palantir at 4% with the market going higher. This chart looks exactly like ONDS, which is weird. but not really, because lots of stocks have this head and shoulders and potential breakout. So this level here going Wednesday and Thursday was about $140. I think a pull back into that. You need to hold the 140 on the 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart. That's one, because I missed ONDS. If we do dip back into 140, I have my eyeballs on it. Intel's still holding the lower high, but it's not doing what it did at the open, which was ridiculous down and then ridiculous up. Like, this is now consolidating up here. So I don't have to, but I do want to respect the strength. If I see a catch a bid at 60 instead of 50 again, then I'm just going to get some out at that 60 level instead. But yeah, super strong day for the market, and obviously Palantir's part of that. Someone just asked, what about NVIDIA? It's been hanging out above 190, led the way early. It's just into this chop zone on the daily that we've been in for, quite some time, really. Like, it just hasn't been able, the buyers haven't been able to have any control up here above $190. Come on, 15-minute chart. Obviously, NVIDIA has traded before the 29. There, it'll load up. But you can see all the consolidation and chop it's had above the 190 level. Just has trouble punching through the top, unfortunately. Doesn't mean it can't.
All right, we have a new trade alert. It's already 30 cents in the money. We mentioned, potentially getting some Google down there. So let's just do that, man. They're 40 cents. So it sucks to go bearish on one name and bullish on the other. So we are going to have to watch out here for SoFi. It just hasn't gone. So we'll wait. I'm actually going to now cancel. Actually, I don't even have a bid at O's anymore. We actually got that bid right there. So we're going to wait for lower into the 90s if SoFi wants to go fine. But here it is, man. It is a brand new position. That's why we hit the alert. It's an idea that we've given a little while ago. So now let's go over and look at see what Google wants to do here today. Falling all the way down. Here comes Google, almost $1 club rate. Now we're bidding right here at 322.20. See if we can get it. Nice little take to the downside. I'm going to actually start to get out a little bit more of SoFi now. Even though we just lost, I'm going to take a flat fill here at 08. Get another piece out there on SoFi because the market's coming in quite nicely. And we're just obviously banking out right now as we turn a little bearish. I'll take another, let me take some pieces here at 50, okay? We'll take another piece out on our bid here of Google at 50, waiting to see if this name wants to fall back in. Here we go again, man. It's a new position. It's a short on Google. We had talked, let's go. There it is. It's $1 club right there, as quick as you like on that move. There goes Google right back into the downside. So, hey, we can sit around and scalp out pennies, just showing you guys, what's giving you a different names. Sometimes, you get sort of that feel for one thing, and we talked about Google. If it was, I hope you guys are on this show, but we talked about it being a little weaker than the market and had a nice high there, so it came in. So now we are $1 plus now in the money on the south side here for Google, and that's still going through. So, yeah, SoFi, man, we sort of sniffed that one out. We have less than half of our position, but I still would like to look at a 2090 or so area right there. There it is, man. Google absolutely falling all over itself. This is going to be a big trade here. And yeah, $1.20 now in the money. Down goes Google pretty aggressively here to the downside.
Yeah, it's the same thing happening over here. Obviously, 50 versus $325 stock. Like, Intel is 1/6 of the price of Google. So lose $1. So you're talking 15, 20 cents here at Intel. Does exactly the same thing. But now I can look for a reload. And the only reason I say that is you have a lower high to work off of. So if I trend in, I'm always going to trend out. So inside the range, if I can get the top again here just underneath 50, we're going to reload this and work for that bottom. And over to, if the market's coming back in, time to watch out for Palantir to see if it's going to hold on to this volume weighted average price. So Palantir, it's about the 140 level, and then VWAP is right here at 139 and a third. So super strong most of the morning. Can we continue to put in these higher lows is going to be the question. The other thing to watch for PLTR is it has broken the trend line, which usually means I want to wait for the volume weighted.
Very interesting. Trying to figure things out, you guys. Since the market's being so slow.
This is not you, which most
just
of you
working on some other stuff.
You have done 150,000 shares. Not mix this up with Energy Fuels Inc., which is an extra U.
So I do apologize, but
very different names. One has almost no liquidity and happens to be halted.
Just trying to figure things out.
Strong day for them, but up 3 million. But they've done 3 million in volume. This is an actual tradable stock. The other is not really. Sometimes you will get these randos kind of catching a sympathy play. I don't know if that's the case, but just watch out for it.
Yeah, so we did our own thing in there. And we did, like you said, we did cover a little bit of Google down there at O's. So let's let that see if it matures back up fine on me if that winds up happening. All right, quick little look at the broader market one more time here. As we've taken a minute to do that, we'll have what's for lunch in about 20 minutes. Wow, this day's going by quite nicely and quickly. Apple catching a little bit of a bid now, only down 1.79, but not great. Microsoft catching that bid today. We talked about that. You know, the retail space, we didn't look too much at this, but we had seen Costco and Walmart starting to make some new moves higher over the last couple of weeks, so that's been nice to see. Target as well. Home Depot, I still really like that name, and I think that will continue to work, even though they didn't have the greatest report there, Walmart. We had that Kroger story there and a new CEO today. So there you go. That's TJX. Sorry, there's Target right there, 0.41. And Kroger, 0.6. We wait for some of the retail names to come through in the upcoming weeks, all right? Financials today. Maybe we'll have to have a better look at these as well. By the way, Google not only 50 cents in the money, nicely coming back into some of those high side trades there. JP Morgan, Bank of America. Let's go. We'll have a quick look at Robinhood. I saw Robinhood there, 4% today. So off nicely trading now. I mean, you see crypto, we just point to it down there on that downside for Bitcoin, but actually holding out okay.
It's weak now. It's back in the view up.
Yeah, it's back on the view up right now, barely. So
Let's go open door. It's up 1.3%. Trying to get back to $5 here. So, man, it'd be great if we could stay green today.
Like take this out and go short. I like the Coinbase short, but obviously it needs to.
That would be great.
Here, so that would be another trade. And I said we look at Robinhood just to see what that has. Those deals are here on Robinhood. And yeah, today it's nicely back up to the upside, man. I don't know if you would have been able to pick that 70 as a bottom, but that is what it was. $72 right into there. That high of 65 or so was something to look at. Maybe still is. Something to consider down to there. And then, 50 is too low. But yeah, Robinhood almost was chopped in half. Now starting to get back up to the upside, hoping for the same kind of deals for SoFi. That just came into $21 again. It looks like it wanted to hold. So maybe we'll, let's just buy a little bit more than at 04, see if we're able to do that. And there's Google right back to the upside. So we only got out of half down there on Google as it comes back up. Watch out for this break of 323.60. So it goes top of the day all the way back into the 50. Doesn't get to the 200, which we were waiting for. That would have been like a $2 winner. So we'll wait. If it does give us a little bit more short, we'll average back. We'll average a little bit into this, and then just give it to the top, right? If it breaks now the top, we can get out 323.60. We'll give Google a little bit of love here. Give SoFi some room as well. So just one short, one long, and not really going too much else here now. How's that kind of just hovering, man? Just give us a great dip.
Let's go.
It is slightly trending here, but here comes Bitcoin. We came back into the trend line. So I said something in the chat, like, look at Bitcoin, and my response was I'm waiting for it to try to break the trend. But in either direction, it was a downtrend, it broke up. I'm not going short unless it breaks these high lows. I was in the short to this low and then reloaded at the pre-market high. It broke it out. It never got to my 40 level. I wrote down 40 as a level I like. So outside of that, I'm looking at VWAP and trends. When we hold this line, and we're looking push back into the high, maybe even to that 40. And if we close under and break this trend line down, this is a reversal for me. And I was originally looking, obviously, for the short. Intel came back in for a reload. I was able to get the reload on Intel into this prior high. If we take it out, I jump out, but we're still looking for the VWAP retrace here on INTC. As it's almost green. Like, this is a crazy move for Intel. I know it's a crazy move in terms of percentage, that it went down 5-6 points and then came right back up, but it's just last week's range, which has been 50 to 47 the entirety of the week. So this is a relatively volatile, more volatile than it used to be is the best way to put it here on Intel. Kind of get this one into the downside for sure. Gold apparently broke out, but that also means that SLV, we were originally long, now remember, ZSL long in the short, right? So I was long SLV. Originally reversed into the short. We'll still be slightly up, one on one, lost on the other, but it was just a trend break, which I've been taking pretty much every single day. But they're not, for both 6 days in a row, and then the last two haven't. Well, I'll probably back away from this until these trend breaks down when it breaks the downtrend, start to work. But the second it breaks underneath, I'll give it like 1 cent underneath. But it's a trend break, clean. I already know where my stop goes in the second I get into position. But it's a couple of days in a row where this hasn't worked after working 6 days pretty clean. I'm not going to jump over and just automatically say I'm going to go long into silver again. That was a pretty specific setup. It never got back to the long weighted average price. It has to show me a reason to get it. So I bit long. Intel still in that short, obviously, and we're still tracking Palantir. Well, at least I'm still tracking Palantir. Hasn't really gotten into the volume weighted average price yet, but still at 4%. Still looking strong with the market.
Pretty good. Boy. You know, people asking you what's up to No Tech Search and a few of you else, Suicide Patel, wanting to have just a little wee look at Amazon. So let's have a quick look at it. Have a go at this. By the way, so far. So far.
All right, here we go. We're getting a nice little pop here in the portfolios with the Open Door, BBAI, and now LAC. It's trying to turn green here.
For Google, but here we go. All right, so just looking out now.
Open Door.
So yeah, look, it's still down that 1%. So I
got that upgrade this morning.
But we really did well at 206. This kind of reminds me of that Google level that we saw last week at 316, where it made a move down and then it sort of leveled off and then started to rip basically all afternoon and closed at its highs and, you know, even took out some of those levels. So I would just be very, very careful here with an Amazon. And the only reason I say that is it's obviously on day 2 or day 3 of earnings. So what was really beat up there could make that move higher. And then now we're starting to see Google feel a little bit weak against earnings. Might take a couple of days for that to sort of settle out as we have that huge CapEx number for Amazon. But if you are trading it, I mean, you're right into that 200 period moving average. So can't say there's anything wrong with this little look right there on Amazon. Trying to think about a short into pre-market lows. So that's a good level there. If you're going to go short 208, just get out maybe at 209 by what, you know, as I look at that right now for a potential play. But, you know, this 200 period bouncing off there, that's kind of the look. But back into 200, those look like great longs. I had a buy of Amazon at 200.
Man, Open Door's looking good.
I was thinking about it, man. Let's let the tech trade sort of settle down a little bit. We did have a monster move on Friday in the broader market. The Nasdaq was up over 2%, and Amazon didn't really get going. So, not in love with this name down here at these low ends. And again, with this major,
Let's go. BBAI, Open Door.
That, you know, the bell of the ball will
might carry us today.
NVIDIA. So ahead of when their report is, and we always say it's like later on this month, but I actually hadn't looked up exactly. We have a look at here, NVIDIA. So this is what they're looking like right now. Current PE in the 40s, I believe. Yeah, for NVIDIA. So current PE 45, for PE 24. If we're going to look to see when they report, we're going to go over here to calendar, and we'll see its next confirmed.
But still struggling to get to $5.
It is right here, the 25th. So near
come on
the
now.
End of the month there, February the 25th for NVDA. So for me, that would be the start.
It's our biggest loser, so this is definitely going to balance the portfolio out.
Amazon is concerned, I would rather take an NVIDIA long or even a AMD long, considering how much AMD's been beat up after their report as well.
Well, the other thing about Amazon to consider is like everyone's looking at Microsoft as a value and Google is better. So if Alphabet's doing better in cloud and Microsoft is looking like a dip buy, that just leaves money. Like where's the money going to go into? Into Amazon. I always look at it that way. It's like a competition thing, ultimately. And Control Alt Escape.
Yeah.
Still, I guess I don't know Windows well enough to know what that actually does. Control Alt Escape. Thank you for the super chat. 2 weeks ago, I told you told me you love JPM. I said I like JPM at 300, but I said I liked the financials on the dip. I said JPM at 300 looked really good, but I also absolutely love Morgan Stanley, the one that I own as well. Today you sold the remaining of your swing position. Congrats. You're still going to hold in your long-term account. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for tuning in, Control Alt Escape. And, apparently it's a great name. I think it's a great name as well. And I'm not just going to, someone just said, try it, Neil. No, I'm not going to just go Control Alt Escape in the middle of nowhere when I don't know what that does. Although as long as it's not sticky keys, it can't be all that bad. That's the worst. I have no idea. Nothing against you, Windows. Why is sticky keys being active a thing? Like, if I want it, let me turn it on. Like, why does it have to be a default? Because if that opens, then you gotta remember to turn it on. Anyways, it's a pain in the butt. Just very quickly, and Joe Schmo, I get it. There's enough money to go into all three of those names. I just think sometimes you will get relative strength and weakness within the group, and so you can get. Right now, let's just say Google's favored because of their better earnings and a better trend. And then anyone looking for the dip buy on weakness has the option of Microsoft over Amazon. So I'm not saying you can't, people won't dip buy into Amazon either. I just wonder if there's not as much interest when you have an alternative. But again, it's just conjecture. Let's go see what other sectors are strong, because I'd like to know how R&G is doing. We just talked about the banks and JPM. Let's find out specifically what it is.
Finance is kind of mixed here, Neil. I mean, JPM, Goldman Sachs both up more than 1%, along with Citigroup and Schwab. But we also have MasterCard and Berkshire, as well as Visa to the downside. So kind of a mixed performance if you're looking at the sector as a whole. Health tech really weak here. Merck down 2.5%. I could not find a story. J&J and Amgen lightly red as well. But Eli Lilly pretty flat on the day. Super non-durables weak. Super services weak with booking holdings down about 4%. Retail trade to the downside as a group. Let's talk about what's strong here. Producer manufacturing to the upside, led by a 3% move in GEV. Then we've got non-energy minerals. So a lot of these gold and copper plays like Newmont and FCX are moving to the upside. Industrial services also strong. Consumer durables trying to be held up by Tesla, although a lot of the other names in the sector are to the downside. Electronic tech and tech services, as they have been lately, continue to be really, really mixed. So in electronic tech, you've got strength in NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, Cisco, APH, Amphenol, but then you go to tech services, you've got some strength in Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle up 8% with an upgrade, and AppLovin up a whopping 12% ahead of its earnings report on Wednesday. That being said, across both sectors, you have some weaknesses.
Wow, AppLovin was down bad last week.
Downside in electronic tech and tech services, Accenture, IBM, and Netflix a little bit weaker. So these tech services continue kind of being sub-sectors moving together rather than the groups as a whole. Back to you.
All right, guys, let's go over and find out who's making all the money here at Real Trading. Of course, we're trading on a prop floor here, so you can go double check what your nets are and compare or not. But this is prop floors, over 2,000 traders here at Real Trading. So these are top 10 traders, not from today.
You guys got to calm down.
So again, you know, this candidate continues to be
Hey!
a monster up 29,000 there.
Calm down.
Over on the TSX has figured something out, and that's a big day there. TSX and TSX Venture, excuse me.
Hush.
12,000,
Hey,
11,000.
hush.
These are all in US dollars. Okay, so Amex and Nasdaq coming through, Nasdaq, and then overnight.
Being loud. Hey.
Last night, I guess the Blue Ocean will be closed there on Fridays. So Blue Ocean, nice trading there. Nasdaq in New York. So that sort of winds up. We have many different.
Will you hush?
Milan, somewhere to
Hush.
2,500. Australia, 2,500. Turkey, 2,500. The LS.
Being loud, bro.
$2,000. So, you know, lots of different markets, over 60 markets worldwide here over at Real Trading. So you guys can go find out how you're doing. If you're part of Real Trading, we'll get
Just big vultures in the backyard, and the cats are going
Let's
crazy.
go down into the Dollar Club again there for Google. So we did not reload it up at the top.
All right, there we go. Open door. Come on, baby. You're almost there.
Let's take it back in, man. We'll take out 65s and we take a bunch here at $4.
Got open door popping.
At 25. So now we'll wait. Again, the dollar is just a fun thing that we do. These are all getting out at the 50 period moving averages. So good trade there. I still want to wait for the 200 and then VWAP and then a break lower, and we'll see what's going on over there on that particular setup. And then just looking to see if SoFi gets going. We're taking out some more levels here on SoFi, but again, might not be that huge trade. Like now, I'm going to try to wait for some better outs, but for right now, take some outs at 11s, and if we get VWAP, it's only at 15s, then that would be nice. And then up here in the 20s, late 20s, would be the next little bit of a trade there. Oracle just continues to sort of, you know, be a nice one today, bouncing off VWAP, up 8%. Wow, this name continues its extension. I didn't even realize it was 8%. I guess it was almost 10%. More than 10% at one point there. So yeah, good job there for anybody sort of on that train here with Oracle. That just seems to be, you know, moving higher right now for that. And again, an upgrade, and just a note that potentially a little too beat up on the downside, according to that report. They're saying that, you know, now that they're funded, they did a raise last week, and they could see some more upside traction here for ORCL, Oracle. And
It seems that they were able to raise.
yeah, exactly. They seem to have trouble there. So, yeah, good on whoever donated money to Oracle. But right there, Micron as well, getting an upside play over the last couple of weeks, but downside there today. So we'll see if Micron, is this the next one? Like, we've had an upside down move in Oracle. Will the same sort of thing happen to Micron as we worry about now shortages in DRAM or glut potentially now? Whenever there's not enough of something, the market corrects itself and starts making more of that one thing. So watch out here for Micron. It might have had its move up for now. Let's just see if it can settle down here, potentially back into VWAP, not VWAP, eventually back into the 50-period moving average, 310 or so there. But now we're really starting to cook. We've got SoFi trying to go and Google trying to go. So be patient, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at today, but we're not the highest spot we were at all day unrealized. My best trade was early, so cashed out all the way there. We had our goal plus more, but that's
a rough day in the markets again.
High side. So right now we're just sort of sitting on what's been a good position in SoFi and what's been a good position in Google. Just 3 trades for me today: Google, SoFi, and the Qs. And we'll basically go 2 for 2. I mean, this one will be an in and then an out, so a flat trade. And then SoFi, so far so good. We don't have any outs below our ins, and Google obviously continues to be a good trade here as well. So let's just sit on these. We'll see if it can wind up working. I like the Intel short. I like the NVIDIA long.
And by the way, I knew you mentioned Micron. There was that negative story on Micron, and they don't report. Basically, the negative stories that were shut out of NVIDIA's. Oh, where is it? Find it here. Shut out of NVIDIA's HBM4 plan as specs are getting tougher for them. It doesn't mean that they're not bouncing, actually getting a little bit of a bounce there. And they don't report. We talk about waiting till NVIDIA on the February 25th. Micron doesn't report till mid-March. So we got SMBK, and then we got WBC as well, Western Digital, but unfortunately, we're really waiting on that Micron story. It looks like you're stalling out here. You look like you're stalling out here on IBIT. It can't seem to get that press right into the highs. So we took the trend reversal, but if we lose this consolidation, I'm going to jump out. Just going to move my stock, which means I have to cancel the other one. So if we lose this consolidation, I'm going to get out, maybe look for a retread back into that 39, or get a flip. I was bearish on this. I actually like the short way more than I like the long, but you know the long ends up setting up, so we'll take one. And then I just saw someone in the chat saying LIMN halt band. I don't see it at the bands. We have the bands on our level 2. Like when I pull it up here, there it is. I'm just going to move this over, it'll be faster. Upside 313, downside 208. Well, it's nowhere near the bands. And if you're here at Real Trading, and if you are, I mean, there's other places that have the whole bands as well, so congratulations. If your broker added them, they're pretty useful. But it's nowhere near the halt band. This is an orderly move to the upside on LIMN. There's no crazy parabolic candles, biggest candles like 10 cents on a 3-minute. And you've got to go like 10% in within a 5-minute span. So it could. I'm not saying the stock couldn't halt, but it's nowhere close to it in either direction there. And remember, the halt bands are different based on price. So I think it's between $1 and $5 is one thing, and then above it'll be different. But it is within a certain time frame. So just because something goes 10, 15, 20% during the day, it doesn't mean it's going to go into one of those halts. So hopefully that helps you. Like I said, I trail out of IBIT, wait for it to retest this bottom at 39, because there's also this potential trend break. There's the low in the pre-market, there's the low at the open, there's the low where we reverse long. That gives me 3 spots on trend. Now if we break under it, I look short on IBIT. So just waiting for the next potential setup there. And LIMN rolling, actually 43%. I'm assuming Sharif will be all over that one. I don't even know the story though.
Yeah, we can look at some of those. I mean,
There's probably not a story
for you guys so far today is right here. So these are the names that you guys want us to look at so far. NVIDIA, obviously we've had a little bit of a take there. Oracle, I just discussed that. We discussed AMD. I prefer the short, but it doesn't look like that's happening here today. as finally SoFi is going. SoFi, man, it's like one of the trades we've been in today. HIMS has been, I don't know if it's been good or not, but HIMS has been traded today. EVLT, Amazon, Palantir. Wow, that's nice to see that. Okay, let's go. Finally, it's starting to go. Palantir starting to get going a little bit there as well. Amazon, we just sort of covered that. I still like the stock, but like it down more near that $200 ONDS. Finally, SoFi, as we said. CoreWeave, let's have a look at CoreWeave. Silver up 6%. So we did have the right look on silver. We don't have the price because we're not in, but at least we did talk about that long there in silver and just don't have it. All right, here's CoreWeave right now approaching. All right, go silver. Or go silver. Go.
All right, open door.
We'll
Back to 5.
I know. I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to try it. There, yeah, CoreWeave.
They're probably going to drop it down.
This has been a nice little name. They got a couple
It struggled to get back there.
On better ideas for Oracle, potentially that's a good opportunity there for CoreWeave to come through at some point as well. Up 8+%. Here we go. Now we're getting close to being at the highest spot we've been at all day because now we get going here for SoFi. So far so good. Then as we go on SoFi. So all right, it's 10:50. It's Money Talks. It's with Adara. When we get down, we'll figure out what's for lunch when we get back. But for now, over to Adara and Money Talks.
Let's discuss the U.S. dollar here. That's coming into some technical levels. We talked last week about that resistance around 97.7 at the end of last week. At the end of December. Last week we briefly broke above this level. Right now we're detecting it once again, currently trading around 96.9 for that DXY and continuing to drop. Now with the U.S. dollar, let's talk about some economic data that's coming up this week. Nothing major today, though, again at 11 a.m. So in roughly 9 minutes, we're going to be getting the one-year inflation expectations from the New York Fed. Likely not going to be a supermarket moving event, though if the market does move, I'll definitely cover that for you guys. Later in the day, we're going to get a slew of Fed speakers, Fed's Waller, Fed's Myron, Fed's Bostic, and then Fed's Myron again over a 4-hour period starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, nothing massive here for economic data. We're going to get some retail sales data at 8:30 a.m. But then on Wednesday, we get really the biggest, I think, report of the week, and that's going to be unemployment and non-farm payrolls. We were supposed to get last week, but due to that very brief government shutdown, this ended up being delayed. So again, unemployment and NFPs coming through on Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to be getting your standard fare for Thursday, those existing home sales. Jobless claims as well as existing home sales. And then Friday, we're going to get CPI. So some interesting economic data in the back half of the week for the market and for the U.S. dollar. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And want to remind everybody, coming up in just over 1 hour, we will have Peter Schiff. Look, everyone's been talking about the metals. Everyone's been talking about gold and silver. Well, no better person to have on to talk a little bit about monetary policy, to talk about the metals. Probably also going to be talking a little bit about what's going on in the crypto land because, we have some opinions on Bitcoin. So tune in just over 1 hour during the midday. We'll pop over to the desk and Darren's going to do a fantastic job with it. Not the first time we've had Peter on, and it's always entertaining and informative when we do. So we look forward to having that in just an hour. So make sure you stick around for sure. It's going to be another fun one. I'll be listening in. Keep in mind, it's all about learning. Whether you're into metals or not, you can always learn something new. Whether you traded, whether you invested, doesn't really make a difference. At the end of the day, information is always power. I like to think so. That's just my opinion.
Right.
All right. Let's go over.
Well, almost 11 o'clock.
Right here as finally SoFi starting to go. So
see what this market wants to do.
We're on the right week over here. Let's get past breakfast.
Going to be doing some giveaways, maybe the end of this week, if not this weekend, next week, and the next few weeks, you guys. So subscribe to the channel. If you're not subbed up, you're gonna miss out on the giveaways for sure.
Yesterday, man, I baked some crazy ribs, man. They were so good yesterday.
It's gonna be free. You don't have to pay for anything, but definitely got to be sub to the channel.
Oh, by the way, Google just took out the highs, so there goes Google right there.
So sub up.
Upside there. Herb roasted, so nothing made or lost.
Sub up if you guys want to get in on the giveaways.
Roasted seasoned veg, roasted.
That way you don't have to worry about at least that requirement.
Roasted veg, roasted potatoes, and of course Chef's Choice salad. That is what's happening up in here. for lunch. So not bad. That's
I got to send out some of the other giveaways that I've been doing on my other channels.
Sometimes being a little
Undercooked.
al dente. We will hope that will be better this time around. But okay, so yeah, obviously gave some back there on Google, so be it. But look what's happening right now for SoFi. We are finally getting it right here. It is your number one trade of the day. And if you're only going to have one trade of the day, basically like I do, the whole day right now is just chilling out right here on SoFi. It's a $21 long. It's basically the low of the day. We have it. It's the biggest trade for me today. It's probably the best trade for me today. It's the cleanest. We've reloaded it numerous times. We did have TQQ short in and out of that one, in and out of the Google short. So we'll go flat on those two and up on SoFi. So yeah, very, very positive.
SoFi. It is. I like that name. I do like that stock. Like the company.
We've hit our daily goal.
I mean, that's not a bad play.
So yeah, it's a good day today. A nice
Palantir's up 5%. PLTR, that was down last week. Got beat up pretty good. But yeah, I like SoFi here too.
And the boys on the midday show.
I liked it even better last week though. So SoFi gains after Citizens upgraded the stock to an outperform price target of $30. And that, it should not be a surprise to anybody. This market just took a wallop last week. Past few weeks, actually. I mean,
and ultimately, this was going to be one of the ones that I liked for the short.
The only thing I've got right now that's down is Snapchat, and I'm all right with that. Kind of waiting on Snapchat. The the whole AI thing. Everybody's kind of scared about it. The tech sector's down. Just kind of a lot of uncertainty right now. So is what it is there. But LAC, BBAI, and Open Door, all three of those names
if it doesn't give that to me,
are up today. So portfolio's up almost 2%.
But it broke the trend, and when it breaks the trend,
not huge, not amazing, but hey, it's a start.
But silver 7% today. Gold. Well, gold's never going to move as much. GLD's never going to move as much as silver, but up 2% for sure, looking pretty strong. But do not ignore what is going on. We talked about Palantir already in VWAP. NVIDIA's up 3%. It just can't seem to do anything with these 90s. We get past 90, we hold consolidation, and we just don't want to go any further for whatever reason on NVIDIA.
Let me know what you guys are trading if you want me to pull it up on the screen. I can do that.
So we're back into this mode where, for whatever reason,
but yeah, so far it looks pretty good for the bounce. Bitcoin still red, down 2%, and the VIX is red, which that's what we want. We want the VIX to be red today. So
if you happen to be looking at some of those chips, as I said, Palantir doesn't seem to want that volume weighted average price, but it's still going. There's your local breakout at the 140. It just couldn't get back into VWAP, unfortunately. It's kind of allergic to VWAP today. Palantir's on one of those days. It's actually accelerating as we get later on into the session here and looking very, very good. And, ooh, I like that. NewsBot. I'm just going to pull this one up here so you guys can see. You will not get silver pullback today. It's in the blue sky zone. Blue sky zone. Interesting. I usually reserve blue sky zone for when you're making all-time highs. But I see what you're getting at. We're bouncing at 50. We're in a little bit of a gap. But I just think we're in this gap right now. We were pointing this out before, like in SLV into 75, and those are prior support levels. Like that's a good spot for a potential pullback, where I would look to try and buy the dip on the trend. As long as it trends, I think it's going to be good to go to set upside. But I can't call it blue sky when these levels existed on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's hard to call it a blue sky setup. It's not making all-time highs, but that's the same.
All right, what's just me is
Open Door 501. Let's go, baby. Keep pushing. Keep chugging. Choo choo.
We'll go slap.
Open Door's under a ton of pressure.
So again, really
ton of pressure, and you can just tell that the shorts are shorting away.
Yeah, this time of day.
Man, oh man.
So we're really trying to hold.
When this market snaps back, it is gonna rip.
And we just put it out.
It is gonna absolutely freaking rip.
I don't even think I have to retweet that Peter Schiff thing. But here it is right here, man. Our number one trade.
I just feel it. I feel the market about to rip.
Came in, we bought 21s a bunch of times. So it's nice that finally, as we go out here into the midday show, that we do have SoFi on that long, and as it continues to go upside big time, as well as other bank names continue. Yes, 326, man, that is another one right there as we ride the bull on JP Morgan and everybody else, man. Really enjoy these bank stocks, and what a good spot of the portfolio for that. All right, only 10 minutes left. Thank you to everybody for being here today. Ramin, Andre, Fabian, in the back there, Adara. We want to say shout out to Sharif for his morning. And Sharif, for what's about to happen here on the midday show. Good show, Neil. Good show, Joe. Thank you so much. It's going to be lunchtime. It's chicken. Enjoy your lunch too.
Chicken.
Yeah, enjoy Peter Schiff in just an hour. Ciao till then.
A little bit of chicken in my life.
Boom. Greetings and sound.
Oh,
We gotta say hello to everybody, but we gotta wait for YouTube to let
Internet's
everybody
been
in
a little
because
bit,
we're taking a sweet time today. So I'm gonna take the opportunity.
I
to
think I
ask
gotta pay the
everybody
internet
to
bill,
watch this
actually.
to the side over here while everybody weasels on in. Good morning, good morning, good morning to everybody. Benton, come on, you Gunners! What an epic disaster Liverpool FC is. Get your snap together, man. Come on now. I'll put more on that later. Let's shout out to Pete Zappai,
Yep.
the Trading Nurse, Mr. E and Easy Street. We got Rainmaker. We
Bills,
got
man. The Bills never stop coming, that's for
Andrea,
sure.
5071. We got Nihuya, a proper dang paradox. Ozza, Miami Dragon. We got the OG Gorov. We got Loft Jr. We got NorCal Granger. I don't text. I like that one. I like that. We got Daniel Comac, something or another. Zippers Binder. Belly Hardy. Sure. Hardy one. Medical Marinara always makes me chuckle. Pyro Fireworks. Anil buys low and then he sells freaking high. So make sure to look out for his levels. OG Wisdom. We got Andreas Ramirez and Dean Allen. Mr. Puka. Craig. We got Yummy Thai Foods. The OG as well. John Del Segno. Real Jack Wagon. The Real Dangerous. Shout out to JRJGN, I should say. And then Danes Escobar. Good morning to everybody. Happy Monday.
Good morning, how are
From this
you?
around, we took 2 attempts, only 2 trades here this morning, and that is going to be on HIMS to the short side, looking for the continuation. But right out of the gate, guys, only a couple minutes after the open, you get that clean flush, and you haven't been able to breach these lows. So attempt number 1 right here on HIMS, looking for that move lower. And I'm like, all right, if we break this previous pivot high, we'll get out, and I believe we'll be able to get ourselves a little bit better of a price. So sure enough, we do breach through that. We get out of it. Patience is key.
Patience is key. That is
we see
true.
More signals to re-engage to the downside.
That do
And
be
sure
true.
enough, we go short,
Most
and we
certainly.
add 40% more to what we had right here. And then I was looking for 16. If we
I need a miracle this week.
Like, all right,
That's what I need.
we can head into 16 on him. You're down 20% or so. Now down 22%. You're down significantly more at this point. And then sure enough, we got this bounce and this rebound. Like, okay, let's get out. Failed to make a move to establish a new low of the day. If it comes back to my break even, considering I'm already at a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, I'm like, let's get out of this trade and then just kind of regroup and get involved into something else. So sure enough, that's what happened here. Give back a lot of unrealized profits, but that's neither here nor there. And then we haven't re-engaged since. There was another opportunity. I was kicking myself on that front to get involved. Didn't take it, but now you can see you're starting to get a slight squeeze on HIMS. One thing that really grinded my gears this morning was this here. I posted up something. All right, SLB. It's like literally when this thing is trading. Where are we at over here, Assassino? When this thing is trading, you just go with the flow. So I'm like, all right, nice consolidation.
Go with the flow.
The overall market is strong. Let me get involved here. And then as soon as
Right.
higher, I'm like, let me post up at 73.70s. And then I never got this pullback right off of this. You breach this, but then immediately buyers step right back in, and then you start to climb a little bit higher. I post up at 70s waiting for any form of a pullback, and I didn't get it. And then sure enough, I wasn't going to chase it, and a nice steady climb to the top side. But aside from that, let's go over a couple of the names that we are looking at. We already did 2 of them. That is going to be HIMS and silver. The T-triple-Q's a nice steady grind to the top side. And then Robinhood with the upgrade, as you're now up to $87. We were looking around 75, 70s the other day, and a nice rebound in Robinhood.
All right, guys, here's what we're looking at. Here are the 8. There's a lot of good ones today. There's BRLS, which is a multiple halter. From what I can observe, it's already a triple-digit winner of 130%. I think it just printed the day's high at $1.54. It is holding up technically well. Now, that's if you're looking at the higher highs and higher lows. If you're looking at some of these moving averages and or volume weighted average price, you need to stop looking, because these are more lines of best fit rather than any key areas of technical support and resistance. In fact, one can make the argument that the white line there, which will always be the volume weighted average price on my black charts, fits right in the middle of the price action. So maybe, look for, use it as basically a standard deviation line. Keep a lookout for that. UOKA is losing in a hurry. It's below the pre-market high. It's lost VWAP. It was very strong right from the get-go. It was very strong in the aftermarket on Friday. Continues in the pre-market on Friday. But, a lot of these ones, they do have their best trades in the pre and the post-market, as for many reasons. We've talked about one of them, which is, of course, the lack of the volatility halt parameter. But this is the one that I was pointing to Joseph. I'm like, basically from 9:30, that implied that basically inverse hammer candle right at 9:30 on the 5, there was one red candle at 10:05. Everything else was green. Alas, of course, when we start the show, that's when the biggest red candle of the day comes in. How come that is? Well, a lot of the speculation, we never really know, but the buy programs, they don't just stay on the entire day from 9:30 to 4. They need to go up to lunch as well. These buy programs get hungry. So, when 11 o'clock comes along, they do get shut off, and there we go. We get a big red candle there. But it is possibly setting up into that 250 area, which is happening, I should say, to overlap with the 10 EMA on the 5. Alas, it will still be the second lower high candle in a row on the 5. So this was up 42%. It's not a bad look, but going to keep my eye out on this one. LIMN is the ticker. It's a holdover. We've seen this multiple times last week. A lot of the small cap traders in the stream, I should say, were looking at this, and they did quite well on it. CCHH. Remember that channel from Hamilton back in the day? CHCH TV? No. Channel 11? No. I'm leaving. All right, so CCHH.
He said I'm leaving.
Well, I'm horrible too with the movies, so it's not.
Thank you guys for subscribing, man. That gets you in for the giveaways. You guys, you got to be subbed up to the channel. It's free. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe, y'all. You help me out, and you get in on the giveaways. So got to be subbed up for sure. Not going to be charging anything to get in there, and probably going to be doing it live, so that way it's transparent. If you're in here for the lives, then you'll be in here for the giveaways, and I'll try to do it where everybody can kind of be here for it. Post a video, all that kind of stuff.
About 10% higher than when Neil pointed it out. It's about 25%.
I will definitely let you guys know if you win the gift card, and it's very likely to be a Starbucks gift card for some coffee, or Amazon,
it's a 210,
Walmart, something like that.
Area candle, that wall is 0. In fact, 0 candles on the 5-minute chart. Close above that 210. It has had trouble with 2. It's at it right now. So I'm going to pick this up for a possible accumulation through that 210, 215 if we get really lucky.
I've got a daily wheel
as well, Playboy. And then
that you guys can get in. I'm just waiting for
$79 and a third. But a great looking pattern as well.
Some subscribers to the, some real subscribers. That'd be the only thing that,
up to $80.90 on the day. It's up 27%.
I would charge you guys for, because that way that's something that I can add to. You guys can go in there every day and win something. A lot of other stuff planned for you guys. This community in particular, I've got Discord and all that kind of stuff already set up. Whenever I get off of here, that's the kind of stuff I'm working on. That way it's already ready whenever we do grow and get there. We're building this investment community, but it's going to take time. Eventually we might have our own app, stuff like that, but
new highs intraday, $4.43. It's about 20
takes time.
right now. Let's see
step by step.
Well, at 4 or is it going to hold up at the 20 EMA on the 5, right around that 420, 423? And then last but not least, ORCX. This is an Oracle inverse ETF as well, leveraged, I'm assuming. Let me just double check that so I don't misspeak. I think it is, yes, it's 200%, 2 times the daily price action of ORCL. Holding up nicely. Looks like it might be double topping though at around 10 3/4. Can't really shake that level. Right at 10.5 it goes. If this loses 10.30 to 10.25, I'm out. I'm not going to look at this. Sell for that until and if it hits that 10.10 to 10 area. That's a buy zone for me. I would actually say, sadly, the buy zone's a little bit wider. It's going to have to be 9.90 for that buy zone all the way up to 10.10. The reason it's a 20 penny buy zone is because you get the price action resistance in the pre-market at around 9.90, where we couldn't clear that. We clear easily in the opening print. But look where the volume weighted average price is. It's 10.10. So that kind of makes me caught between two minds. Am I looking at 10.10?
We've been getting some earthquakes around here.
The breakout actually happened. The resistance in the pre-market. So a bit of a buy zone there. It's 20 penny buy zone that probably could create some trouble in terms of sizing and stop placement and whatnot.
A lot of earthquakes lately. We've got 3 earthquakes in the past month.
So this one did breach that kind of lower high trend.
And I'm not talking about little ones.
Clean hold off the vault. Off
these
the
things are
EMA
big.
5, and here it is. I think about 5
loud
pennies below the day's high. LIMN looking real good here. It might have given us opportunity to get in. So we're going to be looking at that, CCHH, and BRLS, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Clutch one, you think I would ever lie to you, my friend? There's zero chance. Yeah, Commodity Kings, it's looking pretty good today, but Clutch one, I'm being 100% honest. I'm legit. I'm not even trying to find where the potential bottom is on Bitcoin. I told you what my game plan is downtrend break, right? Like once that downtrend breaks, I'm not going to try to catch the falling knife. And then once we start to open up and trade above that on the backside of that downtrend, that's when it's time for me to engage. Trying to find a bottom on this thing, you'll end up like this relatively quick. So you don't want to do that now, do you? So yeah, guys, that's what we got going on. I'm thinking about attempting another short here on HIMS. It's okay. Yeah, I think this is our time to engage. Like we have this consolidative zone right now, and we can't really breach it. So we're involved. I'm out at 18s. Okay, so we'll give this one a little bit of room, maybe even a little bit less, because if we break through this and the momentum really starts to pick up, then I'll just get out of the trade, and then that'll be it for our attempts. I mean, 1 break even, 1 loss, and 3 attempts on a specific name, then we may not just be in sync. The reason why I do like it right now currently is you can see that we have this inverted hammer candle right above the volume weighted average price, and I do believe that sellers are in control of today's session, even though we
Snapchat still down 2%.
You this downtrend, you eventually come back through it.
$5.12.
So let's see if
it's just ridiculous.
Back towards the downside. $16 was my target. We weren't fortunate enough to get it, so I added 33% more than what I've had on this position right here. So we want to stick to the same stop. We will take a rough hit considering we're in at 65. We'll have to take up approximately 35 cents there. But it is what it is, man. Plenty of risk left, and this was a small, this is coffee money essentially on this loss and the break even right there, guys. Pardon me? Yeah, speaking of coffee, you got yours going on right there. Quantity Kings, word on the street is U.S. government put in 60K floor on BTC just from a bird. Okay, hear that fly on the wall. Have you ever traded micro BTC contracts? I haven't one. I think I heard someone mentioning this.
Micro BTC,
dude, it's not even that. Like I haven't one, but it's just making our lives easy, right? Like you can grab the bottom if you truly want to continuously try to grab the bottom. By all means, stick to your own game plan, right? But that's not my game plan, right? If I'm talking my own book here, essentially, which I'm going to.
Well, that's my game plan.
This is what I'm looking for.
I want to buy the bottom.
Break, right? Like I want to see us on the backside of a trend, and then that's when I'll start to get involved. I'm not going to continuously try to grab the bottom. Oh, I did this over here. Just gets absolutely destroyed. Oh, that wasn't that much fun. Now, was it? Okay, yeah.
It just depends on the stock.
Oh, that wasn't that much fun. No,
it depends on the stock, brother.
I'm going to be patient, and I'm going to wait.
They're not all the same.
Niels, I like what Neil's ideas are sometimes. Like I just try to take a little bit from everyone. He's like, hey man, he's waiting for trend line breaks, whether it be from an intraday standpoint or maybe even from a daily. And that's the game plan that I got going on here with Bitcoin. Waiting for that to break. Once we have the ability to hold the backside of the trend, then it's engaged, because if we're going to climb higher, the chance of us breaching that previous pivot high of 127,000 is probably relatively, it's good. I think I'm putting probability in my favor, and that's the nature of
No,
the
that's
right?
a ways
So
away.
moving forward, here we go on.
That's not the way to look at it at
If
all.
we catch the top there, the supply zone, we weren't able to break through that. That's exactly
Just buy
what we want to
value.
see.
Just
we want to
buy things that you think
around the volume weighted average price.
is a good value.
If we break view up and head a little bit lower,
Don't overthink
my
it.
price is significantly better than my previous entries. I mean, 20 cents there, and then approximately 80 cents on the other one. Then we'll take some off in this supply zone right over here around 1690. And if it breaks lower, then we're going to be rocking and rolling. Then you hit the light, not just for me, but for Sharif and everybody around these neck of the woods. Everyone on the team deserves a like, not just me alone. So this is a team effort around this neck of the woods. So yeah, thanks, Juan. We'll most definitely get it. Let's go, HIMS.
Appreciate you, Joey.
HIMS.
And everybody,
I'd short it.
Positive vibes in the chat.
Short the shit out of it.
Everybody, y'all hungover from yesterday. A lot of drinking. A lot of fun yesterday. What was going on? I had the sickest nap.
Apparently there was like a game or something on. I don't know.
One of the better
football.
naps I've had in a while,
I don't know. Something about some like
naps on Saturday.
some show, like halftime show or something.
I'm not even making that up. I had the sickest nap midday. And then again in the evening, bro, I felt refreshed as hell this morning. I didn't have a sip of alcohol yesterday.
That's good, man.
Yeah. So we're
good. I didn't even turn the game on.
I didn't either.
We're having a good time.
Lame.
We're here on BRLS.
Who watches that?
Dip trade off that 10 EMA.
Lame.
We've got 41.
Waste of time. That's what that
There's
is.
51, 52, 53. Here we go. Let's set up at 55. 58 is the high of the day, so we'll take one at 58 if it's possible, and then we're gonna set up a little bit higher, man. Let's put in.
Watching football is like watching a sitcom.
55. Should we get a 56?
It's like watching soap operas. That's exactly what I think of, y'all.
Showed up momentarily, but no continuation there.
If somebody tells me they're watching the game or football,
it did actually go.
You might as well be watching soap operas.
Again, sevens. Looking for the move past 8. That's the next print, but the high of the day probably will be that focal point for the profit takers as well as the short sellers. So let's see if we can shake them. We can't, so I'll take it here and I'll cancel 58.
I bet you think it's real too.
There's 58 again. Let's set up a little bit higher now. We've got a couple of positions built up into this one, looking for that move into the 1 2/3. We'll see if we get it. Or not. So I did have one order, sadly, that one unfilled, and that was south of the volume weighted average price. I had to account for that because it had shown its propensity to breach VWAP at least on a wick basis and then trend right back up. So I said to myself, Sharif, these are where the money fills are at, the ones that break some of these key trend lines over here. But alas, it was not to be this time around. Now we've got 39s. On and we still
Get into the paper. Get into the paper.
I didn't realize I had that many shares. So let's look for another move here. 58, still the high of the day. Nothing else for me to do other than set up some profit takers north of that. Shout out to Commodity King, OBE and REI. Okay, brother, but I'm just kind of in a trade at the moment. So OBE, 200, not going to cut it for me. It's up 4%, which is not bad. $500 million market cap, so fits the narrative of small cap gapper, but the volume scares me off. REI, let me have a look at this one. Again, very, very light volume, $1.27 trading at only about 1.64 million shares, which isn't exactly a lot for that price, but it does look decent in terms of chart action. A new high RLS into 160, but now it's bleeding its own blood. Right back down into the 50s here. So watch out for margin trade on this. I got caught a bunch of times last week on those. Like, what was that one that I was taking a trade on that spiked up on me like 60 pennies and then immediately turned back around on Friday? Yeah, I got right back in too.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I still got some, stress from that one. But that is part and parcel of trading these small cap gappers. Leandra, hey Leandra, good to see you again. BNZI, do you think it will move? When Leandra asks, I think no.
BNZI.
I'm not supposed to call her Leanne anymore, Joey. She got mad.
She said she want to fight me too.
She wants to fight you?
Whoa.
She has mixed feelings about you, but it's okay.
I don't think so. I think you like me.
Yeah.
She was asking questions.
Fair. Let's look at this one. BNZI, what do we got? We got 6 3/4%, $12.2 million market cap, about 901,000 shares traded on the day. I like the look on Friday for that flat top break around 120. Today, it's really not for me, at least intraday. Let's take a look at the daily.
And that's,
Yeah, the daily is not looking
yeah,
good.
it's not looking good.
This isn't it here. This is a bit of a tough look.
The short interest looks good on it though. Short interest is 25%. Oh, it just dropped. The short interest just
marketing
dropped.
Technology company that provides AI-enabled marketing and sales solutions.
Yeah, they're selling this thing.
Company enables companies of all sizes to target
Stock's about to drop.
and measure both the new and existing customers more effectively. Okay, not bad. A lot of reverse splits too. Keep that in mind. Back.
Woo! This whole market, man, just.
And then again, I believe
Treading on thin ice.
Of this year, so I'm gonna have to say no to that, Leander. Not for me anyway. But
Treading on thin ice, boys.
Keeping an eye here.
Treading on thin ice.
Right back into that high of the day, but no prints above 60, Joey. We're gonna have to pack the patience.
All right, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. HIMS down 24% here, but we have some buyers continuously stepping in at the volume-weighted average price.
Some buyers.
The inflection point on this name, as it is also a NYSE. These are what the NYSE boys are up to here, down 23% on the session, but then a lot of sideways. I mean, I do like that we're in at the lower end of the range. We'll give it to north of 1780 a little bit. That I think that's all I'm going to give it to at this point, considering you get this move down and you just continuously bounce. So if buyers want to step back in, by all means, they can do so. And then that'll be it for us on HIMS. 3 attempts on it, 1 break even. We'll see how this one goes, 1 loss, and that's it. So silver is him today, right? So never mind HIMS. HIMS is not him today. Silver is him today as it's continuously climbing. Up 7% is SLV on the Amex, guys. And then now you're up to 75. We would have liked it at 73.64, an all-day trend there. I love it when this thing just continuously moves. You just want to try to catch somewhat of a pullback and get involved, and that's what we did. But unfortunately, we didn't catch any form of a fill on SLV. Come on, you can break down. If we break 1730, if we can break and hold VWAP on this, then we're going to get to cooking. But if it doesn't, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. Once again, I'm short off of this specific signal right here. I haven't seen my boy Gorev in the chat here today, but I'm short off of this here, Gorev and Los Pollos. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend, and so same with everyone else. And then, boom, maybe come back and test this supply zone around.
Let me know how you guys are doing. I'm gonna get some coffee. How's it going? Jumped on Tesla and played it up to nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. I guess I'm just trying to hang in there, waiting for everything to go back up for me. But thanks for coming in, brother. I appreciate that.
So it doesn't seem like there's that much demand there right now. 35,900.
I do appreciate it, man. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the like. Thank you for being a subscriber, bro. You the man. Yeah, it's a slow day. Today's a slow day, but at least we are seeing some green. That's all I can ask for. Snapchat, just brutal. But BBAI, LAC, and Open Door, all green. So, hey, I'm happy.
I was thinking for quite some time, like, hey, we've been consolidating. We're going to breach this 170 mark, and then we wait for some liquidity, a liquidity grab and some indecision prints, and then we really...
Do we have any V-shaped bounce on the way?
Right off of some levels, and now...
For what? You're just asking for, like, do I see any bounces out there for today?
Knocking on the door of that 195 mark, which
not really.
Options chain as well, too, guys.
Not really.
Supply zone. leading into this earnings report, we're not too far away from it now. So if we break higher, then watch out. NVDA, considering we've been consolidating since.
But I love Snapchat here, man. $5 is just ridiculous.
Holding on to a small amount of shares in the swing.
The whole AI thing is shaking up the tech sector with OpenClaw and ChatGPT, the new update, all that kind of stuff is shaking up the market. But
live right now, man.
in my mind, I think no matter how bad it gets with the AI stuff, you know, companies like Snapchat, any of these companies can just implement these tools. They can just implement the AI into their business models. So I don't think it's like the end of the world like everybody's thinking for Snapchat and all some of these other companies. Snapchat beat earnings. So it is what it is, man. Let people get scared until we get this next bump up, but it's just a sell off right now. JOBY.
It's got very, very, very good respect here for the 10 EMA.
Oh, nice. You know, I seen one of those planes the other day. I seen one of those planes at the airport. Pretty interesting.
Into the high 70s and then into the 80s. LIMN.
It's good looking planes.
Friday and another good day for it today. About a little bit less than 50%.
Wow.
48%
for as small as they are, they're loud.
Very little about this trade. CCHH. Look, it's hanging out at the volume weighted average price. I'm about 2 pennies out of the money on this. I'm gonna let it go just because it hasn't breached my
Tesla. Yeah, probably.
Indecisive price action right around the volume.
Probably.
It's got basically equidistant wicks.
It got sold off too, I think.
Above the volume weighted average price and then below the volume weighted average price. So I'm kind of unsure how to feel about this. Yeah.
It's gonna be all right, you guys. It's gonna be all right. Hopefully, we'll have a good week. If not,
in the right direction. So we're gonna
might take a few weeks for us to bounce back.
LIMN.
Definitely not going to be trading today unless we can get open door up there.
Setup, but it's showing you something here that may be worth your while. So what I don't like is the unbroken lower highs. I don't care about this topping tail candle that lured everybody in at 10, at 11.
Slow day.
Make the intraday high, 283. Fine, great. But look at the closing prints. It's a symphony of lower highs. Much the same, though, for the higher lows. So we're in a bit of a compression pattern, right?
So I've been kind of trying to work on some other social media and stuff.
Is that it's holding the 10 EMA for that compression pattern, meaning the algorithms and or the traders are kind of earmarking that 10 EMA on the 5 as their entry point. What I didn't want to do was give it too tight of a stop below the 10 EMA, lest I get stopped out via stop button. So what I've done is I've given it to the $0.50. The reason I did is because that 1110 candle, the one that was the most right on the day, right at 11, has a low.
Your Toyota is fantastic. We'll be seeing them flying everywhere. Yeah, probably.
Looking at in terms of LIMN, I've got 60.
Probably won't be long, will it?
Now, but not exactly an A+ setup of any.
Not gonna be too long.
Now, what's my move? If it comes back into the 10 EMA, right? Because it's been holding the 10.
Yeah, I think just like shorts are out heavy again today, man. It's hard to get anything in this market right now. Shorts are heavy.
Low 60. So I'm going to wait 64, even though the 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit higher than 64. Sometimes it just gets to be a crowded trade, and I don't get in. Amir saying ONDS. Let me have a quick look at ONDS, brother. ONDS.
ONDS.
All right, not too bad. 7%, a little bit less. Very consolidative lately, though, under that 1040. Let's bring in the side charts and have a quick look at ONDS. Let's go 5. Yeah, it's not bad.
BBAI up 2% though. That is good. I like to see it. I like to see it. We need BBAI back to 5.
Though, is at the unbroken lower high. So I would kind of insist that the trend line has to break before I get in, but quite frankly, it's going to replace who? VAL. I'm unlikely to trade it because it's $80, so we'll put in ONDS on the side. If it breaks above that trend line and breaks above it, decisively, I'm game, man. We'll get into this one, but it's going to have to do that first before I get into it.
All right, good stuff.
I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be here, you guys.
Price here momentarily.
Gonna be on here for a little bit, so if you guys want to stop back by, I appreciate the engagement. You guys are awesome. Subscribe to the channel, you guys. It's free to sub up, and that gets you in the giveaways. I'm gonna be doing a giveaway for this channel this weekend or next week. So stay tuned, stay tuned. Just trying to make sure my funds is good, bills are paid, so I can do it for y'all.
All right, let's see what everybody else in the chat is. My bro, Oracle and ETF, IPV all oversold on SaaS fears. Time to rebound. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a rebound here. I mean, you go through some of the cybersecurity names and some of these software names. It's just like, they took a pretty aggressive hit over the past couple of sessions. So maybe we're going to aim for a little bit of an oversold bounce. But top UIP, I hope you fellas killed it on bull bets when you have a chance. Look at Shreek. Dude, I've been Poly Market, so I just kind of got on the Poly Market. Okay, someone mentioned Poly Market here. I love that, Darwin Trader. I just was like looking at it over the weekend because I'm like, hey, if you can trade some of these bets, that would be pretty cool. So I started to a little bit get into Poly Market, and it might get me into a bit of trouble here, guys, because I'm gonna start reading up on it a little bit more. And you can just like essentially trade the percentages with maybe an opponent that for me would be like UFC is going to win. So if you get in at a good point where you think he's going to win and it just continues to climb higher, I really like this Poly Market stuff. I have to read a little bit more up on it, but this is going to be dangerous because if I can trade UFC fights, it's going to be like, man, this is wicked, right? So some good stuff there, guys. Leanne said I caught my ACL when I was 19 after shooting 6 3-pointers in a row. The 7th shot hit the rim. I went for the rebound with all the adrenaline. I was eye level with it. Oh, what kind of hops you got over there, Leanne? Yeah, big time hop. That's how I did it the first time, and same knee was basketball, and then unfortunately the second time was in hockey. All right, let's see what else everybody else is. I saw Mr. Worldwide dancing at the Super Bowl party. All right, right on. I wasn't there, so I couldn't. It couldn't have been me. I'm doing options for ETFs. Love hearing that there, Leanne. And then also top UIP. Same thing with Kelsey. I'm on it. Yeah, I'm gonna read a little bit more into this stuff, and I think it can be a lot of fun. So I went 5 or 6 doing it. Did you, Ryan? I was looking for you earlier in the day, man. Our guy, Dustin Jacoby, I don't know if he's our guy, but he got a nice knockout there. I fell asleep during just before the main event, so I didn't get to catch that one. All right, right back into these markets, guys. HIMS NY. You can see that we're 1730, once again, acting as a solid defense, but if the momentum really starts to pick up to the downside, I think we'll have the ability to breach and hold it here. There is an uptrend that is kind of intact right now, and then we have this hammer candle right at VWAP, so we have to be cautious of this. But as soon as that mark is broken, I do like again, talking book here. If we can just break that hold, and then I like our test coming into that supply zone around 7.
Yeah, I need it up there too. I need BBAI way up there.
Right now to 75 to 26, and then we have the T.
Yeah, I need it way up there.
It's just like, hey, you don't want to chase it up here, but with this type of slow, steady, grinding price action, it's like you buy high and then
I'm gonna go take a smoke break, man. It's been slow in here. Not many people on today, so if you guys could smash that thumbs up, it would help me out. We got 2 likes. Try to get as many likes on the live as I can, so smash the thumbs up, you guys, if you can. It's free and it helps me out. Subscribe to the channel.
66 is showing me 60, so mid 50s, and I'm out, and here it comes. Let's see if it loses.
Try to get on here and talk about stocks every day. If not, go live every day. So come hang out with us. It's a good time, man.
BRLS continuing to trend at the day's high. There is a seller at 70. It's been about 70, mind you. It's been into that 74 penny area, but spent all but no time there. So the level for me is 70 pennies.
But I'm gonna
up into the 70 penny area with some higher lows.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be back, you guys.
That area or what? I've got my next profit taker a little bit higher.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back. Like I said, sub to the channel if y'all want to get in on the giveaways, man. That's all it takes, really. I'll notify you guys anytime I do a giveaway. I'll do the giveaway, and then either live, I'll take a video of it. Either way, you will know if you win, and you'll know who wins. A lot of people that do giveaways, they don't ever announce who wins, but I do. I always do. I always let everybody know who won. So if you get in on the giveaways, I'll let you guys know. That way it's transparent.
Try to keep it brief here, guys. BTC.
But it ain't like y'all paying for anything anyways.
A couple times. Friday,
You cheap
we had this
bastards.
massive bounce here from just below 60,000 all the way up to 71,000 hats. And then we kind of traded in a range for pretty much the whole weekend. Sunday, we did actually briefly break out of that range high, getting us to around that 72,000 level, but then we came right back. Again, today, trading very much within that range, base of around 68,400, up here around 71,000. Let's take a look at Ethereum to see how Ethereum compares. ETH looking relatively similar again. Sunday, breaking out of a relatively range-bound trading period, but then coming right back into it today. And I would even argue the ETH range on the daily is a little bit cleaner than the Bitcoin range. Both today and Saturday, you've got these lows of just at $2,000. So for Ethereum, that 2,000 level seems to be a lot cleaner support resistance than what we're seeing with Bitcoin and the comparable area here of 7,000. Back to you.
Yeah, I think there was issues with Adira's mic. If you guys want to check that out. Yeah, continuing to watch here, LIMN, but let's say hello and say thank you to Frederick, man, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that, brother. Just between us girls, I would have canceled the whole dispenser capper if I knew how the
Hey, quit.
we're going to lose. Now I'm kind of feeling like the Grinch after he stole Christmas from all them creepy looking Whoville kids. Oh boy, that is funny though. Man, that was a snoozer.
I didn't watch
6-0.
Yeah.
6-0. I'm like, okay, I'm not missing much, and I just kind of left it.
Yeah, I think you know where I stand with football. I watch them around.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, right? Styles make fights.
Yeah.
Same thing in football, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, guys, still holding on to LIMN over here, but now this is looking like it might break down below the 10 EMA on the 5, so I'm keeping my eye on this one. We've got 66, it's showing me 60, but I'm not really liking the look of this one's jib, and it feels like there's downside pressure here on this bad boy. So I'm going to let it stop me out. I've got my stop exactly where I want it. Just make sure that it's active. It is active for the right share size. Let's just make sure, right? Because we did add into this one, right? So let me double check over here. Yeah, we're good to go on that. So LIMN still holding a piece there, and then the other one that we were involved in earlier, BRLS, still substantially into the money on that one, but it does look like it has a 70 seller. So look, if this one drops down to 50 and or mid 40s, I think I'm going to be a buyer again. Reason being, that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is and VWAP. Now, I kind of said that the volume weighted average price was more of a line of best fit rather than any technical support or resistance, but the 10 EMA on the 5 looks a little bit cleaner. That's showing me 151, 150-ish at the moment, 152 actually, now that this candle opened up. So if we get a decided move above 174, that also is a game changer for me here. That causes me to add into this position for a squeeze into 2. But we're going to have to clear that 70 penny selling and clear it quite decisively for me to do that. So BRLS still in focus and best looking one on the day so far, Joey.
All right, good stuff. All right, I want to touch on a couple of things, guys. So we're thinking about the market just steady grinding higher, right? So let's go through some of these big names. And these are some of the sessions that you need to keep an eye out on. So what we have here, we'll go through these first. Like you have Microsoft continuing its rally here today. Amazon, same thing, starting to form a bull flag. Sorry, NVDA starting to form a bull flag. Amazon continuing its descent after selling aggressively out of the open. Tesla relatively strong here today. Google rebounding strong here today as well. Meta really strong here today up to 672. So if these guys start to cool off and move sideways, and then AAPL decides to play catch up, and you think that the market's going to curl over, good luck, man. It's just one of those that here, Apple. Like, so it broke through this top end. It like the downtrend, it's down right now, but if you continuously bounce off of these 270 levels and then at some point throughout the intraday session you reach the volume weighted average price, it can add kind of that additional little bit of fuel to the fire if the other big names decide to take a little bit of a breath or pull back slightly, and that's what makes it really difficult to trade the TQs in the opposite direction on sessions like these when those Mag 7 are kind of all moving in tandem with the exception of AAPL. All right. So that's just the game plan there.
AAPL.
Before we get that break of 1730 here on HIMS. This is starting to work out really nice for us. 50 cents ITM on this one, on 33% more size than this original position, and about 50% more, 60% more size on this position. All right. So we told you our primary target is going to be 17. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to catch 10 more cents on this. We'll piece off approximately 20 to 30% on it, and then leave the rest for a runner for the breach of the low of the day. So sellers, let's engage. Let's get this party started and start hitting some targets. As soon as I take that first partial, I wouldn't be surprised if we go green on the day. I'm not looking at my P&L, and I haven't been for quite some time. I like how Adair doesn't even pay attention to it until the end of the day. And when we start documenting is when you really want to see what you got going on. Just focus on the trade. But a pretty good one so far, guys. We've been sitting in this one from 11:11, so hopefully that's good luck. We're now 11:38, so 20 minutes, pretty close to target. An additional leg lower, we're going to start to rock and roll. We've got a super chat here from Nick W.
Super chat.
Seems like a multi-week breakout.
I told him I absolutely agree with that. That's beautiful. You're still below the all-time highs that we put back in.
All right, I'm about to go
I want to say
on a smoke break.
End of COVID.
Go keep the live up, you guys. Go be hanging out for a little bit today.
It's a fantastic look.
Good luck out there in the markets, y'all. Let me know what you're trading.
This is the small regional bank.
Take a look at it.
Here it is. Let's go to the daily. Show you the daily first.
Be careful out there. Market is choppy.
2024 levels of 70. That was the election run-up. The strength into that.
Choppy waters.
And, that was a key area of technical resistance as well. You can tell that 65 to 70 area had been a bit of a top for a while. You flip to the weekly, and then the only level we're really looking at is that, I want to say, that weekly double top from the week of January 10th, 2022, and then the week of January 18th, 2022. The high of which on the 22nd was 79.73, and the previous week was 79.10. So sorry, 79.13, 79.10. So those are essentially the same level from that time. So let's get through 75 first, because 75 can be a bit of a resistance level locally, but you've got to love this higher low situation. This is the weekly chart on KRE, which is the regional banking ETF, talking about, your smaller banks, the ones that really kind of report right at the beginning of that earnings season. Great area low here at around 40, except, maybe for the, the COVID sell-off in March of 2020, that kind of broke that level and found support at 30, but great call there. Shout out to Hyatt. I remember his name was a little bit different. That's Eddie, right? Yeah, Eddie, you changed your name, brother. I like it. High Trader, $5 suit chat. Hi, boys. Can you look into APLD? I see it's up substantially on the day, 8.25%. You're not the first person to actually point that out. Let's go ahead and look at APLD. There's your weekly. So we're kind of accumulating for that $40 break. We've been kind of topping out at $40 for the past little while. I think we breached it on the week of the 26th of January. But ever since then, it's been kind of, it's been hard to reach above 40. Let's go to the daily. Kind of the same look there on the daily. I like this, Eddie, especially if you're picking it up around the mid to low 20s. APLD, definitely a good look. I don't see a headline for today, but it's been quite strong.
All right, good stuff. Here goes HIMS, right? If it comes back now, considering we were 10 cents away from hitting our target, we're just gonna have to get out break even and just can't get this thing rocking and rolling. So
why would you buy that? Why did he buy HIMS?
About 20 minutes of grinding.
Oh my goodness, dude.
2 minutes. So we'll hold on to this here, guys. We trail the stop or something along those lines. But if it comes back to the break even, we'll get out.
That's what I'm saying, you guys. Be careful, because even the so-called professionals buying HIMS stock when they're going through a lawsuit right now.
Not fortunate enough, we didn't take anything off. We wanted 17s, and then now you get that price.
And lawsuits don't scare me away, but this lawsuit ain't going away. Most of the time, lawsuits are frivolous, but no, HIMS is gonna.
Any opinion on grabbing some RBL?
Gonna get the big lawsuit, just like Roblox. They ain't getting away from it.
A big fan of this stuff, but what we can do is just look at the technical.
Don't mean that they're not gonna win, but
and see what we
It's
got.
pretty much over for
Head
HIMS.
over to the daily.
That stock is gonna
Me, again, like I think with the larger crowd, we
definitely going to be
people are going to start to engage
getting reassessed. I think it's too expensive.
You want to wait for it. Is the street
Way too expensive.
Is the broader amount of traders going to be looking for that? And I think that's something along the lines in which I would be looking for there. Just waiting for the
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. I was thinking that it was still up there in the 20s, like above the 20s, but I think it can still drop down to like 15.
And then you can engage.
Like I said, that lawsuit's not going away.
Silver all the way up to 75.
And
continuing its grind, a nice steady channel to the top side.
Their business model has to change now.
Doing too much. We have this range here, about $1.50 range on HIMS from the
Their whole business model actually has to change because that weight loss pill is a big portion of their revenue.
And so be it. Now, as for Robinhood guys running into some,
and go ahead and tell me I'm wrong.
87.25.
Please.
A little bit lower. Maybe it did receive an upgrade today, so not too bad whatsoever. I got to keep my eye on HIMS right now, just in case it does come back to our break even. It's unfortunate we didn't piece any out. A nice move to the downside. You sit in this for half an hour, and then it just engulfs in the span of a couple of minutes. Nature of the beast. We get out. We're at the exact.
But I mean, it does look like it could pop. I mean, but
so
it could all drop.
Complain about it.
Especially we go into this trading session.
It's so unfortunate you can't trade.
You know, the past few trading days, the shorts have just been taking over, and then it has not been getting better when we get to 4 o'clock. Normally, we could get to 4 o'clock and the shorts let off because it's harder to short things. But
RLS because it pulled back in to some key areas. 174 high. I just added here at 1.
Snapchat getting a little pop here. Watch out for Snapchat. If we go green on Snapchat, we're going to be sitting kind of nice.
Level on BRLS.
Still down big, but kind of be sitting kind of nice.
So here it is, right back at 50 after that ad.
Ready for launch.
Looking for continuation. North seller at 51. We just added at 42s. Looking for that move now. It's 52s. Sorry, we added at 42s, not 52s. There's the continuation into 53. There's the first print. I've got my next profit taker at 62s, but this one is going to have to show us. It's going to get back up there, right? Because it held off the volume weighted average price, but this current candle that just opened up, the 1145 candle, has certainly a lower high. So we're still in a downtrend here, albeit finding support at key levels. So let's go ahead and put another profit taker in the mid to high 150s. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel the next profit taker in the low 60s and then kind of move it up into the mid 60s there for a move up. But anything below my entry, now that I've got that bottom wick, I'm out.
All right.
Okay, so let's go ahead and just set that up.
I'm going to go back on my smoke break.
And there we go.
Thank you guys so much, man. Whoever's in here, it just says one person's in here. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
This was a mistake.
Thank you for holding it down.
But I took a shot anyway.
Got some really cool stuff planned for this community. So if you guys hang out and become a part of this community, it's not going to cost anything. And we're going to have a lot of fun.
Right back down after that. And then again,
I don't plan on charging anything
breaches the lower high
for a good while.
And then lures us right back in only to lose the 10. And now it is on the verge of losing the $0.50. So I'm 0 for 2.
All right, I'm gonna turn this up for a little bit. Oh, I just got a nice pop.
On it. Again, we're done.
Look at that. LAC, BBAI.
So now what we're gonna do.
Woo! I told you. Snap's popping back. That's what it is. And Bitcoin's back to 70K. Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
I'm gonna kind of
things could change really, really quick in this market.
Makes its way back up there.
We might actually stay green today. Portfolio's up 2%.
Dip trade at 2 1/3. That's where the volume.
Not a lot, but it's a start. It's a start. Thank y'all so much, man. I appreciate y'all being here. I'll be right back. Take a smoke break.
I don't have the answer to that quite yet. I'm going to have to watch to see what the buyers and sellers are doing at that level, and then we'll make a decision. Separately, ONDS have been kind of patiently waiting for this one to break trend. It's still, putting in that lower high trend. But when it does this, it gives you a very, very clear area of where you need to see it breach for you to get in, especially when it's been disrespectful of trend. So I'm packing the patience on ONDS, but I am kind of held back a little bit just based upon the percentage up on the day. It's only up 6.4%. So if you're looking for mass participation by small cap gappers into this, you might not get it because it's not going to be on everybody's radars. And if it is, maybe it's less in priority. And there goes Playboy right into another high a day. So look, it hasn't done a lot of volume on the day, and it was kind of, remember we talked about this, it had volume, price action divergence, but here it comes again. This current candle has 150,000 shares, and it's still got a couple of minutes left to go. There's the high of the day to 222. Playboy looking very strong here. Flat top break, and it is now just up a little shy of 40% on the day. So this one could be a 2.5 squeezer. Who knows what PLBY is going to do, but there is the flat top break through 215. Not a level that I would have typically earmarked for a flat top break, and I kind of looked at it as a zone, right? Because no closing prints above 210. Now you've got one, but you had a lot of wicks in the 215. So to me, it was a zone 210, 215. I didn't believe in it. Conviction was low on this one, and as a result, we didn't get in. We didn't do anything on that. All right, let's take a quick look now at BRLS because it's coming right back into my entry. I've got 44s on. It's showing me 44s right now. It loses prior bar low. I'm out. It's that simple. There we go. We're out. Break even on the remaining amount. So BRLS on the way down now. Watch to see. Can it break trend? Can it make a new candle to breach this current candle high, which is $1.53? So once this new candle opens up in about a minute, look for the taking of that 153 as a bullish signal. Otherwise, I'm going to focus now on PLBY for a possible low.
All right. There goes Bitcoin on the breakout, guys. Good call out. That's what I was thinking earlier today as well, right? So not too bad of an opening drive right here. And then you just really have this consolidative zone where you're trading in a 30-cent range. And then sure enough, if you're fortunate enough to get the lower end of it, then boom, off to the races you go, right? And then now you get that breakout. And this is what you really want to keep an eye out on. Look at the 5-minute interval volume. Our volume by time profile really starting to pick up. And that's what you want to see to confirm your breakout. Now, if you get the retest of this 39.55 mark and it doesn't hold and it comes back into the middle of the range, no problem. You get out. But if you see it really start to step back in or the sell pressure isn't there whatsoever, I think that can give you another opportunity to engage. So for whoever had the ability to get involved at the right place here on IBIT and sit through that breakout, congratulations. We'll hit this one for you there because that was a nice little move. As the market I mentioned on the T-Triple-Qs, hey, watch out for that 52 mark. We're running into that right now. Robinhood, it's very, very tough to short this thing, Gorb. I know you're still sitting in your Tesla trade. How has Tesla been performing today? But I was thinking about a breach of that 87 mark because sellers may still be fully engaged. 10 cents away from getting stopped out break even on this HIMS, and then we'll be flat on the day. It might just be one of those sessions where it's, hey, we didn't get anything going. We took a couple opportunities, never caught that fill, which is the most frustrating thing on SLV. And then sure enough, it decides to grind, and that's exactly what we're looking for. But it is what it is. But no, Robinhood off to the races, so you're not going to get that support level break. A nice break to the top side and see if you can break that previous pivot of $88. And HIMS just really just we'll find something else to potentially trade here momentarily, just so we don't get frustrated. That's why I take things off, is because, like, hey, you take your 3 stabs at it, they don't work for you, then you just go and look at something else. So I'm getting prepared to, what did I just do here? I'm getting prepared to just get out of this trade. There it is. I'll get out a couple cents early just because at this point, I do believe that it's going to climb a little bit higher. And if it runs into 65, then we don't want any part of that. So a nice little move to the downside. We didn't get it 10 cents away from hitting target, but then it rebounds aggressively and never got that curl over in HIMS on the New York Stock Exchange. That is, guys. So let's pull over to something else. Robinhood, let's go with the flow. I don't have anything on my radar at this given moment, and that's totally fine. But what we are going to do is eliminate HIMS so we can just keep the temperament at a cool level so we can still think straight and then not get too aggravated at what we got going on, because that's exactly what it is. It's annoying, and I don't want to get annoyed at this point. So there it is. TQ's now at 52.06, SPY now at 65.30, and silver continuing to grind a little bit higher.
Silver, where's it at, there? Silver is up 7 3/4. Not a bad look at all. Gold up 2.5. But the coin, did you see Bitcoin? It's making a move, man.
Yeah.
It's below 70 again. Okay, it was just above 70. All right, well, there you go. Bitcoin's trying to do its thing. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, I got back into LIMN, VWAP retracement in at 39, showing me 41s. Looking for a move here off VWAP, but it's going to be a tight stop again on LIMN. It broke trend. I'm looking to see if buyers are going to earmark this volume weighted average price area as a good buy zone, at least the intraday traders, that is. It's still up 30%, so should be on some people's radars. Keep that in focus, possible hold here at VWAP. Then I'm also looking at Playboy. So Playboy did dip down off that 223 high, dipping down into 215s. I have a bias that this one has a buy zone between 15 and 10. But like the thing is, did we really clear 15 enough to kind of use it as an area of support? So that is my concern a little bit about this one. I'm going to take off CHH, put PLBY, and see if we can kind of find a bit of a dip trade on this one. And I'm going to use.
Oh, you're going to dip trade Playboy?
Now, if it wants to find support at this level, fantastic. Otherwise, it's going to be a 208 stop out. We're going to throw that.
All right, let's go BBAI. We got Open Door. LAC.
We'll put 25s, which will necessitate
Snapchat. Trying.
On that, we'll keep taps on LIMN. And while we're keeping taps on that, we're going to send you to the big desk with news.
Google has a headline. There are some caveats with this headline, so I want to kind of go through everything here. But first, we'll start with the headline. Information reporting that Anthropic's data center ambition and the ex-Google execs could make it happen. That's the headline. GeoOGL is pushing higher on this, but I do think it's important to note that this headline is from the information which, as we talked about, has not always been the most reliable for intraday breaking news, especially as of late, especially with AI. And then furthermore, this would actually maybe not necessarily automatically be a good headline for Google because it specifically says ex-Google execs working with Anthropic. So just a couple caveats here with this Google headline.
Yeah, see, Anthropic and the other AI company that I talked about before.
So with that in mind, keep an eye on
Just kind of get tired of talking about all these names. Shaking up the industry.
Back to you.
Shaking up the industry. Everybody knows about ChatGPT. But these other companies are pretty much making ChatGPT obsolete.
So Kevin Lowe, you got one. Jazzy J, Munia Brown. Who else, man? Future
ChatGPT is old news now.
Erica Best Purple Lover. Joe Ryan, I should say. Christian Rodriguez. All you guys. Spire 0805. All you guys got one. Thanks to the OG Aziz, and all you guys can now get my morning note. So make sure now that you are premium subs, weasel on over to the Trader TV homepage right there. And then, by default, you'll be at home. Click that posts tab right at the top. And there you go. It says members only. So you won't see this if you're not a paying member. In that green rectangle, members only, hit read more. And there it is right in the Google Drive there every single morning, right around 7:50 or so. It's sent directly in your inbox, so make sure to get that every day. And thank you very much, Aziz, for the premium membership donations. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Good stuff there. Thank you very much, Aziz.
Our man
here was asking me this morning what was going on. This is what we got going on right now. I think we're gonna switch over to some of these stronger names here and see if we can go with the flow. Catch the lower end. Bull flag here, Sharif. What does this look like on the 5 minute to you? I don't know. I'm asking you, brother. What is this?
Bitcoin's looking good, y'all.
That's what we want to participate in.
Bitcoin is looking strong. This is going to flip the market.
That's the name of the beast, right? We have
Bitcoin stays above 70K. It's going to turn the market.
But still about 40% off of its previous bid high, which is never a good time, right? But it caught the upgrade with a price target of around $120, I believe, which isn't.
Ethereum's straight up right now.
We'll take that one. Let's see if we can.
Ethereum's going straight up right now, you guys. Crypto's looking like it's bouncing back. Things are looking better.
Or average down or anything along those lines.
Oh, I love it. Snapchat's bouncing.
In case you do get a little bit of a breakdown and a liquidity grab.
Here we go.
Maybe we can get that bull flag breakout and drive the T.
So I take back what I said earlier. We could actually have a good close to the session here. We might actually have a run up until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
BNAI's up 5%. BNAI.
Now is it, Goran? I haven't looked at it.
It's an expensive stock, man.
I haven't done any management.
I'd be careful with that one. Could definitely get burned there. So make sure you guys are setting your stop losses. Not financial advice.
We're sitting there.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but I do like the stock.
Here in NVDA, and you're up 3.4%. So keep an eye on this one. If it wants to break out, obviously we would love the lower end of the range.
Break out.
Like you're going to be fortunate enough to catch it just yet. But one more test, regardless of what happens, if it decides to break down after, so be it. I'm going to have to try and take a single attempt on it. So that's what we got going on right now. Sharif, 190-160 would be ideal entry for moi on NVDA.
Been so long. Remember that? He's been on. Yes, that's. Guys. Ooh. LIMN lost VWAP in a hurry, so I'm out. This one, we are 0 for 3. So this one, by default, automatically, without any sort of prior consultation, goes on the sheriff's shit list. And it is now untradeable on the day. So we're going to remove that off. We're going to put anything else other than this one. I'll put Oracle. By the way, see, Oracle's up like 10 3/4 on the day. So I was trying to get into this ORCX ETF. Apparently, it is, yeah. But it wasn't enough volume on the day for it to be open in our system. But great look there. 1080
BRLS, man, up 102%.
Yeah, 20 3/4%. 1081 looking for 11.
Oh, I see the one that he was talking about. CCHH.
But we're doing decent
wow.
trade. We got into Playboy, and there is Playboy into the day high, showing 24s. I'm waiting at 25.
You guys, please be careful.
A lot, so we're going to cancel the 25 order, and now we're going to take 24s and then set up a little bit higher in the 28s. Let's see. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do that, but maybe I will. Shout out to my man Wendy's Tendies. Wendy's Tendies. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at there. PLBY up 41%, give or take. Looking for the next one.
Give or take? No, it's 40%, brother.
LIMN.
That's what I'm saying.
It's my worst trade on the day, and that single-handedly has.
This is like
day. So we're gonna try to work out of this.
Flirting
There's
with
a lot going on. I think I can probably maneuver here into some good trades. I'm really waiting for ONDS to break trend. I've got some plans for that one. Once it does break trend, we'll have a look at.
You don't have to trade, you know, like just watch other people trade, and you can learn just watching other people trade because you know the stock could keep going up, but the likelihood of it going up versus dropping, selling off, it's got a higher chance of selling off.
Very clear.
Way higher chance.
That would, to me, on the 5-minute chart, would be the 1055 candle, the low of which is $1.14, $1.15. Prior to that, it was a double bottom right at 99.9 pennies. And now it is halted down at $1.31. So still technically holding those higher lows, but now below some key levels. It's below the 10, the 20, and VWAP. And that $0.50, it wasn't able to hold at the $0.50 despite clearing it.
I like seeing VSME up there too. That's doing good today.
See if we can kind of finagle a trade into this one, but it's going to.
Oh, LASE's up 17%. I like to see it. Lace.
And then how we doing here on Playboy? Yep, another new high a day makes a 225 high. There it is. Right back into 225. 15 million shares, guys, on a $2 name. Not too bad, not fantastic. It is.
Yeah, that's definitely not fantastic.
1 penny. And quite frankly, I've seen topping tail candles into that key level of resistance, but I haven't seen too much in the way of bamboozlement. So it doesn't seem to be one of those ones where, you know, makes
up 41% now.
Profit taking is so aggressive and the liquidity is so bad that it drops off, you know, 10, 15% off the highs like we saw on Friday with some of these names. But this one doesn't seem to be like that. But you never really know.
Oh, really?
Comes in.
It's sold off. Let me count. 1,
and
2.
That's all I've got for now. I'm just scouring.
3, almost 4 times today.
Top for any new ones. And as always, guys, if there are small cap gappers that may be a little bit lower on my scanner that I haven't had an opportunity to talk about or have missed accidentally, please let me know.
But we'll see what happens.
What's moving in the moment, and we will cover them. Especially
LAC ripping right now, man. I love to see that.
Correctly, definitely into that.
Definitely need that.
pack the patience over here, and we're going to go. I believe that's
Snapchat.
right?
Snapchat 520.
Meta is moving. Says
Love to see that.
Okay, it is. It's up to.
They thought it was over for
You
Snapchat.
know, Meta is not really my cup of tea
Nope.
in terms of trading, so I'll keep my eye on that. But
Just another day.
wants to comment about that.
Yeah, of course. We can always
Just another day. Let the short short. Let them crash the market. This rip is going to be legendary. This bounce back is going to be absolutely legendary for Snapchat. Open door.
Meta here, just quickly, and see what we got going on. It was a strong day, right? We know this. So a nice filled rebound right back into this gap that has now been filled. Starting to fill this one, even though that's filled. So yeah, a nice strong day here in META. Guys, we're going to go to happening now, and then Neil with this rest of the day.
No, just going to talk about ONDS here. ONDAS, we did have a catalyst in this one earlier today. Apparently, their 4 million defense secured a 30, or their 4M defense, sorry, secured a 30 million.
Ondas?
$30
It's up
million
6%.
multi-year demining program in Israel. But there's another story for this one that's kind of interesting as well. I'm just seeing this circulate on X now, though. This post
Ethereum's going straight up.
about 7 hours ago. Looks like there's some speculation here about an Anduril partnership
Back to 2K.
with ONDS after the CEO of Anduril was spotted with the CEO of ONDS. So Palmer Luckey hanging out with ONDS executives. Nice.
Really?
ONDS in addition to that catalyst they already had. Back to
Palmer Lucky hanging out with
Yes,
ONDS.
yes, all right, keeping an eye here on ORCAT. Thank you for that, guys. It's not
That's a smart dude.
Small cap gapper anymore, but we'll make an exception for this one. RCAT looking all sorts of bull flaggish. Let's bring in the side chart and discuss this one. Thank you, by the
Oh,
way.
well, we like bullish.
King for that call out there. I didn't have my eyes on the cat, but the cat looking real good. Very, very clear bull flag breakout right at 9:30. Did all but nothing in the pre-market. So this one, you know what, we won't have to worry about any pre-market highs to take this one out. Volume weighted average price substantially lower than the current price action, below 13.5 actually, 13 high 40s. This one is showing $14 support. However, that topping tail candle,
$14 support.
I don't even want to call it a topping tail candle. It looks like more like a doji candle. This one over here at 11.25, that made the high of the day at 14.26. When we look at that, unbroken lower highs subsequent, all the while 14 holding as
KIDZ up 5%, 16 cents. Could be a
I
runner.
mean, when you got to that
Ding, 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 ding,
high,
ding.
you did breach 14 by
I bet they won't talk about that one.
1408 max, but you were always using 14 as a level of resistance, and you used it essentially from
One day we're going to have our own
to the
show.
very clear breakout there at 1120. So can we now use 14 or 14-ish as that level of support? I'm going to keep my eye on this one. In fact, I think I might take a trade just given the proximity to this one at 14.
I'd watch CCHH. That thing could rip here. CCHH.
Good. So let's throw that on there.
Could be finding a bomb, 82 cents.
Than it was last time.
Boom, boom, boom.
Price is getting me a little bit concerned, though. That's the thing. I don't think we've broken through that lower high. So I'm going to have to look at this through the lens of, a DCA trade that I'm just building my position here. This is kind of how I feel. We've got 12s. Let's set up some at 18s, but knowing full well that it could drop and drop into the 14 single digits. So prior bar lows, 1403, prior bar high, 1409. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look to get a little bit more kind of in the intermediate area. Let's go sevens. Let's see if we can pick up some at sevens and what the situation can be there. But RCAT looks real good, especially if it holds that general $14 area. Now, I'm not going to have a strict stop below 14 for the reasons I articulated, because it seems to, breach it at times only to recover above it. But what I'll do is I see a candle here at 1150, the low of which is 1398. I'm going to give it a little bit of room below that candle. So I'm going to use that candle kind of as my baseline.
Checking out the markets, just
pennies below to see if we can kind of
reading up on some news and whatnot, you guys. If you want me to pull something up, let me know what you're trading. I'll pull it up.
Over here. So it looks like it rejected a $0.25. Let's wet the beak here at 21s in case this one does come down. New levels on Playboy, by the way. 10 EMA on the 5s now adjusted into 217. So that could be an ad for some people there. 217, 218 could be an interesting area.
Not for me.
For continuation play on Playboy. That's kind of my look there. How's RCAT doing? Still hanging out near highs, but really only 2 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. Looking for a move into that high day, which is at 1426. And then even after Adara brought us that headline there with ONDS, I'm still bias on this one that it has to break the lower high trend, and quite decisively for that matter, for me to get back in. It's already completed step one of the tasks. Step one was to find support at VWAP, and it did that on a 2 candle basis. The 11:55 and the 12 o'clock candle, check, holds VWAP. Now, does it make the first 5-minute candle make a new high with a higher low? Currently, yes, but we've got 3 more minutes left on this candle. I'm talking about the 12:05 candle, reaching prior bar high, and currently has a higher low. But I'm going to need to see a little bit more. If that means waiting into the mid to low 30s for a very, very green and decisive candle to break this lower trend line, so be it. But I'm going to kind of insist that I don't get lured into this one like I've been lured into some others. So ONDS, Joey, in focus here for a possible long.
All right, man. Yeah, Gorab, nice call out there on the flat bottom bright line. Yeah, we can call it that, man. We'll go with that. 272.98. Momentum to the downside, and look at the volume really start to pick up there. Exactly, Sharif, flat bottom. So Apple going awful, but holding the TQs up steady. And we're in this bull flag here on NVDA. It's starting to slowly work for us. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here, Los Polios, right? I want 193s on this bad boy, considering we're at the lower end of this range. And this has been a lengthy consolidation. And with that being said, the longer the consolidation, the potentially the bigger the breakout. And on the lower time frames, we're starting to see a slight uptick in the volume profile. So that's something positive. You can see we are running into those supply zones at 192. So we have to be prepared to get out.
GLE of 5%.
As the market is slowly starting to come back in. Silver off of those highs. We have IBIT coming off of that previous pivot high. But I like the nice ebb and flow. We're bouncing off of supports. We're bouncing off of resistance zones. At some point, one party's got to give. It's either the Bears or the Bulls are going to take control of this name, especially with this bull flag breakout up 3.4.
You know who's going to take control.
Chance of continuation to the
Bulls, baby.
Just want to go with the flow. If it doesn't work, then so be it. We took multiple opportunities on HIMS going short, right? Thinking you're going to get the continuation throughout the intraday session. 1 loss, 2 break evens, and we had some nice moves in our favor, but we just never locked in. We were trying to hold until a target, and that's going to be the narrative here on NVDA 193 before I take anything off the table, ladies and gentlemen. All right, UNH broken DTL on the hourly. This might be reversal in the making. Yeah, let's take a look at UNH. One thing I'm going to pull up something for us here momentarily. But first things first, UNH, let's see what we got going on. Yeah, on the daily, nice little pop. Oh, man. Yeah, it's tough look here in UNH. But here it is from an intraday perspective. Things slowly starting to turn around. So positive signs, positive signs. Now, what was I going to pull up?
I don't like football.
Top performing sectors. I'm going to leave you guys in just kind of waiting for what I'm going to show you. Obviously, you've seen it before, so it's nothing new. All right, so let's see what we got going on here today, guys. The top performing sectors is going to be the tech. Yes, the technology and the tech sector here. The technology sector up 1.8%, communication services up 1.5%. And then sure enough, we have Mats in third place, up 0.75% there, guys. Financials down 1/4. And then we have healthcare down 0.929%. And here we have consumer staples down 1 1/10 there. So those are the top performing and the worst performing sectors here today. But let's see whose performance is at the top of the list. And that's going to continue to be Obi Trice right here, guys. Up
Obi Trice.
25%. Sharif going green there, my boy. Nice work, brother. Finally going green with your 3 picks there, up 1/4%. That's not too bad of a look there. I think it's Northrop. It's Northrop just running the show for you at this point. We were slightly green on JPM, but Walmart's starting to come in a little bit. CrowdStrike getting a recovery. It was down like 16, 17% at one time, but Obi and Adara still leading the way. All right. Now there goes NVDA. You're going to get that 192 lows. I think you're only a couple pennies away, and if we can continue.
Wow, AMC files to sell up to $150 million in stock.
Going to be in the works. And I'm trying to hold this bad boy.
Unreal, man.
Which I think is totally.
I can't believe. I mean, I can't believe that, but
All right, guys, gotta let you
wow.
know that Peter Schiff is almost.
What a way to screw over everybody.
So if you are obviously
AMC selling more shares
in your portfolio, and I know a lot of people are, and you want to know, is the best part of the trade behind us?
Letting everybody down. AMC doing what it does best.
It's just going to be,
selling millions and millions of shares, selling millions and millions of people out.
Ready. Tag myself or Joe in the chat. maybe we'll be able to pass your question along to the Shiftmeister. And then, yeah, we'll let you know.
And then AMC Entertainment files automatic mixed securities shelf.
But get ready.
Awesome.
Momentarily.
Sure, that
should be really
everybody's gonna love that.
If you don't follow him on X, I don't know what you do, because let me tell you,
AMC selling millions of more shares, you guys.
He's not afraid to voice them at times.
So if you're in AMC,
he's not afraid
just
to take on
know
others as well.
You're about to get diluted again.
Opinions. So he's a great follow in terms of, you know, interesting posts, but he's also a good follow for investment and the gold trade in general. So make sure you're here with us momentarily. Peter Schiff, noted gold.
All right, LAC is up.
It's going to be great.
Almost 3%, trying to get back to $5. BBAI, Open Door. All three of those names trying to get back to $5. The other name that I'm in, Snapchat, trying to stay above $5. So,
but I'm looking for a move into that. I want to say 14.
I don't remember on what stocks right now, but they are in the $100 category. Wow, unreal.
That prior bar, I want to say.
Yeah, I hate that, man. I really do. That's probably one of the worst. I'd rather them sell shares, you know. But when you wake up in the morning and you get that notification, or you see that news that they are doing a reverse stock split, man, I've been caught up in so many reverse stock splits. Oh, that's the worst.
Very excited to welcome Peter Schiff back on the show, chairman of Schiff Gold and founder of Schiff Sovereign.
And it'll happen again. You know, it's going to happen because.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great.
Greed.
Very excited to get into.
BNAI is up 10% right now. BNAI, you guys. BNAI is up 10%. You guys, if you like getting stock alerts, I talk about stocks that I like, stocks that could be the next runner.
First of all, I think the market.
So subscribe to the channel, you guys. It's free. Let's grow this community. Going to be doing some giveaways in the next couple of weeks. So you want to be a subscriber if you want to get in on the giveaways.
Some kind of
nothing crazy, 5, 10, you know, $15 gift cards.
He was different from the other candidates. He was some kind of inflation hawk who was going to come in hot and really fight inflation.
Let's build this community.
Talk, work to reducing the size of the Fed's balance sheet. I just think that's a bunch of nonsense. That's not going to happen. I don't think he's going to.
Who is this guy?
Than Powell was, when the main criticism Trump had about Powell was that he didn't cut rates fast enough.
I don't know about that, brother.
Enough. He's not going to put somebody in there who's going to hike rates or whatever they're trying to.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think it's all just gimmick or ruse to kind of provide cover for what's actually going to be happening, and I think he's got his marching orders. I think he's going to be a rate cutter, a money printer. I think we're going to have a lot more QE. Despite his comments in opposition to that in the past. I think it's going to be very weak for the dollar, and he's going to be a highly inflationary Fed chair.
So, staying on the economy here, I know you expressed concerns about the economy and the housing market leading up to the 2008 financial crisis. So with that in mind, where do you see the state of the economy now, especially with regards to interest rates, as you just mentioned there, and housing?
Well, I mean, housing's in a bubble. It's probably as big, if not a bigger bubble now than it was back then. Prices are at least 30%, if not more, overdone and need to come down. But of course, if we did have a 30% decline in home prices, we probably would have another banking crisis.
Exactly.
And that's why it's not going to happen. In fact, the president's primary goal is to keep blowing more air into the housing bubble. Not only does he not want prices to come down to where they could be affordable, he wants to make sure.
When has that ever happened? When in the history of the world has prices ever come down? I'll wait, because they never have.
I think there's going to be a lot of.
You got a lot of people that are saying what this guy's saying, and it makes no sense.
The Fed is going to be fighting that by creating inflation. So it's going to be a highly inflationary Fed. And the economy.
When in the history of the world have home prices come down.
Up to the 2008 financial crisis.
And a
And
crash,
I think the crisis
other than that, they never come down.
It's going to be a lot worse.
Home prices, real estate, it always goes up.
It's going to be a
That's the way that it works.
It's going to
That's the way supply and demand works. There's no way around it. That's how the stock market works.
So you made it clear that you were not
Supply and demand.
gold, which we know it's often called. So can you dive into
So,
that argument specifically?
If you bring down home prices,
even amongst other commodities like silver.
it's just going to screw people over that have been owning their home.
Represent Bitcoin as digital gold.
So you want to screw everybody over that has owned their home for people to buy more
They
homes?
even make it look like
It's never worked that way.
And it's the color gold. But
Home prices will always go
A
up.
string of numbers that has no real value.
That's
So
the way
it's
inflation
got
works,
nothing
buddy.
In common with the precious metal called gold.
We're never going back to
And what
1960s
gives
prices,
gold its
you know?
value
It's never going to happen.
relative to other metals are its characteristics,
Sorry.
properties that other metals, even precious metals, don't share. So it's uniquely valuable. It's very scarce, and it's been used for thousands of years as money, and it's been used for the reasons that it has those properties, the value of those properties. But it also lends it to money in its divisibility, its portability, its durability. There are a lot of characteristics that also make gold ideal as money, but none of those characteristics would matter absent the properties that gold has as a metal that make it so valuable and so useful and desirable.
Given renewed discussions of crypto legislation in recent weeks, what do you feel the potential risks are of a government investment in crypto?
Look, I think the government only got involved in crypto because the crypto industry needed the government to validate it, to try to help promote it, and to encourage more people to gamble with it. So I think that's really the source. I think ultimately what's going to happen is the bubble's going to deflate. Lots of people are going to lose money, and we're going to get all sorts of other regulations that would be much better off without, that are going to be geared at trying to protect the public from scams like this. But the problem is the government was one of the main perpetuators of the scam by lending it so much credibility. I think the free market is much better at ferreting these things out than government. And I think it's going to be ironic that the free market gets the blame for a bubble that was, helped along by government intervention.
Good point. I think we're going to switch it over now to Sharif, who has a question.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Peter. Great to speak to you again, and fantastic trade and way to state with your convictions. I have a specific question when it comes to China and its relationship with this gold move up. So I was looking at some data, and basically about 25 to 30% of gold demand last year for all of 2025 came from China. Several reasons. We saw a disconnect, of course, in the price of gold bars and gold and in ETFs from jewelry. I think jewelry was down 30%, so it shows you that the focus here was more investment driven. Furthermore, you also saw very prolonged weakness in the real estate sector, which kind of had the effect of having people funnel their money into an asset like gold as opposed to investing in retail. And while the People's Bank of China has been buying aggressively for a while, they now say they're going to be more strategic about it and look to get in at key prices. Do you feel that this kind of has a bit of a headwind, or maybe not as strong of a tailwind for gold going into the next part of this year?
No, I think Chinese demand is going to continue. China is the second largest economy in the world, but of course it's the most populated country. And so there are a lot of people there that are going to be buying gold. And I also think the Chinese currency is going to gain purchasing power against the dollar. So that
yeah, dude, that's the way it works.
More buying power with respect to gold. And I think they'll keep buying it. I think that the Chinese government is going to keep buying. In fact, the Chinese government was out today encouraging banks to be sellers of treasuries, which I think is good advice. But when you sell treasuries, what do you do with the proceeds? Well, one thing you could do is you could buy gold. And I expect that to happen not only in China, but throughout the emerging markets and developed economies as central banks move away from the dollar and replace it with gold. And I think private investors are also going to be moving portions of their portfolio out of fixed income, predominantly US dollar based, into gold and other precious metals as an inflation hedge, which is what I think people need. I think central banks, particularly the Fed, are going to be debasing the currency. And so you can't hold bonds in that environment because you're just going to lose.
I wanted to focus as well with you on the de-dollarization trade, or so to speak. Do you feel this is a Trump-specific issue, or if there was a Democratic government to come into power in 2028 and perhaps may want to unwind some of the isolationism that the U.S. is engaging right now, is there going to be an unwinding of the de-dollarization trade? What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's Trump specific. I think it was inevitable. I think Donald Trump has accelerated the process. So it may have taken place over a longer time period. But I think Trump has given the world that, the kick in the ass that I guess it needed to do what it was anyway, in its own self-interest, moving away from the dollar.
I'm not going out there.
But I believe that once underway, the process is pretty much irreversible. And I don't think that a subsequent president is going to be able to reverse the trend, even if he apologizes for everything that Donald Trump said and did. And I don't think it's going to matter. I think once you set these forces in motion, they're unstoppable. And I think once the world comes to terms with just how much they have to gain by dumping the dollar, they're not going back, right? Because we have exacted a heavy toll on the global economy. Providing a subsidy to the United States has been very expensive. And as the world moves away from the dollar and it no longer has to shoulder that burden, I think you're going to see an economic boom outside the United States. And why would they want to put a stop to that? The problems are going to be in America,
yeah.
because now we're going to have to survive without that subsidy. And that's not going to be easy to do because we've built an economy that is predicated.
But it doesn't mean that we can't bounce back, bro.
So, we have a service
doesn't mean that we
sector
can't be
economy.
just as strong.
Well, we can't have a service sector economy without the rest of the world providing us with our manufactured goods. So if we have to start producing again, well, the economy we have doesn't work. So the whole thing implodes. And also we need a lot of savings so that we can make the investments that we need to reconstitute all the supply chains, rebuild all the factories, retrain the workers. There's a lot involved to going back to a self-sufficient economy, something we haven't been in a long time. And so there's going to be a major recession, depression involved in that transition. Asset prices have to come down. Companies have to go bankrupt. Investors have to lose money. The government has to cut back on spending dramatically, including for Social Security and Medicare and national defense. I mean, it's a real game changer for the United States. And again, we there's no going back. We have to deal with it.
I want to change gears a little bit here and zoom out a bit and talk about generally investing and trading in these commodities. You first purchased gold as a youth in the 1970s. What words of wisdom or experience can you share with navigating the volatility of metals?
Well, I mean, I don't think the volatility that we experienced in the last week or two is necessarily the type of volatility that you should expect as a regular occurrence. I think that's kind of an outlier. Not to say that it can't happen again. I mean, obviously it could. But I think that in general, you're going to see a steady appreciation in gold and silver prices. Yeah, you'll have your occasional bigger moves. But I think by and large, you're just going to see a steady move up in prices with, some bad news that comes out a particular day and you may have a bigger move. I mean, today is a pretty big move, and I think in the aftermath of the big drop, you might see some larger moves up, but I think it's going to smooth out and be a more steady appreciation, but pretty healthy appreciation as the world de-dollarizes. So I think the gains are still going to be very large year over year in both metals for many years.
And I mean, we're still very early in this year, so lots of time to wait and see what happens there. I do want to thank again Peter Schiff for being here with us today, chairman of Schiff Gold and founder of Schiff Sovereign. Thank you so much for your time.
And
Thank you, sir.
Asset management. That's my asset management company. That's not over my shoulder.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Stuff by the team in Adara, Peter Schiff, guys, and fantastic questions from Sharif as well too. Let's get right back into these markets here. Great conversation. I loved all of it.
It was all right
on that one, guys. All right, so
it wasn't that great.
Las Poyas, this is what I was talking about. I didn't take much off the quarter up here as we ran into that 192.40 supply zone. There is some on the options chain if you take a look. So we have that breakout, and then now we give back the majority of that one there, 25%. And then I get stopped out the rest to break even. So just not hitting targets today, not running into 193. That would have been ideal where I would have took off an additional 66%. So yeah, there it is on NVDA. Still positive 3.3% here, guys. Damn, looking good today. Thank you very much there, Tony. Yeah, so Oracle, after a long day, a good day there. More calls and puts at the gap 173. This was the range that I'm talking about here on NVDA. Pull up the options chain, and this is just what we got going on, right? So 192.5, 24,000 right there. We couldn't breach through that. We already went through multiple supply zones on today's session, but this was just like, hey, we got to really start to slow the boat. It seemed to be the case. So 192. I mean, we're at 192.40. It doesn't get any more obvious than that. So NVDA, not too bad of a look. Maybe we'll take an additional attempt here, guys. We'll be patient on this, because it doesn't look like too many buyers want to engage. So again, only 25% off, stopped out with the majority of it. We should have took some more off. We had some big time moves on today's session and just didn't capitalize. We were looking for a little bit more, and it doesn't seem to be the nature of the beast as HIMS is continuing to climb higher. So good thing we got all out of that one on that break even. Otherwise, we would have got stopped out for a full loss. Same thing here, guys, out on the break even move. Otherwise, we would have got stopped out for a full loss at the break of this pivot high, re-engaged, and that was our only loss. So 4 trades today, 1 winner, 1 loss, and two break evens. Even though we took a full stop out, we only took a little bit out on NVDA, so that one didn't work exactly how we wanted to do, but that's okay. Plenty of more time left within the session.
All right, sounds good. Give me a sec. No. OTF was moving. It is pulling back a little bit now. It was kind of making the break when Peter Schiff was speaking, so we obviously couldn't interrupt. Speak about that. Good call by KC526. Let's see if it kind of can hold up here. 13.15 high, loses 13. I don't really have any levels here other than the 10 EMA, which is at 12 3/4. VWAP's at 12 2/3, and then the breakout level I see at around 250 to 255. Let's see if this one kind of holds up. It's not a big 5.81%. Looking good though. But ONDS is starting to change its tune, and I'm starting to change my tune about it. So let's go ahead and hit long here as it has now broken trend. And I'm going to be looking to defend now. So let's see if this ends up being a false break. Hopefully not. This is kind of what I'm seeing here on ONDS. That, very, very prolonged and obvious area of lower highs. Alas, finds support at the volume weighted average price to the tune of 5 candles from 11.55 to this candle.
11.55.
Now we're on a bit of a breakout, 10.35 high. Let's see if this is luring me in or whether there is something to this trade on ONDS. Maybe we can test those highs again, 10.5, 10 2/3. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. Stop out on ONDS. Well, it's going to be below volume weighted average price. So we're going to risk about 15 pennies because that's where it is, 10.20. But I'm going to be getting more in on the way down, should it make its way down. Let's just go ahead and throw some profit takers on this one in case it does get a bit of a move up. So my first ad is going to be a little bit above the $0.25. We're going to go here and set up a dip trade at 27s. And then we're going to look to that low 20 area because 10.20 is the volume weighted average price. We'll put some at maybe 22s or 23s. We'll put some 23s. Why not? So that's what we'll set up there, and we'll see what we can get on this one. Now, Playboy, PLBY coming back in to that kind of breakout zone there. I earmarked 215 to 210 to be the breakout zone. It's at 215 right now. And it's been holding up here at least on a 2-candle basis on the 5. The last, it's not making another attempt at that fifth of a dollar, let alone the quarter. So we're going to pack the patience, but I did move up my stop into the breakdown area, which is below 210. So if this one comes down, it comes down. It's as simple as that. It stops me out. We move to the next trade. So I put my stop, yes, at the right area. Good luck, good luck. And then last but not least, the cap, our cap. It's coming back down into 14. So I did get my ab there, but as I spoke about earlier, that candle at 1150, the low of which is 1398, that doesn't hold them out. Simple as that. It's going to have to hold there for me to stay involved. Otherwise, we're Gonzino. So ONDS.
Gonzino.
Breakout, guys. In the 1038, I've been waiting, I believe, at 39 or 38, 39. So
I'm waiting.
But you're getting a 1 penny spread. It's done a whole bunch of shares on the day. About 57,
go BBAI.
a little bit less than 57.5 million. Moreover, it has that headline that Adair brought us earlier with Andrew. And here it is. We'll actually read it out. So Ondas announced that it's smart. What the hell? Smart Demina? I don't even know what this subsidiary 4 million defense has been awarded a large-scale multi-year. What is this? Demining program in Israel after winning with a tender valued at over $30 million. The project will be executed based upon defined project milestones with an initial execution
in
period of
Israel?
3 years and options for extensions
Weird.
and scope expansion. Not a big, deal, $30 million, but a market cap of 4 1/3 wouldn't be that bad. So that's what we're keeping an eye on, Joey. We're keeping an eye on Playboy, on Ondas, and we're keeping an eye on the cat. Our cat. You got
all right. Yeah. I mean, I'm still. I don't want to be jumping around too much here, guys. The trade number 4, we take 25% out on NVDA. Comes back in a little bit of an inverted hammer candle on IBIT, but I don't want to fight this trend. Nice and steady up to the right. We want to go with the flow. So maybe we're fortunate enough to catch an additional pullback here in NVDA, and we can get that move. Boom! We'll take it back to the top side and break through that previous pivot high. Maybe this was just a liquidity grab, a clean flush to the downside. We couldn't hold on. We're positioned relatively well as well, right, guys? So like we're in at the lower end of the range. Imagine I bought the top end of this breakout, and then it's like, oh, the risk reward isn't really there. You have to wait until the break of this until proven wrong. And it comes against you a couple of times, but position good. Boom, you get that move. Almost a dollar ITM, but again, we didn't take advantage of it. We didn't take enough off. Waiting for that $93 mark there in NVDA. Now, as for the market, what is up with Apple? Is it still going awful? Let's find out right now. Why did it do that? Oh, man. Excuse me, I hate it when it does that. Want me to take over? No, that's all right. We got it here. So we'll get back into some AAPL. Waiting for NVDA to come back into our levels. There goes IBIT breaking through that signal, about to put in a new high of the day. So a lot going on. Rookie Trader was saying, hey, Joe, what's going on with silver? Strong today, guys. A nice break and a nice clean uptrend and a solid rally happening here in SLV. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into that $76 mark. But what happened here is essentially just you have that failed break, 289.04. We have this attempt right now, and I'm saying that this run is over, but you're still down 6% from that previous pivot high. Let's see how deep this pullback becomes. And if we really start to head lower, just keep an eye out on this. 5-minute time frame, Gaurav, though, you're slowly starting to see some buying pressure step right back into the market. And this is what I was referring to earlier, right, guys? It's like, hey, you have the cues wanting to pull back, and some of these bigger names are pulling back as well, too. But then Apple's like, hey, no, we're a little bit oversold. We're going to slowly start to buy this thing back up. And maybe you get a move into this prior support that can act as resistance at 273. And sure enough, what is that going to do to the NASDAQ? Any form of a micro pullback gets bought back up immediately. So not too bad of a look there whatsoever. Keep an eye out on this all-day trend here on the TQQQs and on the SPY. Dude, we're a fraction of a percent. Dude, where's my car? We're a fraction of a percent from an all-time high in the SPY. Literally 0.3, a third of a percentage.
We are, man. We are.
It's not far. It's not far, man.
And you want to know how much we're off that intraday low from a few days ago? About almost 3 3/4%.
3/4.
Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Obviously, still way below on the Qs though. If checks check. how much we are off all-time highs. 3%, 3.25% off all-time highs. So we didn't even get into correction here.
Bro, not here.
And everybody felt that.
Everybody was worried, but let's be fair. Some individual stocks, like some of the more popular names, like the SoFis, the Robinhoods, the Palantirs, they did fall into that. But it's like the big boys, like Apple holding up the market, Google putting in all-time highs. It feels like on a weekly basis, so it's definitely helped holding the market.
Well said, man. All right, ONDS, we took a print there in the 1040. That's a local area high, showing 37s now, coming back down a little bit. Let's see how this one does. Playboy has been quite strong. PLB, where's my PLBY trade? Pardon me. There it goes into the ad. I love this 215 to 210. As I mentioned, it was a bit of a shelf, a resistance shelf, now acting as support. So when it dipped down into 215, added the same position, and there's a scalp up. The only one that went unprinted is the $quarter, and then 28s as well. So we're looking for Playboy to take out that 225, which of course is the high of the day. That necessitates a high day breach. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And then OTF, no trades there on OTF, but it's not really, V-shaped retracing right back down into the lows. Like sometimes when we see on these midday kind of headlines that push a stock up vertically, and then they basically come right back down. So my move is, I'm looking for a 1305 clearance, kind of a random level. The reason I did that is for this exact reason. You guys hear me always talking about the breach of prior bar high. Well, this one did that. Look at this candle here, the doji candle at 1230, the high of which is 1301. This candle goes to 1302. So if you had a strict breach of prior bar high, you were lured into this trade, and here it comes dropping down into the 12 mid-90s. Prior bar low, in case you're involved in this trade, is 1292. I'd put a stop, maybe a little bit below 1290 or prior bar itself. What I did was, though, I kind of wanted to see the buyers show me that they were going to step in with conviction, not just a quick wick above prior bar high. That could be anything. So 1305 breakout level for me on OTF. Otherwise, we don't get involved in the name. Now, RCAT, this has been dead money, I want to say, for a little bit right here. It's still holding $14. Again, I based my out on the 1105 candle, the low of which is 1398. Loses that, I'm out. But I built my position, and I'm looking for a hold here above 14 to kind of test some highs. I feel like 15 pennies, 10 to 15 pennies is the real high of day or the real resistance level. And I say that because very few candles have actually closed, let alone wicked, above 14.10. So if that's the case, I want to be wetting the beak a little bit above 14.10 because that's currently my cost basis. So I'm not going to just be taking break-even trades. Let's see if this one does that. If it doesn't, we're out at 13.98 and so on. So yeah, that's what I've got for that one at the moment. And then we're going to lose here CCHH. It's kind of lost all the bids, and this one could be a great short for those who are small cap gap or short inclined. This one is, I think, below the volume weighted average price quite decidedly and barely holding on to 80 pennies. But it's going to be Playboy, it's going to be Ondas, and it's going to be RCAT. Those are the ones I'm going to be focusing on for the next 20 minutes, half an hour before we start the news, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Crouching Tiger, hit and rally, man. Good work for you. So, good luck for you. That's what you want to do. That's the name of the game. Set those targets continuously, achieve them, and then just lift that bar continuously. I'm glad that things are working out really, really well for you, and keep on that trajectory. Stay level-headed by all means, but also appreciate what you've done and what you've accomplished. Right, not very many can do so. So make sure you hold that confidence high and continue to do what you're doing there. So IBIT, man, Bitcoin continuing to cut $40 there on IBIT. We are still a little bit off of those highs. Yeah, we'll take this, right? We'll take it all day. I don't know. Someone said, is this a unalived feline bounce? Yeah, I think so. To be honest with you, but who knows, right? This could be the bottom. I know some people are saying word on the street is 60K. I'm not in it for a potential bottom catch.
Wow, Ethereum is popping.
On this one, we're down 43% off of the highs. You know what the game?
I'm just glad I'm green for today.
Let's see how we retest into that $48 mark, or even if we get that high, we might get a slow curl over. But as soon as this trend line is breached, and we have a couple of sessions where we're holding it, maybe even longer duration, then we're going to be able to partake. Because if it does want to continue to climb higher, then it will show signs of it. If it doesn't, then it will also display itself as well too. So BTC, Gold Meeting says all the cream, and we got Sigma Woman Peace saying go Bitcoin as well. A nice little uptrend here on NVDA. Do we want to chase it? Not necessarily. So let's post up at 9160s and get involved in this one more time. It worked once. Let's see if we can get it to work twice for us. So we'll post up at a little bit lower of a price to see if we're fortunate enough to get that fill. And then who knows what can happen. Maybe a nice steady grind higher to the top side in NVDA. So there's that post up. If it wants to break, so be it. Risk profile relatively tight. We're in above where we were before, but only a couple of pennies, right? Like 10 cents or so. So nothing to write home about or be fearful. And I'm adding a little bit more size on this position as well too.
See Roblox, 10.5. Some outsized moves today. Roblox up 10.5%. Just looking, AMC is getting shellacked. AMC is down markedly on the day, 8% on AMC. Didn't expect that. Just looking for some outside.
Yeah, I didn't either, man. I didn't expect them to sell off either, but
we got some strong names in the military over here. KTOS, AVAV, all up 5 and change. Palantir as well, 6 3/4. What else we got? Cypher, CIFR, which is, I believe, a miner. They're doing real well. Yeah, they're up 14.5%. You've got the likes of HUT 8 as well, 6 4/5. So, and all the while, Bitcoin is down 0.25%. MSTR up 2.9, ETHA, which is the ETF, up 3.5%. What else we got over here? Let's have a look. DQ, which is that solar name we gave you guys last week, DQ and JKS. These are 2 solar names, Chinese solar names. And the reason they were up last week is because
there's another solar name that was down today. It's that, I think the Sunrun
possibly for
got hit pretty hard.
Kind of joking about this, but
SUNN.
Actually shopping around.
I think
Bloom Energy up nicely as well. Still not at all-time highs, but up at 6 3/4.
I gotta go put some deodorant on.
STM, I put this on the morning watch list in the all-time highs. I do believe. Let me know. That's incorrect. Not even close. All-time highs.
I'll be back.
Local area highs. STM, nice tie up there with the Zon, with Amazon. They're up almost 10%, 9.92. Who else? Broadcom up 4 3/4. Not a bad look there. Joey, look. Do you think this is breaking trend over here? Look at that. How it's using the 50 as resistance. See that nice little bounce there? If we get above 360, I think that we could, say, okay, maybe we're caught in a bit of a different trend here. Or is it, think 360 or 370? That's the kind of the level I've been looking at there. 360 locally, 3.7 historically back from September. Well, 2 great looking
identical setups on NVDA and Broadcom there.
Have a look. NVDA, there's a chart on Broadcom. Yeah, very similar. Absolutely, I do agree with that. Bit of a more of a flat top, I would say, for NVIDIA through 195, but I definitely see the overlap. Good call out for that. What else we got, man? Let's see what else is strong. Tesla strong on the day. Meta, Microsoft, all strong. In large cap world, let's flip to some of the more value names. How's energy doing? Mixed bag in energy world. Let's see. Let's move down the list over here and look for any outsized moves by some of these players. UNG, we put this on the morning watch list as well. Nat Gas getting shellacked, 7.5% in Negativeville. And since we made those local highs because of the freeze, we're down about more than 25%, 27 3/4% from those local area highs. Quadruple U, uranium getting a move today. Quadruple U's up 8%. CCJ, Cameo Corp. I remember when this thing was $30. It's $120 now, up 4 2/3. Shout out to Canada. It's a Canadian name. URA, UROY, URNG, all the uranium names having a day. Joe, look at this, bro. Look at these up on the year. Uranium is decidedly up on the year, eh? 42%.
It's not playing around.
Not playing around at all. So from basically from mid-50s.
Year to date?
Yeah, these are all year to date. YTD.
Look at our boy Costco year to date.
Costco, let's go. It's right down here. It should be here.
Where's it at? Down a little bit.
There it is.
Staples, right? Staples up 20% year to date.
Not bad at all. You're still below all-time highs, but you did break. Well, let's see. Have you broken that downtrend line?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you have. You have clearly 100%. Broken that downtrend line.
And that's what I'm saying.
It used it as support. Look at that. Move back down. Holds the downtrend line as support. When's the last time you've been to Costco? Real talk.
Bro, I've stepped in Costco maybe twice in my life.
I am always annoyed when I go to Costco because I know I'm going to be waiting. Whether I'm going to the pharmacy to pick up
The line is crazy.
everywhere, dude. Even the
Yeah.
pharmacy, you can kind of circumvent the line.
No, I've been.
But the pharmacy line is like
I don't
ridiculous.
have a membership, man. I've been there twice in my life.
It's good, Joe.
It feels, I don't know, slightly overwhelmed too, though. I think there's just like so much of everything. Yeah.
Like the layout and whatever. And all right, and Costco gas. The one that's near my place, Billy Bishop.
Yeah.
There's one. But when I went up to my old man's place, well, my parents' place, they've got one around there. So
They got
I
one-
fill
they
up
got one around
when their place. Angry wife, I'm a member, but I hate Costco. Well, look, I'm not in love with the lineups, but I'm in love with the prices and the selection because they always have my protein for way cheaper than I can get it anywhere else. You ever had those slimy chickens that they sell for $7 a pop?
If they come in the bag, whatever. Yeah, the whole thing.
It's oil with a little bit of chicken, right? It's nice. Who doesn't want that, right? Dripping oil when you're trying to pump up the protein.
You ever get the hot dog there? So, how much the hot dog is?
Inflation resistant.
They said they'll never increase those Walmart or those Costco.
Yeah, he said that.
Never had one of those.
No, neither.
Pizza looks alright too. Never had any of that stuff there. That's alright, each their own, man. You gotta get that. Oh, remember when IKEA had the 2 hot dogs for 99 cents, and it was like the combo was like $2.50. You grab a couple of dogs and a bag of chips, and you're like, bang, 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 good times over there, man. Their poutine is so good. Who is Canadian without telling me you are a Canadian? Hit Canada on that one. We'll hit the Austin 316. I mean, I remember with my friends from Austin, I'm like, oh man, I could go for a nice poutine when we met in our earlier days. They're like, what's a poutine? I'm like, oh no. It's like everything America loves all in one, right? Gravy, French fries, and cheese.
I think the Americans would love it.
Yeah,
it's like it's right down their alley.
Like, right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right down their alley. Like, you bring that to the South and you start like advertising it. There's an idea right there. Don't steal it from us. You heard it here first. All right, guys. NVDA. Like, hey, hell no, says what do you guys think about poutine? You guys like all that? Poutine is disgusting, says Armenian Muscle. All right, buddy, I understand. Like, you're wearing no shirt and
that's my guy right there, bro.
Yeah, so we get it, man. We get it. He knows what's up. He's gonna stick to the gym. He doesn't need that. We're sticking with the rice and chicken on that one, my brother. I love poutine, says Crouching Tiger. Good stuff, guys. I have turtles. Yeah, shout out to.
I love turtles.
Guys, we're waiting for this fill around 191.60 to see if we're gonna catch that neck of the woods. Right now, we're just consolidating, and the longer we do, I don't like our chances because I feel like we might break out. But what it feels like we're having, and what we're going through right now, is just kind of a pinning moment, right? We're not going up, we're not going down. Supply zone, support zone, and so on and so on. So the market doesn't want to head any lower. Excuse me. But did Apple rebound off of its lows? No, not whatsoever. Going with the flow, Borg. Curious to know if you're still sitting in this one. And if you look at the daily, what is it telling us? That we're not ready to break up, Jeff? Yes, keep an eye out on that. Boom. And there it is, our boy. Much love to you guys, but no love for poutine. Brother, hey, listen, with the profile, we know you're not going to be eating all that stuff. So stick in the gym, keep it to your rights. I don't know if it's more or less because of a gym thing or you just generally don't like it.
Probably a gym thing.
Yeah, I think I'm going with the gym thing. It's not too bad of a food. But yeah, we like it that you stick in there with the gym and that healthy routine. That's what it's all about.
Favorite fast food. Like don't give like a specific like restaurant in Toronto because they're not gonna have it. If you have to get it from fast food, where are you getting it?
Harvey's.
You're not going to New York Fries?
Oh, New York Fries, my boy. That one's up there too. Yeah. I mean, 1A, 1B, I think. Is that what you're going?
Yeah, I can go that.
Yeah. But I think New York Fries because they pump the gravy out of like the. And it's our boy Danny Boy would like that one. There's a new business idea for you. There you go. Pumps that the Air Canada get it. But there's not that many New York Fries anymore. You find that? I don't see them. Yeah.
New York Fries?
You
Never heard of
been
it.
to that? Remember you Panorama? The spot Panorama in Manulife Center. It was like on the 51st floor. It literally had a panoramic view of the city.
No,
it's like right here.
Oh no, I've never been there, man.
Put stuff over the place and put it down.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Bitcoin about to hit 71K.
For the kind of
Bitcoin's on a roll.
obviously.
Love to see it.
The 20 super chat. Phil. Watch your mouth, buddy.
Love
Is that
it.
you, Ram, or is that Fabian with the Harvey's comment? It's Ram.
Harvey's
Harvey's always over New York fries, and 2 letters we can't repeat. He's spicy like that.
Spicy.
Get it, Ram. All right, we're still holding 3 trades, guys. We're holding here on the cat. Our cat still holding about 14 and change. Just got up to 14.10. Rejected that level. It hasn't stopped me out, so I'm going to pack my patience. What else? Playboy, PLBY, continues to hang around that $0.25. No prints, though. None whatsoever above that $0.25. That is the official high of the day, and it has been defended quite stringently. ONBS, though, coming back down, still not printing any of my dip trades here. Let's see if it loses the 10. It did break structure, which is kind of why I got into this. But I'm looking at, you can see, because I had buy orders there, I'm still looking at getting into a little bit more. And I'm going to take the opportunity to get in here. It's not giving me the opportunity lower. And I took smaller share size here that I'm looking at taking at 10.25 and 10 and a fifth. But ONBS, not exactly the biggest percentage winner on the day, but we'll see if this one wants to move back up. And then, OTF. I had this on a trading screen. I'm still waiting for a 13.05 break. Now, it has defended. I want to say it hasn't defended the 13. That's not fair. It was below for a while, but it's right back above it. It is what it's doing is it's kind of curling with higher lows and higher highs on the 5-minute chart. Make my case for you guys. So that's the area low in at 12.90. Now it's kind of curling back up. Typically, when these ones are back trades, they'll almost immediately reverse. We haven't seen that.
Man, everybody all upset about that freaking halftime show. Who cares?
Anyway, above 13.05. I go
Oh,
trade ready and willing to go. And then last but not least, BRLS. This one was below VWAP for, I want to say, for a while, 11.55 to 12.40. So, yeah, definitely over almost an hour there. It gets right back above VWAP here, having trouble with 160, but it has reclaimed a technical level. Whether or not it can take out that 175 area that we've been talking about all day, that's where I went unprinted. I had a profit taker right at that $0.75. It didn't fill because I never got there. So those are the 3 trades I'm going to keep my eye on, and we're about 5 minutes or so from starting the news. It's a very, very heavy news day today, guys. Not the biggest, market moves, but there was a whole lot.
definitely not the biggest market moves today. It's a slow day, y'all. It's a slow Monday, slow grind.
The ebb and flow of the consolidation right now of NVDA, it pops up a little
slow
bit.
grind right now, trying to bounce back.
I'm not going to give this too much room because if it breaks the lower end of
but at least the market looks healthy.
On at a better price, and that's just going to be the narrative. So hopefully this support level holds one more time. But one thing that we do have to take into consideration is that each attempt and each push higher, we're really starting to form these lower highs. So that's something that I'm wary of here, and I'm going to be cautious of. All right, guys. So as we're starting to come slightly at the money, we were ITM. I told myself at 92.10, if we're fortunate enough to get that mark, we'll take a little bit more out, and then hopefully we can hold 50%. So one more additional bounce off of the support levels. Unless we're going to break down, the market is slowly starting to come back in. So there it is, a break of that zone on NVDA. One small win. We only took a quarter off of that move. I did add an additional 20% into this position to make it a little bit more hefty, but it doesn't look like this is going to work out for us right now. And we'll get out with no worries. Here momentarily, there's 10 cents against us. As soon as it hits 190, 140, we're going to hop out of Dodge. Let's be prepared to do so. Unless we get that in. Now, Sharif, I'd like to hear your idea on how American digitized the dollar fully. I think that's more or less like a stable coin. I think that's going to be interesting stuff. Didn't President Trump say no digital dollar? He said he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to join the campaign. I don't even remember. It's been a minute, right? I mean, they have the genius in the 30 out here, I'm gonna have a quick look, Joe. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see if we can get that bouncer. We're going to run into our stop loss. I think that's going to be it here for NVDA. Regardless of what happens, I do believe that it's going to head a little bit lower at this point. We're in at a good place. It's been consolidating since 9:55. So 25 minutes after that open, it's been moving sideways for the majority of our session here now. So we'll just hop out and find something else. Or it might be one of those days where we're not going to find that opportunity. I missed a couple here on today's session with the long in silver and the long in Bitcoin, so be it. We're going to be able to find some more tomorrow, and that's just the narrative on today's session for me, right? A couple of times was too slow to the trigger, and I was my crosses were too wide, and it gave me a couple of missed opportunities. We sat in HIMS for quite some time on multiple occasions and never took out any profit, looking for specific targets on that one. None of them hit. So let's see what we got here on NVDA. That's all I got going on. The trade number 5, I think. 3 of them on HIMS, 2 break even, 1 loss. Trade number 4 on NVDA, small win on this with only 25% taken off. And then sure enough, attempt number 2 to see where we're going to go on that.
Yeah, he did. He said it was a dangerous threat to freedom. And I think he signed an EO back on the 23rd of January, and it had like 3 major effects. One of them was called the immediate termination clause, and it said basically explicitly commands any ongoing plans or research initiatives related to the CBDC immediately terminated at the time. It effectively shut down the Federal Reserve's Project Hamilton and other technical pilots that were exploring a digital dollar or how they may work. I don't think there were any specific plans. He also kind of revoked Biden's EO. It was I think the EO was signed in back in 22. And I think it was called the North Star or something like that. Under the old order, the Treasury was required to report on how to build a digital dollar. Under Trump's new order that canceled Biden's, that legal mandate was replaced with a prohibition, turning the policy essentially 180 degrees. So I personally don't know too much about the use cases. I'm not really that kind of a buff in that case, but I just remember him making specific pronouncements against it. So that's my take there on the whole thing. I don't really have too much other than that, Leandra, but there's a lot of stable coins, which makes me wonder, like, what's the point of the US dollar if there's going to be all these stable coins? I get the stable coins are not official currency. They're, and there's bamboozlement in some of them as well. But I think that with the regulation, crypto regulation for stable coins, especially coming in and building a more clear regulatory framework, I think we can get around some of the issues, especially with Tether and stuff like that. That's just my look there, but I do like it. I do like the ability of these sort of pegged cryptocurrencies to hedge against, Forex inflation. We've been talking so much, and we read so many different earnings reports where a company reports a Forex headwind here. Why? Because the U.S. dollar weakened or strengthened against, the currency that they're repatriating. For example, if you sell in India,
slow grind
with the rupee, and then the rupee devalues significantly against the U.S. dollar, and Apple's trying to repatriate all those rupees that they gained from selling the iPhones. All of a sudden, they're worth like 5%, 6% less than they were a month or 2 ago. So that always seems to be an issue for the big names, especially if you're a multinational player. And that I've heard a lot of complaints about that. Maybe the stable coins help offset that a bit. We'll have to wait and see. But then you think about this, if you think it through, then they got to be receiving the money in stable coins or immediately transfer the rupees into stable coins to kind of forego some of the Forex headwinds. So they're going to encounter some sort of Forex headwind. Tag me in the chat if you've had an opportunity to think about this. Shout out to my man Armenian Muscle. Appreciate you, brother. But I don't know too much, so I don't mind being educated about something like that. All right, RCAT stopped out. This one broke 14, so we're out of that. It's losing the trend, and it looks like might be on the way back down to 1350. That's where I see the volume weighted average price. Other than that, RCAT not for me. I was looking for a 14 hold. We didn't get it, so we were wrong on that one. How's everything else doing though?
Little bit of a shut
I
off.
had a bias that this one wouldn't go cleanly, so we picked up some more there. We've got 32s on. It's showing me 26. We've only got one profit taker here. But my trade on ONDS is quite simple. It loses VWAP, I'm out. It is really that simple. So let's see if it works its way back into the volume weighted average price, or what's the situation. And then last but not least here, man, Playboy, PLBY, continuing to hang around 2.25. In fact, it's showing me 2.25 right now. And, really there is no heavy size on any of the games. And trust me, I got all of them here at 2.25. So, look at the amount of shares coming in, 3,500, 1,300, 1,000. We can't shake the sellers, though, at that $0.25, which has me thinking, it's a monster seller hidden order. So we'll have to shake him in order to get above that. So PLBY is my focus at the moment. But, here comes ONDS. Let's look at this one now as it's coming right back down into VWAP. Now, with these patterns, you have to be concerned, which is why I said VWAP is my line in the sand, for exactly the reason that we always talk about. Area high, lower high, flat bottom break. Right, this is kind of the descending wedge candidate that we always talk about, right? Losing the volume weighted average price is sort of the manifestation of the flat bottom break. We'll have to see if it holds that I get the fill there. So now it's make or break time for ONDS. See how that one does. Going back to Playboy, no, I didn't get quite anything there on the quarter dollar, but it looks like here, the selling here at the quarter dollar is only about 500 lots left on my axe. And look at that, more shares come in there, but it does feel like it's a monster hidden seller. See if it ends up being a blow off top. I'm going to set up some more profit takers above that quarter dollar in case this one does get an aggressive price spike up. So we'll keep focus on that. And then OTF, I did have a breakout trade on. I wanted a 1305 break and take. We didn't get anything around there, so we don't go long OTF. We'll have to pack the patience to see if this one does end up finding that flat top break. Bye-bye ONDS, says Derek. We'll have to see, brother, if it holds up at the volume weighted average price or what the move is. I've got 30s showing me 25. It had a good area of support before at VWAP. This is the double bottom into VWAP. But as I said earlier, it kind of feels like, that lower high may be what is keeping us down. Lower high, flat bottom break. We end up getting stopped out of that. We'll end up getting stopped out, but we'll pack the patience until that quarter dollar. BRLS, I was looking at working my way back into this trade, but again, showing selling here at 60, something that we've seen before. We saw it around 11 o'clock to the breakout there at 11:20. So 60 pennies has been a bit of a level intraday anyway for BRLS. If it clears that level, then we could definitely see a move above that $0.75. So that I'll be focusing on as well. And that is basically it. It's about 5 after 1. So I think we should probably start the news shortly and get back and speak about some of the major headlines on the day, Joey. So I'll send it to you, brother, while I set up the news.
It sounds good. All right, I think we take one more attempt here on the king of the chips. All right, so that'll be, one loss, one small W there, and one more attempt, and that's going to be our third one. If we strike out at the plate, then so be it. A couple missed opportunities. We're going to get in the exact same size in which we were in before. So let's see if we're fortunate enough to catch this fill. We are kind of going counter trend right now. Okay, so there it is. Stock can be a little bit tighter, so 3 cents better than our previous entry, but you can see that the market was rebounding. Okay, and we continuously knock on the door of that key support level. Let's see if this is going to be the move. Third time's a charm. Let's go. May the trading gods forever be in our favor, and see if we can get that move higher. We're out just a little bit south of the support level. Once it breaks that one, then so be it. That's the end of trading this chip name. And you guys have noticed, like if I go back into all my notes and me collecting data, haven't been trading the big boys as of late. All right, haven't been trading, looking for things a little bit more, not necessarily in the mainstream, a little bit more cool. And here it goes, right? Like right back into the downside there on NVIDIA if the downtrend is fully intact. But there's a couple support signals that we're going to continuously hold on to. Once it breaches that one, then so be it. If it breaks this candle wick low, that's our out. Okay, so 27 cents approximately, really tight stop. We're not going to give it too much room, and we'll move on to something else. So that's it, Sharif. Whenever you're ready, we can fire it up. Okay. We can fire it up, and I might just call it that. Honestly, we'll get into the news. If this is my last one, then it's going to be a small L day, and it just, exactly. So that's what I might do. That might be the narrative. We might just keep things relatively small here. Missed my long opportunities earlier in the session. I'm going to wait for tomorrow for some quality ones. If this one doesn't work out, bang, we keep that loss relatively small, and it will be my first red day in about 7 sessions. So we'll keep it there. If it breaks, we're at a dodge, and we're going to sit on our hands for the remainder of the day.
Sit on the hands. All right, let's talk about Meta. Meta is up nicely on the day. It's leading the way. No, that's NVIDIA up 3 1/4 in the world of Meg 7, of course. Meta up 2 3/4, trying to rival Microsoft. They're both basically the same look percentage-wise, despite the fact that the European Commission informed Meta. Before I continue on, there was a section to this story about all the different fines that the European Union had on American companies. I couldn't fit it into the summary because it was extending over a page. It killed me to remove it, Joey. I wanted to keep it. But anyway, they informed Meta that it intends to impose interim measures related to WhatsApp, citing a preliminary breach of EU's antitrust rules. We'll get into the details in a second. The regulators are moving before the investigation is actually finalized, signaling that there's an urgency to this matter around preserving competition while the case remains open. This is notable, though, because interim measures are typically reserved for cases where regulators believe there may be irreversible harm to competition if there is no intervention from the regulator immediately. So that signals not the actual urgency of the matter, but the European Commission's perceived urgency of the matter. Let's leave it at that. It centers around Meta's October update to WhatsApp business solution terms, which the Commission says effectively ban third-party general-purpose AI assistants. That policy officially took place in January, prompting concerns that Meta was using WhatsApp scale to actually exclude in competing AI services. The Commission's argument is as follows. WhatsApp is critical is a critical distribution channel, I should say, for AI assistants, at least it is in Europe, making the exclusion penalty anti-competitive, potentially, I should say, anti-competitive. They're also considering forcing Meta to maintain third-party AI access under the pre-policy terms while the investigation continues. Imagine like you being forced to keep, competitors on your network because there's an investigation. Didn't Bell and Rogers have to go through that? Telecom companies, like they were forced to allow people to use their lines, like other companies that wanted to use their fiber optics. They had to rent it to them.
Dude, Bell has to allow Rogers to use his.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Infrastructure, right? Like it's underground infrastructure, right?
Yeah,
like
so there is
they don't have to build their own, like
which is crazy.
Yeah,
Like you better be paying up the
Exactly.
Anyway, going on, the goal here is to prevent Meta from leveraging its dominance in messaging to gain an unfair advantage in AI distribution. Meta is pushing back against these allegations or these assertions. They're arguing there is no justification for EU intervention in the WhatsApp API business, and the company stated that users have many different alternative ways to access AI assistance. They don't necessarily need to use Meta's, and they dispute the Commission's assumption that WhatsApp is a must-have for an AI distribution channel. So they feel like it doesn't fit the narrative, Joey. Meta doesn't really matter to them. It's up 2.8.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter today. With Meta, I think just because they're just sick of hearing everything coming out of the EU all the time. But as for WhatsApp, I think this is very, very interesting. I find it's very discreet. Like you're not allowed to you can't even screenshot some things now. All messages are encrypted. So, yeah. That's something, it won't allow you to, right? So like, yeah. So there's a lot of privacy settings going on within this. As for the AI, it's interesting stuff. The EU, as Sharif and I always typically say, they're just looking to get $1 out of these companies, essentially. So that's where I stand on that. I think they'll eventually blow it under the bridge. They'll pay their fine, and you'll be moving forward with this situation momentarily.
That's good, Joe. All right, let's move on to the next story over here. What do we got? Softy. Well, Softy's up big today too, man. It's number 3 or number 2 behind NVIDIA. Melius Research downgrading Microsoft a hold. They argue the company has lost control of the AI narrative relative to investor expectations. And the core concern centers around your favorite, Copilot in Microsoft 365, where adoption and monetization of that product is seen as progressing way too slowly. Melius believes Microsoft's approach feels more like a seat-based software add-on rather than, a transformative AI product. They question whether, that pay extra for AI is a sustainable pricing model over the long term for Softy. The brokerage is suggesting that Copilot will likely need to be bundled into other core subscriptions for free. And this view implies Microsoft may struggle to extract meaningful incremental revenue from AI. I personally feel that Microsoft has seen a big push down as of late relative to OpenAI's perceived value. We've been talking a lot about maybe, the best days are behind OpenAI, whether you agree with that or not. We've definitely been seeing more pressure on OpenAI from other models, Gemini, Claude, etc. And so maybe, the value or the investment, the value of the investment, I should say, of Microsoft into OpenAI is being reassessed here. And as a result of that reassessment, maybe we're seeing some decline in the price, and maybe also the technology on which they're relying, right? There's a huge technology sharing deal between OpenAI and Microsoft, and if they're not the best of the bunch anymore, then you can't assign that premium valuation to Microsoft for having access to the best model. So I feel like maybe Softy's concern hasn't just been with the software Armageddon that we saw last week, but it also is a fundamental reevaluation of OpenAI's valuation and Microsoft's investment in it. Joseph, thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. As for Copilot, we know that it was one of the lesser LLMs there. When we go to comparison with Gemini and ChatGPT, I just thought it was convenient, right? You open up Microsoft Edge and it's right there. You have the ability to use it. But as for monetization, we haven't really seen anything from ad tiers. We're same thing with OpenAI. And how much further can it go from where it's currently sitting at? It's the least popular, even though there was growth within that segment in the earnings report. It's just interesting because the space is so competitive. And if you already have Microsoft in bed with OpenAI, how much more investment are we going to see in Copilot?
Let's talk about NVO. So we're going to do the next two stories together because they overlap. Novo Nordisk had the copycat pill pulled by the regulators. It was, of course, HIMS and HERS who had put it out there. So their shares, they were up nicely in the pre-market. Where are they at right now? They're up 3.5%, but it was up as much as 8% in the pre-market after HIMS and HERS said it would pull that $49 compounded semaglutide pill off the market. The decision follows legal threats from both Novo and the FDA. And as you'll see in a second, the DOJ was going to get involved as well. HIMS framed the move as a result of, quote, constructive conversations. Yeah, sure, bro, trying to save face. With the industry stakeholders, the FDA said it plans to take, quote, decisive steps against these mass compounding practices. And they cite, risks around quality, safety, efficacy, etc. Regulators also warned that against misleading direct-to-consumer advertising, stating that non-FDA approved compounded products cannot be marked or marketed as generics or equivalents, and that's what they were kind of doing there. Novo explicitly called HIMS actions illegal mass compounding. This is not the first time these two companies have faced off. HIMS previously exploited a regulatory loophole allowing compounded drugs when branded products are in short supply. That was because there was a GLP-1 drug shortage for the compound. To make the drug, there was a shortage. They couldn't make it. So a temporary loophole was enacted by the FDA to allow some of these compounding pharmacies to make it. Once that shortage was over and it was cleared by the FDA, those compounding pharmacies were supposed to stop. We know for a fact some of them continued until they were threatened by legal action. And more importantly this time, there is no shortage that exists in the pill version, which is the one being marketed here by HIMS and HERS, a whole $100 less per month, at least for the introductory phase, than what Novo was offering. So despite the regulatory window, Novo continues to flag a tough U.S. market with compounding cited as a headwind, and the relief rally, kind of addresses a specific overhang with respect to HIMS and HERS. But I think chart-wise, Joey, you would agree, Novo Nordisk has seen probably better days.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, sure.
So we go off to the HIMS and HERS.
Yeah,
we'll just do this part as well, and then we'll get you in.
I'm working on something.
So you'll see here in a second, the Department of Justice now is another governmental institution, not just the FDA, who's looking at investigating HIMS and HERS after mounting pressure from U.S. regulators as well as other companies. They price it, quite aggressively, $49 per month, as opposed to the $149 offered by Novo. But as we learned last week, that $49 headline number was for 1 month, and then that actual number went up to $100, but still $50 less per month. So do the math. The decision came after the FDA signaled it would crack down on compounded weight loss drugs that are not FDA approved. Regulators emphasized concern as we talk about drug efficacy, safety, and misleading DTC advertising. And the regulatory stance effectively closes that loophole that HIMS had previously used to sell these compounded drugs during periods where there are drug shortages. We'll go to Adara. We'll get Adara's opinion on Novo and HIMS, and then we'll come to Joey. Okay, no problem. All right. Okay, so we'll just take a second over here. Let me know when we're good to go, Assassino. All right, go ahead, Adara.
Yeah, I think honestly, not that shocking here that HIMS and HERS would decide to pull out. And here's the thing, like when I saw this gapping up in this headline initially last week, I was kind of surprised because we know in the past, every time HIMS and HERS tries to claim some kind of large cap association, be it with Novo Nordisk, because here, or with Eli Lilly, it does not end well for them. So, in my opinion, it was always kind of like a matter of when and not if that this stock would give up the move, and that I think public views of this story would change. So that in and of itself is not shocking to me. It's shocking how early they decided to give up, though. So interesting. Look, we know that Andrew Dudum, CEO of HIMS and HERS, is kind of confrontational. I've talked about that in the past. So the fact that they were initially trying to stand through with this, even though Novo Nordisk got involved with legal action, now we have the FDA as well. That wasn't too shocking. I'm shocked they kind of stopped this as early as they did. We're gonna have to see what comes out of HIMS and HERS next, because I'm sure with them, the battle is never over. The battle to have cheaper pills on their platform will probably never end. I want to talk as well here about NBO. And Neil mentioned this earlier, and it's just something I want to echo as well with regards to how Novo Nordisk tends to move in terms of price action. Novo Nordisk is, we've heard of stocks that don't respond super well to news. Novo Nordisk, I find, has an almost inverse response. When it is good news, it'll usually chop around, it'll push lower. When it's bad news, it tends to recover. Right now, Novo Nordisk, on what you think is good news, has been super boring all day. Though this 49 level of support kind of interesting. So just my take here in NBO, it is worth noting there's a pattern here with Novo Nordisk not caring about news.
You want to comment, or should we go on to the next one?
Yeah, we can take a look at the technicals here on HIMS, right? Like, so you just kind of get this massive gap down where you go 20 down 23%, up the lows a little bit more than that. And now you're slowly starting to fill this up with, and that's why I got out. I thought we would get a little bit more of a continuation. And I think the boys were talking about this $13 mark. That would have been ideal, and that would have been a target for me. But that doesn't seem to be the narrative right now. Is you get the gap down, and then you slowly start to fill that gap to the top side. And as for Novo Nordisk, same thing here essentially, guys. Really, really choppy from from the daily perspective, and still downtrend is still fully intact. It's going to take a while for this thing to recover, as it's down substantially more than 54%. By the way, all out of NVDA. We take the loss on the long there, and that's it. I'm done done trading for the day.
All right, Adira has news of the big desk.
The headline on Blackstone here, which, as you can see, did chop around a bit on this headline. We had like about a point worth of move, which on a stock with not a lot of liquidity is pretty significant. Blackstone, some of these other institutional and home buying related names on watch after the Wall Street Journal reports that President Trump and the White House's proposed ban on large investors buying single family homes.
Market's selling off a little bit here.
They want to add this to Republicans not wanting to
towards the end of the session.
This could actually derail bipartisan supply-focused packages. So
really hoping we get a rip to the upside come 4 o'clock. After hours would be really nice.
Investing in the housing market from these large investors could hit a bit of a wall. Back to you.
So I was going to tell you, on the subway, there's this advertisement that if you want to get ADHD pills, we're talking about the Adderalls, the Vyvanse, the Dexedrins, the Ritalins, all the psychostimulants, right? So those are controlled drugs, right? They're one step below narcotics because they're psychostimulants. So there is this company now that you can phone them up. You meet with, I think, virtually a doctor, and I'm not sure how rigorous, the intake process is. Let's just go with that. But you end up getting a script for one of these drugs. So I'm a little concerned, though, that these companies are popping up that don't go through all the regular channels. You know what I mean? When it comes, and I'm not saying GLP-1s are equivalent to psychostimulants, because they're not. They're obviously.
All right, guys, I gotta
also very new.
Go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna make me another cup of coffee. Take a little smoke break, but I'm gonna step back.
And
Market's selling off here, so nothing exciting. Super slow day today. Even slower grind. Hopefully we can bounce back this week, you guys. Good luck out there in the markets.
Right? And so this is a bit of a concern to me.
Not financial advice, entertainment purposes only.
Have you heard of Phoenix?
We're just here to have some fun, talk about stocks that we like. Let me know what you guys are trading. Pull it up on the screen.
Phoenix is doing for both.
Oh, really?
I would know because they're taking away some of our business.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to be acutely aware of this kind of thing.
I don't know. Just to touch on the market here, guys, momentarily, you can see on Robinhood a little bit of volume stepping in on the lower time frame there, guys. Yeah, so something going on here, and you can see it across the board as IBIT is starting to slide a little bit in the TQs, and the SPY are starting to come back in a little bit here too, guys. So some volatility stepping into the overall market, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anything crazy right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's rebounding a bit here, but it's still off the low. So the SPY just dropped from 615 and a quarter all the way down to 613 and 2/3. It's trying to work back to 614 and a quarter. Adara's on.
Market is dipping.
We're going to let you guys know. And my ONDS position absolutely went downhill as a result of that. Playboy wasn't affected, but ONDS, yeah, I'm in that one, Kim. It lost VWAP and then some. So yeah, you stopped, guys, because that's exactly what happens there. A bit of a market turn down. Let's continue to watch as we see. Okay, so Adara does have something at the big desk. Let's go to her.
I have something on watch, but not necessarily a reason for this move. This move happened right as we did get comments beginning here from Feds Waller. He was set to start speaking at 1:30, starting, I guess, about 8 minutes earlier. The stream is really hard to hear. There's some kind of mic issue on that stream, but I'm going to try to, of course, follow the comments here on X. Again, Feds Waller beginning to speak. I'm not seeing anything else, but of course, even when that changes, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, let's go on to the next story. So Micron, negative on the day, down over 2%. Likewise with SanDisk. Here's why. Samsung Electronics reported it will begin large-scale production of the next-gen high-bandwidth memory called
All right, I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back.
Later this month, earlier than many people had expected.
Got to stand up for a little bit.
AI accelerators, including processors used by NVIDIA.
Been a slow day.
They're going to be a big
That's
client.
for sure.
Micron is one of the 3 largest global suppliers of HBM, alongside, of course, Samsung and SK Hynix. But HBM specifically carries much higher margins than regular DRAM, making the focus on HBM production much more acute, right? They definitely want to be focusing on their higher margin product, especially if the market can't get enough of it. And demand for HBM continues to surge due to AI model training, as well as those inference workloads. Estimates that Micron currently holds about 20 to 25% of the global market in HBM. And the UBS analysts note here that AI accelerator vendors are increasingly shifting towards a 3-supplier sourcing model rather than trying to rely on any one of the big 3. Obviously, we've seen that as well with cybersecurity. You recall that conversation. Micron CEO Sanjay Mehrotra previously told analysts the company expects to ramp up its own HBM4 production in the second quarter of this year. So Samsung beating them to the punch, because it's going to be in Q1, with the same analyst at UBS highlighting that no single supplier is expected to dominate the HBM space long term, given the customer desire to diversify. And Micron stock, Joey, has more than quadrupled over the past 4 months, and this year it's up 35% year to date, and I believe it closed out last year at around 200, if not a little bit higher.
Yeah, big time moves here in Micron, and looks like it doesn't want to slow down at any given point. You're up 594% from those April lows, and you have a little bit of a breath here, guys. But that selling doesn't seem too much. You get additional, roughly approximately 18%. So you almost head into bear territory after this monster run. But at this point, I think that this is just a small breath, and then you start the continuation to the top side, and you break through that 457 level here on Micron.
All right, let's have a look over here. I'm just looking at my Twitter feed to see if there's anything new.
Oh, yeah. Market dipping.
Allow me a moment. And by the way, guys, I forgot to mention, make sure you're voting every day, right? So if you're not voting, then we don't really have a clear view of what you guys want to talk about on the afternoon rundown. And you guys should be taking advantage of that, because Neil and Sean are the ones that are going to be looking at those. So if you want the big kahunas to give you their opinion on the stock that is of interest to you, you got to get into the chat. You got to vote. Then make sure to vote every day. The cutoff time, of course, is around 2 o'clock. And you have to throw in that $sign in case you don't know already. Just like this individual here voting for Apple, the SPY, all those $signs. Make sure you're getting them in. Otherwise, it does not register. Let's go on to STM Microelectronics. Very seldomly spoken about name, but it's up 10 1/4 today. This has been on my watch list since the pandemic, and I've done absolutely nothing with it. But today, it gets a tie-up with Amazon, so it's up 10 1/4, if not more. They announced a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar commercial agreement with AWS, Amazon Web Services, to deepen its role as a strategic semiconductor partner. The partnership spans multiple product categories, so it's not going to be just a one focus. And
Around
it
600
strengthens their
private
exposure to
jets.
hyperscale cloud and AI-driven demand,
Wow.
rather than what they had been focusing on, which is
600
that
private
cyclical
jets.
consumer electronics cycle, which is hot today, not hot tomorrow. Go
That's
with
wild.
these tailwinds here. STM is going to supply.
If you guys could smash that thumbs up, man, be awesome.
We're talking about high-performance mixed-signal processing.
Like the live, it's free.
Microcontrollers,
Doesn't cost anything.
Analog and power ICs, analog chips. One of the reasons I was in MCHP and
Sub up if you guys are trying to get into the next giveaways.
Positions last week. No longer in that. The focus is on enabling intensive workloads tied to AI. STM's power and analog ICs are critical for energy efficiency, which is a key constraint for these hyperscalers. We've been talking about, the gas turbines pissing everyone off to no end in Memphis, as well as other, data centers that got kiboshed because the increase in electricity demand would have, skyrocketed costs for local residents, et cetera. The energy has been an issue and certainly a supply chain bottleneck for AI. But the deal does reinforce STM's position as a long-term beneficiary of these tailwinds, Joey, and it diversifies their revenue stream away from consumer cyclicals into these hyperscaler kind of AI-driven trades. STM, not bad guy right there. Not a bad chart. I've seen better. I don't know why it's pulling up. You want me to pull it up? We got it here.
All right. Oh, okay, that's not bad whatsoever. I mean, you break through. This is a big time gap up here, right? And heading towards that key pivot around $33. I think when you're on this current trajectory, that's going to be the move, and that's the play moving forward here. And then see how if you have any current resistance. So once you breach that gap or that previous pivot high, you head into this gap. And you want to look for the lower end of that range. But I mean, you go if you kind of condense the price action and you zoom out a little bit, not the cleanest, but the trajectory that it's currently on with an additional gap up. Let's see if it can break through that previous pivot around $33.46.
Bitcoin, where's it at right now? 70,238 is down 0.8%. Everybody's a little bit different. Depends on when your ticker started populating there. It's 24 hours, obviously. Sold off sharply after a good day Friday. We're covered a little bit and a little bit on Thursday as well.
A little bit.
Today, we're going to talk about this veteran Wall Street investor called Todd Weiser. He argued that Bitcoin continues to struggle with institutional allocators due to the absence of what he calls a clear and durable investment narrative. According to him, Weiser that is, large pools of capital still view Bitcoin as a speculative asset rather than a core asset, especially during these periods of market stress. It's one of the first things they look to sell. He emphasized that the coin cannot be separated from traditional financial system as liquidity conditions and risk appetite continues to kind of dictate the price action. So it's not that hedge that we all wanted and thought it would be. He also highlighted that Bitcoin lacks a strong, easy to communicate fundamental thesis. And he's saying that's why, you're not getting huge retail investment from the older folks. While proponents of Bitcoin are obviously frame it as digital gold or a hedge against fiat debasement, we've seen kind of that narrative really get challenged lately. The narrative gap makes it difficult for pension funds and conservative institutions to justify long-term allocation. So if you're a pension fund, a sovereign wealth fund, whatever type of fund, a hedge fund, and you've got to report back to your members or shareholders, and they say, well, why the hell did you buy Bitcoin at 60,000 rather than punching in the gold, and gold goes on to make another, 50, 60% move in 26, you're likely going to get fired, right? And so there is that hesitancy from the institutional level, especially the money managers there, to take that risk rather than to obviously get into what's moving, which have been the metals. So, Joey, Bitcoin, how long are we going to have to suffer?
I don't know, man. And I've been talking about it this morning as well too. I'm just gonna wait for this downtrend to be broken. Until then, I'm just gonna stick with the narrative, and it might continue to slide here. It's hard to have something a store of value when you pull back 40%. But look what happened in silver, right? So it's like, hey, yeah, you could be buying this as a fund manager and be like, hey, yeah, we're in Bitcoin and you're in silver as well too. But silver it's like a flash crash from this essentially. You had 30% in one day. This was at least a steady slope to the downside, the consolidation wasn't a steady slope. It gave you multiple opportunities to get out. But this isn't the first time we've seen Bitcoin have those deeper pullbacks, 40 to 70% as well. So, that has to be taken into consideration. I'm starting to agree, and it's funny because the lines I think are starting to become blurred. You have this at one point, everything's all giddy and nice, steady, clean. You have the release of the IBIT ETF, one of the most successful ETF releases of all time. And then a couple months later, up to a year later, everybody's I don't really know about this thing anymore. Institutions aren't as intrigued by it. You have the pension funds that are like, what are you doing? Do you allocate 1% or 0.5% to Bitcoin? I think I'm just going to go with the technicals, try to weave out a bunch of this noise and filter it out and wait for things to be broken and go with what price is telling us, because that is cheap. I think price is king.
Did you add?
No, I have no intentions to add anything. Yeah, not until the trend is broken, right?
Okay.
Like until it's broken, then I have no intentions.
Yeah, okay. Well, we added Thursday in the midst of all the blood, and we said it live. Let's go ahead and go on to the next story. Nexstar Media, Trump's backs this Tegna deal. I think I'm saying it right. President Donald Trump publicly endorsed Nexstar Media's proposed $6.2 billion acquisition of Tegna. Am I saying that right? Reversing his earlier opposition to the deal, he framed the merger as a way to increase competition against national broadcast networks, arguing that it would weaken what he called fake news by strengthening alternative media voices. The endorsement removes a major political overhang that had weighed on perceived regulatory risks. He previously criticized Nexstar Tegna deal in November, warning against further consolidation if it benefited major networks, as he saw there was too much concentration of power in those networks. For investors, this reversal is notable because political signaling can heavily influence, of course, the FCC posture towards these large broadcast mergers. So just to give you some deal structure and information here, Nexstar currently owns or partners with over 200 local TV stations and would be Tegna's 64 stations that would be added on to that 200 plus. That would expand coverage on a combination of those two companies to roughly over 80% of U.S. households. Now, I don't think 80% of Americans still watch linear television, so it'd be 80% of the households, but how many of those households actually watch? The deal was announced in August of 25 and is expected to close the second half of this year. And the merger reflects that broader media consolidation trends. We've been seeing it everywhere. Warner Brothers, Paramount, Skydance, Netflix, all looking to kind of consolidate. The FCC rules currently cap station ownership at 39% of U.S. households, meaning an approval here would require a regulatory change or regulatory relief. So that has to be processed as well through the executive. And Nexstar's CEO, Perry Sook, has been vocal in pushing for deregulation. He calls the current ownership, Joey, the current ownership limits, I would say, antiquated in a media landscape that is dominated now by the big tech players like your Amazons, your Apples, who have a whole bunch of money, and these guys are just trying to stay competitive. What do you think?
It's interesting. What's the ticker for this thing here?
Which one are you talking about?
Nexstar.
Nexstar, it's XTA or whatever. I forgot. I had it in the morning. Type in Nexstar there. I can get it for you. Give me a second. There we go. NEXSTAR. It is NXST.
NXST.
There you go.
Nexstar Media Group. Let's see if we can pull this bad boy up. Doesn't
Tegna is TGNA for anybody who wants to know.
TGNA. Oh, okay. So I mean, like here it is on the news, right? So you get that big, massive gap up, you pump all the way up to $243, and you're slowly starting to come back in here, guys. So keep an eye out on this, but a nice steady trend to the top side right now. You're holding those these higher lows, I should say. What am I looking for? What is the word I'm looking for here, Sharif?
What's up?
Lower highs essentially is what we're getting at here. And then sure enough, you're starting to get that breakout. So not too bad of a look whatsoever here. If that breakout is sustained, look for some further dated pivots to break through. And sure enough, that's going to head we're north of that 218 mark. So not too bad of a look in NXST.
All right, let's talk about Kroger. KR, let's see if it's still up on the day. Where is it at? It's up 4.5. A little
Kroger.
73.18 high, trying to trade right now above 7.5. And the shares were up more than 6% in pre-market trading after reports that the company has selected Greg Foran as its next CEO. The appointment comes nearly a year after the board ousted the former CEO, Rodney McMullen, following an investigation into personal conduct. The Wall Street Journal, that is, announced or reported the announcement could be made as early as Monday. Let me just look, see if the announcement came in formally. Yes, I do see it likely to begin. Kroger taps. This one's saying that it did already happen. So who is this guy? He is a seasoned retail executive, and he most recently served as CEO of Air New Zealand for about 5 years. He stepped down October of last year of 2025. Prior to that, he was CEO and president of Walmart USA, so not Walmart total, just the US division, where he was credited with improving the store's operation and execution. He's being called here the Walmart turnaround architect. And he served there from 2014 to 2019. He delivered 20 consecutive quarters of positive comparable sales growth. Not a bad look. Analysts see his background as a strong fit for Kroger's current operational and competitive challenges. The market appears to be pricing in improved execution, improved discipline, and strategic clarity under his leadership. I'm assuming they're looking at what he did with Walmart, how he operated there, and kind of trying to impose that on the new gig he's got here. But Kroger does face softening consumer spending, even on the essentials, man, alongside, of course, intensifying competition from Walmart's, Target, and obviously Amazon online. And under McMullen's 11-year tenure, that's the outgoing CEO, right? Yeah, it's the outgoing CEO. Kroger's shares have more than tripled, which is definitely setting up for a high bar for this new guy to come in, Joey. What do you think?
It's interesting stuff here. I mean, when you see a rally within the staples as well, too, and you don't see the same necessarily participating to the top side, obviously being more or less a brand, but here it is, like downtrend break, you get that nice move, and then you get an additional gap up here. So it's interesting stuff with the leadership. The street was liking it at first, but now we're starting to fill some of that gap. You get that pop up into 73, and then now you're down to $70. And who knows what happens from here. If this closes as an inverted hammer, you can see there is some buying pressure starting to step in on the lower time frames. But if you open up south of this 70 mark, 70-40 mark, and you start to fill this gap, watch out, it might do a complete gap fill into $67. And then that's when you want to look for that continuation.
A lot of people are saying that he could be brought in here to kind of help the digitization for Kroger. Apparently, he was like a digitalization specialist at Walmart and Air New Zealand. He prioritized digital integration, specifically at Walmart. He saw the rapid expansion of online ordering, pickup. So that's maybe perhaps where Kroger wants to go. He wants to have more of an online presence, maybe a better DTC. We'll have to wait and see what he does. But Adara, give us your take on Kroger.
So I think that's pretty interesting because I look into Greg Ford. If you've noticed, he's generally tends to have 5-year tenures in whatever job he has. Like he was, again, half a decade more or less here at Walmart as the CEO of Walmart US. Then he spends another 5 years here at Air New Zealand. So that tends to kind of be the length of his tenures. Furthermore, he tends to kind of take jobs, as far as I can tell, based on, again, the Air New Zealand job and the job here at Walmart, in a situation where he is going to be up against a lot of struggles. He does not take jobs that are going to be really easy. You just drop him into a company and he's like, okay, I'll pick up where we're going up. He wants to take things down from the ground up. He used to do apparently undercover shopping while he worked at Walmart. So that is really cool. He focused on improving existing stores rather than building new stores. Then at Air New Zealand, it's interesting because yes, he did depart in October of 2025, but he announced his resignation going back to March of 2025. So he didn't just yeet. He gave them 7 months to prepare for his exit. This is someone who was responsible. This is someone who was diligent. This is someone who's not going to leave the company in a lurch last minute. Now, I think that's an excellent look for Kroger. Now, again, given how he tends to have tenures that kind of more veer towards the fixing up a company side of things, he's not going to maybe stay for multiple years, but when I say multiple years, I mean multiple decades, but he will give you a solid period, however long his tenure is. This makes me think that Kroger doesn't really want a long-term CEO. They want somebody who's going to be there maybe 20, 30 more or less, who's just going to give them a really, really solid performance and understand what the company needs. I think Greg Foran is a great choice if that's what they're going for. If not, then I do wonder. But I mean, again, if they're looking for someone who's just kind of do a thorough turnaround and leave the company in a better position than where he found it, hats off to Greg.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about Live Nation. Having a good day today, up 4 1/3, as executives and lobbyists are reportedly in discussions with senior U.S. Department of Justice officials to try to avoid going to trial over the allegations the company operates an illegal monopoly. I think a lot of people don't like them from the concert fiasco that we saw last year, I think, with the Eras Tour. The talks are said to be occurring outside the Department of Justice Antitrust Division and involve other senior officials, which is highlighting, of course, the high stakes and potentially sensitive case that is forming at the moment. Neither Live Nation or the Department of Justice replied to comment. The DOJ, joined by roughly 30 states and the District of Washington, D.C., District of Columbia, filed a lawsuit in 24 seeking to break up Live Nation. Regulators are alleging that Live Nation and its Ticketmaster unit unlawfully maintained dominance in live entertainment by inflating ticket prices and engaging in anti-competitive practices. I'm seeing a lot of this crap as well with the World Cup. A lot of people are livid to know when most expensive World Cup ever. People are angry, bro. There's like a movement to boycott the World Cup over ticket prices. People are pissed.
Those movements never work.
They never work. But like the point is, the sentiment exists. You don't want it to kind of fester and then maybe gets a little.
It doesn't matter because there'll always be someone. It's like the Leafs, right? Like it's like any sports team. No matter how garbage there is, there's some next guy who's willing to pay the premium or the higher price with some of these things. I know StubHub and Ticketmaster were going through. They get it right. It's like exactly. So this is a narrative of it. So if you're not willing to pay the price, somebody next to you will. Someone's gonna pay it. But this stock has been performing not too bad, guys. You can see that we're performing these consistent higher lows, and that's what you want to see bouncing off of this zone. You can draw your trend line from point A to point B at this point and see what you got going on. So it's going to break this previous pivot high, $149. Watch out for that. And then who knows, when you look for that next zone, that's going to put you around that 149. That's going to put you at 159. And then you make that move to 175. So one step at a time. And somebody's going to pay the higher premium, man, especially in the World Cup. My friend was telling me that his dad has some Portugal's tickets in where I think the game's playing in America somewhere. So premiums, man.
Premiums. There you go. Let's continue with the story. So regulators are alleging that Live Nation and its maintain dominance, inflating ticket prices. The case centers on Live Nation's integrated model. We're talking about the promotion, the venues, the ticketing, and the harms artists. This harms artists and consumers, according to the article. So pressure on regulators intensified after Ticketmaster was widely criticized for its handling of the Taylor Swift's Eras Tours ticket. I guess that's 2022. Fans face long online queues, high prices, poor customer service, reigniting the public political criticism over their market power. We're talking about Live Nation, of course. Lawmakers and consumer advocates have since pushed for renewed scrutiny of Live Nation's 2010 acquisition of Ticketmaster. So why does this matter? Well, any settlement could cap upside by imposing behavioral remedies like pricing constraints or structural changes to the business model. And a move to trial, though, would likely prolong the uncertainty for investors, keeping those valuation multiples compressed due to the headline and regulatory risk. So the outcomes are kind of binary here. Relief rally if a favorable settlement emerges, or downside pressure if the breakup risk escalates. So that's something you're going to have to be keeping an eye out on there. I personally have been trying to get World Cup tickets as well for when Egypt comes in, and I'm trying to get tickets for Canada here. The Canada ones are a lot easier to get, funny enough, because they're in Toronto, and we definitely have more sources there. I got to go out to the West in order to watch Egypt play. So super pumped for the World Cup. And somebody was telling me in the chat there that they weren't boycotting the World Cup for the ticket prices. I tagged him. I want to see what he says. But Kellyanne, let me know exactly what's going on there, brother, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Let's go on to the next story. FedEx. What a move FedEx has had. Joey, have you looked at the chart on FedEx?
I'll tell you right now.
Oh, you're put the weekly on for me if you can there.
Oh, nice.
Take a look at that weekly.
Nice.
Is that the daily or is that the weekly?
That's the weekly right there, my boy. Nice steady.
All-time highs,
My boy.
guy. Are we all-time highs? Monthly? Let's just go monthlies. Yeah, these are all-time highs, Joey, man. These are aggressive prices here. So let's talk about the story.
Well, they're looking to split as well too, aren't they?
Is that right? I didn't know that.
I thought that. Well, not stock split, but like break up the segments within two different companies.
Oh, they said
I saw that at UPS.
Let's talk about this story. Basically, a consortium led by private equity firm Advent International, as well as FedEx, they've agreed to acquire parcel locker operator called InPost for more than $9 billion. And it really here, it's to strengthen FedEx's position in the European delivery market. The deal values InPost at about 7.8 billion euros. It's about $9.25 billion, representing though a 50% premium to where the stock was trading on the first trading day of this year, January 2nd. InPost is based in Poland, but it's listed in Amsterdam, with a transaction expected to close in the second half of this year, of course, pending approvals. InPost, they operate 61,000 automated parcel lockers across Europe. So that enables, convenient pickup, convenient drop-off for consumers and businesses. And the locker model here that InPost is operating on is marketed as cheaper, more convenient, more environmentally friendly than door-to-door delivery. Obviously, the company's expanded rapidly, both organically and through acquisitions. We're still talking about InPost. So this is how the deal structure is slated to set up. Advent International, as well as FedEx, each of those bad boys, going to own about 37% of InPost following the acquisition. And then InPost CEO, current CEO, he's going to hold on to about 16%. And then there's another Czech investor called PPF, not the stuff you put on your car, by the way. He's going to have they're going to have another 10% stake. FedEx and InPost are not going to integrate operations. They're going to remain independent competitors in their respective markets. But what FedEx does gain is direct access to InPost, what they're calling last mile business-to-consumer infrastructure across Europe without a full operational merger. And the CEO of FedEx, Raj Subramaniam, he said FedEx plans to enter agreements with InPost to offer customers access to its locker network, which is enhancing that delivery flexibility. Are you a fan of these boxes to pick up stuff at, or do you want that door-to-door love?
I would prefer door-to-door, right? Like, I know Amazon has some love where you have to fight in the code. Like, you go to the gas station, they have the box that you gotta pick up.
Well said.
I'm not one, but to be honest with you, man, I'm not that much of it. Like, I don't consider myself that much of a consumer. If I'm getting something, it's from Amazon. It's gonna deliver it to concierge, right? Once in a blue moon, if a package goes missing, you gotta go to the kind of the parcel department or the factory and stuff. So I was never really big on that stuff, man.
You know where it is big? China. You want to know why?
Probably.
Because the drone deliver it to China. So the middle of the street, they have a delivery kind of chute from the top. The drone lands, and then each person has their own individualized locker. You go in with the QR code, Joey. You tap, it opens it up for you. Get your food.
Your locker.
It's next level stuff, right?
Yeah. I've never done that. How about you?
No.
You ever gone to an Amazon box, typed in the code or whatever you had to do there?
Worst was you end up going to the post office or to FedEx to pick it up locally. That's it. That's kind of all I've done.
Exactly. So yeah, that's it, man. But this stock has been on an absolute monster run, up more than 60% off of the October lows and continuing to climb higher. Doesn't look like it wants to slow down. 64% from October 13th to February 9th here on FDX.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Nat Gas. Go back, or what's going on here? Still down 8%. So Nat Gas fell for the second straight session as forecasts call for a warmer than normal temperatures across large parts of the continental U.S. Above average temperatures expected in the central and southern U.S. We're finally getting a nice spell as well. Hopefully it starts tomorrow. We go down to like negative single digits, maybe plus single digits. It's a lot better than the double digits we're getting right now. Weather-driven demand, though, it has been the dominant short-term catalyst for nat gas, and the shift to warmer weather is obviously pressuring that near-term price momentum. March
hey, what's up, Trendy?
As much 6.5 in early
How we
trading.
Doing?
Prices had already dropped 2.5 percentage points on Friday, and that ended up snapping a 3-day.
I was wondering if you're gonna make it today.
Effectively unwinds that late January spike.
Thanks for coming by.
After a sharp cold snap and the supply disruption.
Appreciate it.
Give back the entire thing, Joey. Let's take a quick look here. UNG.
Not too bad. Just a slow day today. Slow grind.
UNG. Let's have a look.
Not much going on today.
It doesn't look good there. There is the price. Okay, so we broke out. You want to say yes? We're basically right at that breakout level. I want to say around $12. Maybe we're holding a little bit here from that $12 area.
Thank
that is
you.
The breakout level that we were talking
Appreciate
about.
it. If y'all could hit the thumbs up, smash that thumbs up, it would help out as well. It's free.
It was like 13%, I think, over the weekend. So yeah, it looks like we're giving back almost the entire thing. Not surprised about that.
Thank you.
Guys, just going to digress for a second. BRLS is halted up at $1.72. It's 2 pennies below the day high, but a great recovery here on BRLS. We were involved in this one earlier, and then we got out of it, lost VWAP. Here it is, right back.
Yeah, Bitcoin's back above 70K.
So be on the lookout here, BRLS.
It's good.
Supply signals, though, we talked about that. It wasn't just weather related; it was a bit of both. The weekly Baker Hughes report showed a notable increase as well in drilling activity in Haynesville Shale, which is northwest of Louisiana and East Texas.
We're trying to bounce back.
Trying signal higher future supply, which weighs, of course, on the front month pricing expectations. So it looks like it's weather related, Joey, as well as supply related. UNG down 8.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's been a long one, we haven't experienced a winter like this in a couple of years. So I thought,
yeah, hopefully we go straight up from here.
The change of natural gas, but I would think that Canada as a whole would be a little bit colder, and you would see this perform a little bit better. But that hasn't been the case whatsoever.
No, I don't make anything off of the being on here. I wish. I wish I could make something off of the lives and videos. Hopefully one day. That's why I'm trying to get more subscribers, because it's free for you guys. But,
where are we at today?
you know, for me, eventually when I get enough subscribers and enough views, and then you need hours and all that kind of stuff. So that's why it's really important for you guys to hit that thumbs up. You know, engage,
$30 price target.
be here, do all the free stuff. It helps me.
Roughly to $21, which was down.
Maybe one day. Hopefully one day we'll make some money.
Following a peak of $30 in late 25, Citizens as an agency views the pullback as an opportunity to buy more rather than a structural breakdown in the story. The firm argues that SoFi has been caught in a risk-off, style rotation that penalized these higher growth financial names. We saw it in, of course, Hood as well. Ryan believes the sell-off is driven by multiple compression and technical pressure than by any near-term macro deterioration in the fundamentals.
How many subscribers? I don't know.
Quote, as
I know it's a lot.
Compounding at scale with accelerating
need a lot.
diversification away from lending towards fee-based and capital-light revenue streams. We often talk about this one, starting out
the more the better,
which was refinancing high interest rate loans, and then they've diversified into so many other things. I think in the last earning report, they said that they gained about 1 million.
But I mean, if it gives you an idea, I'm not anywhere close. I'm not even close.
And that new membership addition is kind of the
I'm not even close.
Forward-looking metric that we have to see what the revenue could be in the future, because they're going to monetize those new members. So what do you think?
That's why I need the subscribes. I need the subs.
Differentiator, especially how many people they're adding.
I think that's good. That's key, right? That's what you want to see, is just the
because just because somebody subscribes, it doesn't mean that they'll actually watch the videos and stuff. But there's a better chance if they do, So it just helps. That's all it does. That's all a subscription does, is it helps the creator out, and it notifies you on the videos and stuff. But you have to hit the notification bell for that.
Analyst upgrade here, refocus
at 360. Yeah, I used to be there.
10.5%.
I used to be under 400 subs too. I know how it is. It is a slow grind on YouTube.
159.75 high.
This has been the hardest app
791. Now we're
for me to make anything on.
With news at the desk.
Be aware here, crypto on watch to get some comments from Fed's Waller saying that.
And I've been doing this for years.
That came in with Trump is fading. So again, Fed's Waller here saying that some of this.
Once you get more subs, YouTube.
President Trump's term last year is.
Yeah. Once you start getting more subs and stuff,
Okay, so let's talk about this.
It gets a little bit easier.
So Davidson today with the upgrade, they upgrade Oracle to a buy from neutral, but most importantly, they kept that same 100.
Yeah, because this could be something I could do as an old man, So it might take me a few years, maybe 3 more years or whatever. But eventually, hopefully,
due to uncertainty around
I can
AI exposure,
make money off content.
An opportunity that the overhang begins to seize.
Yeah, 4 years. I hear you.
Guys, BRLS just took up the day high, 187. Now it's really going.
Yep, and that's why I've got different accounts too, so that I can experiment with different content and
as a sentiment.
It's definitely not easy. I just started a new one not too long ago, and I just got to like 60. So I just hit 50 subs to where I could go live.
A revamped OpenAI
It's not easy.
is expected to reemerge as a major challenger to some of the big names that we've been seeing lately. Oracle, Claude come to mind. And meet
how do I get the effects in CapCut?
Do well in order for Oracle to want to back that horse, right? He talked about, the large scale data center obligations that Oracle is tied to, as well as others. And he also noted that OpenAI holds roughly about $40 billion in cash, and if they wanted to, could probably raise up to $100 billion.
Yeah, I edit everything in CapCut. If it's edited,
they're the payor. OpenAI is the payee, and Oracle is the payor. So if the payee doesn't have money, the payor can go smash his head against the wall. And that's not what they're saying here. They're saying that they've got money.
It's called CapCut.
Pricing the OpenAI relationship as a negative, with D.A. Davidson, though, viewing this as a mispricing by the market.
It's pretty popular. So if you type in like CapCut and
push back on the idea that Oracle's
App Store,
legacy
it'll pull it
software
up.
business is obsolete. And they emphasized here, even though we saw Software Armageddon last week, software isn't dead. And they're making the argument that Oracle's core business alone supports that 18.4 times earning multiple that they currently have. Whether you agree with that or not, I think
my new channel is Party Rental Guy, PRG.
Is carrying Oracle.
And that's where like I DJ and just listen to music, and I got all my adventure stuff on there.
That's a lot of contingency.
That's where I do all my travels and just different fun stuff.
You can understand why the street is punishing it the way it is. You have this massive move higher on the earnings report. The guidance was out.
This one's only about financials, only about the stock market.
Span of one trading session. You get the report and it's a massive gap up. But we know with the market is that sometimes it can over exaggerate, whether it be to the top side or to the downside. One thing to note, and I heard you guys talking about it this morning, which I also don't think has been taken into consideration with Oracle, is the TikTok deal. They're going to be front and center in that. So that can continue. This can help.
Yeah, it's Party Rental Guy, PRG. You can find me on YouTube and TikTok.
Oracle, we know their debt obligations. It's not looking too good so far, but there is a little bit down the pipeline. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and with their primary business potentially mitigating what losses they can endure with building out this AI infrastructure, then sure enough, Oracle will rebound aggressively. But the street is definitely over-exaggerated on the move down, considering we shouldn't have gone up 40% from that 443 level. We're down 54% from that previous pivot high. I think at some point Oracle is going to rebound.
I don't know. I couldn't read it, but as soon as the Patriots player came, he folded pretty quickly. All right, Adira, please give us your take on Oracle.
I'm going to shock everybody here. I have no problem with this upgrade. I respect this upgrade. Why? Because it's really not as bullish as we think it is. Their price target is 180. That is this level here. That's this gap level. That is still markedly below the all-time high, just below 350. So, as far as upgrades go, this is not a particularly bullish one. And I also like that they do recognize, as I repeatedly have, the ongoing and massive issues with the debt.
Sorry, I had to go put my recycling bin in and out. Name of your new channel. Hang on, I'll show you.
Endorsement of the company. So I think that's probably the best way to go here. And again, I know I've seen people in the chat commenting, Adira takes Oracle personally. I know, whatever, I have quite the rant on Oracle, but here's the thing, I've done the research to back it up. So as far as I am concerned, unless Oracle sees a bit of a change in the tides here, as we know some people in the show say, if we see some kind of
right here
difference in terms of
this is my other account
revenue, which they haven't the last 2 quarters, unless we start seeing that, I'm going to stand firm on my ground in this one, because there's just a lot of the fundamentals that the company is saying we're going to see, we just haven't yet. So with that in mind, I actually think this upgrade is fair, because it's saying, hey, the stock's not going to continue falling for now, but it's also recognizing these real overhead risks. I think it's a responsible analyst note.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. And with that, we had another 1.25 there, eh? From the last week, I think we gave them 3.5. Oh, so we got 1.25 on the clock. Damn, so that's a little bit of an accumulation.
All right, that
no distribution though, not quite yet, Joey. All right. From Joey and myself, guys, a happy Monday to everybody. I hope everybody had a great Super Bowl and a great weekend. the big boys, they're that away. I'll see everybody at the news desk shortly.
I see the benefit of a fantastic guest there, Peter Schiff.
Awesome. Thank
As
you.
well, so I think
Thank you.
that's what I'm saying. Like it was a great spot, Peter there, which is fine. You know, I think a great job, of course, by Dara and Sharif. I think fantastic questions. I know a lot of the viewers were enjoying that, and hopefully enjoying the almost percent up. I don't want to jinx it. Almost percent up that the market is. That the bounce is pretty real. Although some weird stuff throughout the middle of the day. Like when like this morning, one of the things that we were talking about, at least for the first.
I made some chicken Alfredo last night.
Oh, wow! Oh my goodness!
I think that's what I'm gonna eat for
like that was certainly a part
lunch/dinner.
Nvidia just stopped doing anything. Like it made that top, and the market kind of held some of the move, and this just kind of, I don't know, pennant flagged it all the way into VWAP here very slowly, and is now in threat of losing the bid a little bit. So as strong as this was throughout the day, like the pendulum shift went all the way over to like AMD, which is at the high of the day. And like, these are still pretty close to the high, but Nvidia just
Nice. Yeah, I love chicken.
There. It's almost like it went
I pretty much eat chicken every day.
To allow a couple of meaningless scores at the end of the game,
if not every other day.
Sort of tilting it to make you think that it was a little more competitive than it was. Nvidia, although that's just how they do, man.
Yeah, yesterday, too bad for all the New England fans. I mean, didn't really get off the mark there for them yesterday. Look, I'm still in the same trade, so I've still got SoFi. I haven't done anything else since then. I was just looking at some trades. I have a trade idea on Disney coming up. But yeah, just buying SoFi. You know, you can tell where.
How many subs?
But yeah, so far so good here for SoFi.
On my new channel, not that many.
It does make a move down there in the midday when all of a sudden was like, what just
I got a few over the weekend.
VWAP was not sure and actually took the other way, started getting some more out. So we'll see if SoFi can finally break through this $50 mark and then get us going on the right side of this trade. So that's what I'm looking for right now on SoFi. And then, yeah, man, I mean, everything. I even said today, right off the open, and it's too bad that I wasn't looking to get more meta, but I was.
But yeah, it's not easy.
You know, here off the.
It has been a slow grind.
A great opportunity to buy some meta at 660 right off the open.
But it'll be interesting once I get that channel up and growing. You know, like close to this channel. Then maybe get this channel monetized. Then get that one monetized. Then I might actually have a little something.
Some bangers through as well. I mean,
I don't know. I've got a few of them.
Long should have been taken. We were short.
I have to go soon.
So yeah, we're ready to go, man. I mean, we got some Google on our mind. Too many big, huge earnings reports coming tonight, but there are names. We'll review some of those as they come through. Talk a little bit of gold, as we mentioned, some monetary policy there. We'll review.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I guess like the cruise videos are the best because like when I was on the cruise ship, so I got a couple thousand views on like some of those.
He wants to hold $50.
And I still got like cruise videos to upload, so I might be getting some more views on that kind of content.
To each. You can see the NASDAQ definitely.
But I'm definitely going to be doing more stuff in the ocean.
Bitcoin, man, 70,500.
And people love the ocean.
I think it was down into the 68 and change earlier, so we'll take IBIT near the high.
So usually when I do anything with the ocean, I do get some subscribers.
So pretty good here today. Can't complain. Obviously a little bit weary of Amazon and some of those names that reported before.
And I'm doing really good on the views on that channel because my last video got over 1,000 views. So
talking about this morning.
I've got like 2,000 views on that channel right now in the past 48 hours.
Apple can't sit there being strong relative.
So I'm grinding, man. I'm grinding.
And then on a day like today, you get that sort of semi-rotation in the other direction.
Just a normal cruise. Just I guess I don't know.
Almost actually 1 and 2.
Just cruising to the Bahamas.
Here to the downside, but that's okay. Like look at how strong and how much heavy lifting was done. So I think rotation is going to be a part of it. Yeah, there were, like you said, there weren't a lot of earnings after market. I think we have ON on semi is going to be one, and that's Look, it'll be a move.
Yeah, I love going to the Bahamas.
You'll probably wake up and see it on the watch.
Hopefully I get to go again one day. I don't know. I might be moving there. I'd love to move there.
I think we'll be paying attention to tomorrow morning when we go over the list. I'm just in a couple of mean reverts. Just like the usual.
Wow, Snapchat's looking good. Snapchat's popping here. We could have a little market pop. Like I said, it's not even 2:30 yet. So market could be
only have my ETH
could be bouncing here.
There. No, we did
nice
trend hold going from short.
I do love to see it. You guys, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. We are trying to grow this community. We are trying so hard to grow this community every day.
Break into the volume weighted average price, which is just teetering. It's very close. We're resisting the 40 that I liked earlier.
Always dreamed of going there.
Right in to try to break this.
The Bahamas is just like paradise.
In short, I also have ONDS up as on this a good day. Now it's just trying.
No, this is just the price of everything.
So it's up 6 points. You had the relief rally after getting, call it quadrunked. A lot of things got quadrunked last week, for sure. But it made that nice little rounded bottom, higher low breakout. This afternoon, I just want to see it hold VWAP and break this little downtrend. See if we can't get something going there. Volume could be the issue, though, for this small capper. If it doesn't start picking up, got to look elsewhere.
All right, we're gonna get locked and loaded here with Sharif. I am looking at NVIDIA to the downside, I think. I know we're in SoFi, but we're pretty light on that one. I'm thinking about a new position on NVIDIA. Almost like breaking 190.50. I know that's not
what's
exactly
it, that number right below?
Up on this 5-minute chart being roughly 190.84.
Below Bitcoin is how much it's lost.
Right now,
it's lost $600 today.
Whap, down to the downside. So let's wait to see what happens here with NVIDIA possibly moving just a little bit lower here. So we'll have a quick look at that and see if we can get out of NVIDIA or into NVIDIA, but into a short right now on that one. So that's something I'm going to be looking at right there for NVDA. So yeah, it's should be a good afternoon. We've SoFi on our mind. We're going to run through the run. We're going to go through
maybe one day
that Sharif's going to give it to us. You guys voted on the stock visualizer. Make sure you do hit $. Put it in your chat right here. So like if you were interested,
maybe one day.
For example, Carvana. I just saw someone put in there. Yeah, in your ONDS, as Neil was just talking about it, Spotify. These will all trigger over here on our stock visualizer, which is what we'll go. Yeah, there it is. He's got it up. So
no, you never want to lose money.
We'll be able to go over them with you ASAP. So that should be fun. We're all about that one. Yeah, we're in SoFi, Dinkelberg.
BBAI up 3.5%, working its way back to $5. Let's go. BBAI has been on a roll straight up all day long. Under a lot of pressure, you guys. Market's under a ton of pressure right now.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw Neil.
Shorts are shorting.
They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready.
Shorts are shorting.
Decided by you. The only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join us in the chat. Make sure you join every day and vote for your favorite tickers.
Make sure you join every day.
Before you vote. The triple Qs, guys, they're up nicely here. A little bit less than 1%, up 0.92. About to take, well, try to take that 615 and hold it. 616 high on the triple Qs is SPY. Also green on the day, not quite as high. Up a little.
Yeah, need Bitcoin to go up so the market
0.03 and
can't recover. If Bitcoin keeps going down, then the market's going to keep going down.
0.75%. The first name, though, as decided by you guys, Tesla. It's leading the way today, up over 2%.
That's the way it works.
Having a headline, there's been many different reports. Like
so if Bitcoin goes up, everybody's happy.
Acquisition by Blue Owl, or acquisition by XAI, as well as some SpaceX talk.
Need Bitcoin to go to 80,000, 90,000, and 100,000.
Very specific, but it is specifically strong. But guess what price Tesla is at this precise moment? I'll give you 0 guesses.
Baby steps.
Because if I'm asking, of course, it's 420. Everyone know by now. You know that psychologically, this just always seems to have some Tesla, anyways. seems to have some gravity towards this stock. So you're into the chop zone. The only place the last couple of weeks where there's been, well, I guess at 435, where there's been a chop fest has been between 415, 425 into this 20 zone. If it makes another push, it's 425 that I think, because Tesla every $5, right? You can get like a 1% move off the key level. There makes some sense. So you get like this 425 area that I think is going to be our short-term resistance this week, and then a breakout over this price.
Breakout.
Fill to the top. So you've already had your rounded bottom.
Breakout.
There's our low, and we're just back in the chop fest. We need to break it out over
Chop,
here.
chop, chop,
Then
chop,
we get
chop
our
it
second
down.
push. I
Chop,
think
chop,
that's
chop
the
it
key.
down.
I
Chop
think
it
that
down. Chop, chop,
it has
chop it
rebounded.
down.
Say, hey, this is where we were to start last week, but there's that next push before you're doing something new. And that's where I find Tesla to be. Hasn't really broken. Yeah, sure, good dip. Goes right in that 380 area.
Here we go. Here we go.
But it hasn't really broken that downward trend yet. So I think the next step will be taking out some of that resistance we see from next week. Need to see that 25 area go. That does set it up for the breakout tomorrow.
Probably gonna hop off of here in a little bit and then hop on TikTok. Try to get some sales.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing for Tesla. It's kind of just stuck in the middle now. I mean, you've already missed the trade, so I really wouldn't worry too much about it. The trade was going from up here, 480, right back into basically 420. Like that trade back in, we've seen it sort of happen before. There it is again, right there. So I just think that this trade has already happened. Now, if anything, I think you're looking for the retracement back.
What kind of stuff do I sell on TikTok? All kinds of stuff.
Short this until it gets back to that 480 one more time. I think
some gummies.
So I like
some different kinds of drinks and snacks.
We've gone through all the deliveries. We've gone through earnings. We know what the stock is all about. It's bouncing nicely.
Some toys.
Average. So if you dip bought last Thursday, that's great. You got a lot of good value in a lot of different names. And
it's kind of fun,
especially you get this name down here at 390. I'm not sure you'll see that again for a minute. So. I like it. I think that's one of the better names to dip by. I talked about that last week, even when this was happening. Didn't get into it myself, but really love the action that I'm seeing here in Tesla, and definitely think it has
I don't make them.
Portfolio if you're trying to play a little bit of rebound game here in the tech space. So I like Tesla. I think it continues to work. SpaceX, XAI, all the talk this year is going to be hopefully surrounding Elon and what that means. So I still think that there's a little bit of a wild card for Tesla shareholders with something as well. So Starlink wrapped up with SpaceX. I don't know. I'm not sure what this all means, but I like this support down here. I think you're in the middle of nowhere to make a decision.
I got you.
If anything, I'd go long or wait for this 400 to come through again, then hold it against 380. I like the long here in Tesla. I wouldn't go short here. Like, I really think there's an opportunity to get right back to 480. You could be up 5 or 6% tomorrow, then all of a sudden you're back to this 440, 460 area, and you're wondering, how good of a buy that was. So I would just wait on Tesla. If you're looking short, don't do it yet. And if you're looking long,
don't do it yet.
I mean, it's a good price area. So for me, Tesla is a buy, not a short yet, but 480 incoming on Tesla, I believe, in the next couple of weeks.
Amazon down 0.25% on the day, despite being maintained by
Amazon
and a new price target, but it was cut, guys. That's maybe why, from 320 down to 265, despite maintaining the same buy rating. Separately, they did have a tie-up with STM Microelectronics. That one is up about 6% on the day, but that probably helps STM a lot more than Amazon. Amazon now down a third.
Yeah, this definitely helps STM more than it helps Amazon. But I mean, the good news is there's a pattern on Amazon, which held today. The bad news is it's not one that's indicative to the strength you're seeing in the market. The August earnings in Amazon dipped right into about 211 here, 11 change, and support there in October. Then you started making higher lows, which is great, but now I should probably delete that.
Yay, you're back.
And now that same resistance level or support level has turned into resistance both on Friday and then again here today, kind of losing this 211 to 212 area. Yikes. We talked about, you could speculate as to why Amazon wasn't as strong as some of the other names out there, but it's not all bad. It was bought up from the lows. It's just what happened at the open. It was an absolute dump fest at the open. There were slight moves down, but there's a few names that had a lot more work to do. Like Amazon and Intel were two that absolutely stood out. They just had so much more work to do because of the way they got dumped at the open. Then you come right into that same key top on a Friday and absolutely fail it. Now we get a lower high. So again, until
Hey, thanks,
if we're not
Trendy.
breaking out over 212, Amazon still remains in like the semi-penalty box for me, where it's, your support has turned into resistance. You're a bit trend down. I feel like Microsoft did this and eventually caught what's seemingly like a bottom here for Softy when this happened to them. It took a couple of weeks for it to happen, but it looks like it has made a bit of a reversal, and that's what it seems like Amazon is in the midst of doing. But it's in the earlier stages of it relative to a Microsoft. You might have seen the position come out, but again, it's just a mean revert on EA, trended up all morning. It did the same thing on Friday, broke the trend, and then did nothing for me.
But got to go later, Trendy. Thanks for stopping in.
This keeps trading like a.
Have a good day.
Stock, I'll continue to be on.
I'm about to get off in a little
I
bit.
punched Amazon there by accident, so we're going to punch out.
I gotta get something to eat.
Trade. No, I was looking at Amazon here, and we can hold a little bit of it, but I don't want to be in this for too long. We're just looking at Amazon, and actually was debating getting involved right now at this level, but I punched in sort of by accident there real quick. It's right at a level right here where it's kind of like when I looked at Nvidia as well, and I kind of chose the short here. I just punched in and I punched out immediately, but I'm going to hold a little bit because I was deciding about this level. Just give this a couple pennies. Here it comes to the downside. So this is just want to hold it for 5 cents. That's it, just to see. But this was a level right here for Amazon. Like I said, I think we're just through earnings now, and we have something to worry about with Amazon, and that is their spend. And we've seen a big move to the downside right now from Amazon, and I actually think that it probably continues here into sort of the next couple of weeks until the NASDAQ does settle out. I mean, it's nice to see a couple of days in a row of the NASDAQ battling back. I just worry that if the NASDAQ gets hit again here, Amazon will be one of those names that gets sort of picked on a little bit to the downside. So I would just be careful with it. The spend is there. They've sort of justified it with what they're trying to do with AWS and not trying to fall behind and everything like that. But I don't think it really gets too exciting again until you break through this 220 and get it going. Otherwise, you're just kind of waiting to catch a falling knife. And I'm already in Amazon. Amazon did not perform well last year at all. And I'm not sure it's going to have a great year again. And I sort of stamped that a while ago. So I believe in that. And I don't really want to rebuy some Amazon. I was trying to get it that day at 200 when it fell back in on that first. Was it the first day? On that first day, but we missed that fill, and now we don't have to. I'm not going to get it. I mean, I was thinking about it this weekend and just don't really love this name. I think there's better Mag 7 names. So we'll look to see Amazon and where it goes from here. But not excited until it breaks above 220 again. So that's Amazon going to be in the doghouse until proven otherwise.
All right, guys, NVIDIA next on the list, up over 3%. A little bit behind Microsoft for the best performing Mag 7 name on the day. And I just drew this trend line, guys, from the closing print in the aftermarket on Friday. So I'm talking about the that 8 p.m. print. So the highs that we made this morning on the implied balance high were about 14%, just shy, not currently, into today's high. So good look today for NVIDIA as it recovers from that tech wreck last week. No specific headline today for this 3% move.
I don't think much needed a tremendous or ridiculous headline. It was just we had a recovery bounce on Friday, and then you got continuation today. So once it got going, a lot of stocks, and NVIDIA included, just started filling in a bit of a gap, right? Like you go back to, like this would be Tuesday, you filled this gap in to some of those highs, like the 190 to 192. The problem with NVIDIA, and this was true the last time it was up here, is once we get above 190, like it stops doing anything. There hasn't been any push through above the 109 level. We just start barcoding in that area. And if we're not barcoding, then we're essentially pulling back. Like the one day that there was movement off this level, it's been selling, unfortunately, for NVDA. So it's a bit of this is a flat bottom break setup here on NVIDIA. But I mean, if you're looking at the light at the end of the tunnel, well, the CapEx spend from all the hyperscalers showed us all the reasons why NVIDIA should still be strong. At this point, I think we get to stop complaining about China. Like it's just, if we're not baked in that they're not getting China sales right now, then at what point is it baked in? You have to make the assumption. And overall, this looks like it's prime, and it's been prime before. Like it's primed for a potential breakout. So while in this afternoon, like market's at the highs and it's kind of teetering at that support level, the overall look on the daily chart would suggest that we are primed for a breakout and a retest of highs, especially with that 200 period moving average bounce. And then you throw in the fact that that is solidified by the massive capex spend that everyone seems to not like or lots of people seem to not like for Amazon, and they seem to accept it for Meta and Alphabet, but it just bodes well for NVIDIA at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the real winner out of all of this is going to be an NVIDIA, Marvell, and Broadcom. All those names, I think, continue to win in this environment, which is why I'm long all of those names. But yeah, I was just thinking, like, not that it's a hold, don't trade. I mean, that's an easy thing to say. But like to get in and out of NVIDIA now in any sort of a swing or a long term or anything like that. I mean, if you're swing trade and you have some kind of a bottom take there on NVIDIA, then I think that, now it's range bound and you're at the top of the range. So would make sense to profit take if you were looking at that from a range side of things. But I just really like the upside action in NVIDIA. And I think, holding on to this, like I said, February 25th will be the report. So we still got 2 weeks to go before that happens. And I think they're going to be all aboard, man. Especially with China there coming on, that's going to be a good one. But for today, I actually looking the other way. I was looking for this break, a 190.50 break, short. So I don't know. I could definitely think about this market doing something here with nothing happening. Scan's super quiet right now. Not much going on. I could see the market. I mean, whenever there's not much going on, I do like to go long on the market. But NVIDIA's kind of going up a little bit now, trying to trend a little lower. I was going to use this 200. And again, I'm not trying to hold it for $1, but if we can get through, break through the 50, break through, and then break this level. And I was going to use some of these levels as my stop. I was just thinking like NVIDIA could be on a slow bleed to the downside a little bit, up 3%. Seems a little bit much on a day like today, but upside it goes. So it looks like if we had thought long off of VWAP sort of instead of short, we might have been long right now. So let's just keep our order pending. If it breaks lower, we're there. Could be some China news coming at some point, but who knows? I'm not going to sit here, go long in stock because I think there might be something coming with China. We have our ear to the ground. We've got Adara back there. We've got
China.
Yes, sir. Palantir. Good day for Palantir, 6 2/3. And again, off that area low in the aftermarket on Thursday when we had the software again, which really did hit Palantir quite hard. We're about 16, almost 17% off those area lows into the high of the day, trading about $1 off the high, guys. So Palantir, again, no specific catalyst today. Palantir in isolation, but as a group, nice recovery, up 6 2/3.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about gap fills, this is number 4.
Okay.
Oh, I know what the 5th one is. Well, okay, actually, I don't know. It's a coin flip because there's 2 names tied for 5th, technically speaking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's a coin flip which one it's going to end up being. Either begins with an S or an H. I'll give a couple of hints there. But Palantir, there's a secondary gap fill here for Palantir. Like it's done the rounded bottom. You could make the argument, here's the 140 breakout, but then there's this rating here breaking away from 145 to fill in the bigger gap on PLTR. So what's this top? It's almost exactly 146. Like this is hunting for a 146 breakout, I think. It's like it looks really good on the 15-minute chart. Then you pull this up on the 3-minute, and it's like Palantir's not moving right now. So I almost want to see just do something, maybe make a run, start picking up in volume, and then buy first dip going into 146 breakout. Does it have the juice to break this out when it's $1.20 away and it's barely even moving? It could end up just being a tomorrow thing unless we get some actual excitement here because the market is at the highs. The ES is at the highs, I should say. NASDAQ's at the highs as well, and this doesn't seem to be going. So this might have to be filed away for a breakout trade tomorrow if we don't start picking things up. And as I say that, it already starts pulling back off the dollar underneath that breakout on Palantir.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think this is a perfect example of that. They're not like everything else, man. I mean, we saw some software names getting hit real bad over the last little while. And I understand that this is going to be a high beta with the market. It's going to move. If the market moves aggressively, Palantir will move 2 or 3 times what the market does. So completely understood that. It was a little bit shocking that although we had some good days last week in the market, Palantir still managed to go down. So I'm still a little bit like iffy about this one. We're long from a long time ago.
Slow grind today, guys. Thanks for tapping in. Sub to the channel if y'all want to get in on the giveaways. Next couple weeks, I might do 1 or 2 of those. So
maybe into that low again of 125.
definitely want to be subbed up.
Back in there to 120. Let's not look at the market
Because I'm going to be hopping off of here in a few minutes. I got to get something to eat
Don't look at your account
and get some stuff done. But
we're just a week away from like disaster.
hope you guys have a great day. You guys have been incredible, man. Thank y'all so much for tapping in.
Back into this name, that's for sure. But again, I like it. It's been a big boon to the portfolio, but just not something that I'm interested in right now. You know, the market is starting to go here. Thanks, Sharif, for the rundown. We'll get a Dara back there, obviously. One more after that still. Okay. All right. Well, anyways, NASDAQ near the highs. Let's go back, talk to Sharif, and we'll let this guy get out of here.
SoFi, boys, up over 3%, getting a positive analyst note today from Citizens, who published an interesting summary of this company, basically making the argument they're diversifying away from what they used to be their moat, which is refinancing high-interest loans. Now looking at obviously monetizing their 13.7 million user, or what they call a member database, or whatever you're going to call it there. Anyway, up 3% and a nice upgrade today from Citizens with an outperform rating and a $30 price target.
All right. So, I mean, it got on the sticky note. It was the #1 trade idea. I'm always going to go back to this. So there it is, 21's long. Basically, it came in. We've attached sort of our trade to this about what we've been doing all day here. It came in. We let it settle down, right? I mean, we never... Anything I write down, I don't necessarily want to be sitting there right off the open, but although it was fine right off the open, he did wick down to 2080. So I think if you were using these stops, you would have got stopped out there at the lows, right? But there it is, brought it back. Once it started to go going again, we'd rather buy the momentum upside than anything other than that. So that was like sort of the early trade. And then as we sort of zoom back out here and look at what the day looks like, same thing. These are all the buys that I did earlier. 1030 was the last one. It did shoot up. I was waiting. I think I have a 60 offer that just never filled still, to be honest with you. But, let it just settle down there. And then, it came back and started offering out. So this was a little scary there. I didn't know what happened to the market. So we were able to get some out on the 50 period and get some out there. But pops right back up. And we still have, I don't have that much, man. I have about 15% left. So right now I'm waiting at 54. So that's coming up to where we've been filled. Well, we actually haven't been filled yet, right into this area. And then we'll see if we can pop higher. But yeah, today SoFi finally get a little bit of revenge on that name, as we haven't been trading it that well, and finally to the upside. So I like SoFi. I think it's a long-term winner for sure, and honestly, something I'd like to put more shares into the long-term account on some SoFi love.
I think you said maybe over the bathwater, but they definitely got hit maybe a little harder than they deserved to.
Mm-hmm.
That spike downside, the only thing I could think of is like Waller was speaking. I forget the name of the conference that he was speaking at. And he started a little bit early, and his entire talk was about like crypto and the banking system. So maybe he helped cause a little bit of a downpush. I think in that same moment, I saw like Bitcoin move around a little bit.
Yeah,
and it was interesting because he spent the entire time, or at least the entire time that I was listening, that Waller was essentially just talking about stable coins and the need for regulation and how stable coins are a payment system. And it's like, why is everyone up in arms? About the whole being able to get yield. It's like no one seems to care about the fact that you can get a yield on your checking account. So why would it be a big deal to the banks if the stable coins do it? Like they're just they're a payment system, and that was his entire argument, which is actually a pretty good one when you really think about it. But SoFi on the 15 here, I think it's setting something up nice. So you've got the stair step up. It didn't press down into Friday's close price. It did one little wick and then reverted. But that's still, it's still good. It's still a consolidation higher, and it's still the rounded bottom, maybe set to break out the 22. It didn't quite break down enough. It was triggered for myself, but it was close enough that I liked the trade. I think it was a good idea to get into this one. I don't think we're done yet, Sean. Because if we look at how much this got waxed the last couple of weeks, if we pull back $2.50 off of the lows, but this was at 20. Like this had 26.5 for an entire week and a half up here. That it was just solid, and it's not like the 27 level. So if we're round and bottom and breaking this out tomorrow, I almost feel like there's still so much room, even if just to the 24 for SoFi. So it's going to stay on the radar this week. Almost no questions asked. Speaking of Bitcoin, well, it's not breaking down, that's for sure. So that trend, keep getting rid of this. I know what's happening. I'm not hitting save after I do it. So it's still holding on to this trend line. I keep thinking we're going to break this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and now we're just riding the trend line at the 40 level for IBIT here. If it doesn't break down, it might end up actually breaking the top. So if we make a fresh high, I'm still going to take the short into VWAP on this. Just a little too tight to this Friday resistance level. I want to fight it up here. Oh, and ONDS looks like it's not going to break out either. Ooh. ONDS was trying to hold VWAP, trying to break a little bit of the trend itself, and now back underneath the volume weighted average price. Might need another small capper to look at that's got some strength. I see in the chat Lemon Family saying Lumen is moving.
Lumen, okay, that's a Lumen. Oh, blast from the past. Oh, I thought I saw that Newman actor doing something recently.
I saw. I watched this really cool video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Some weird things get suggested to me, and it was all the movie references.
Okay.
That Seinfeld ended up doing, and what's crazy about it is they did a few of them where they didn't just reference the movie; they referenced the movie that the actor who played Newman was in, and they do the scene.
Oh, they did it for all the or just Newman?
No, just for him. So like he was in JFK, like who started that? Costner or whatever. So he had to be in JFK, so they redid that. He had a scene in Basic Instinct where he was like the cop, and so they also did that as well. That dude's been on a lot of ish. Like he was Jurassic Park as well. Right. It's legit. Lumen, no volume.
Snapchat is moving. If you tell me Snapchat's moving and it's not moving, yeah, it's moving around. That is for sure right now. That at the snap of a finger, you get Snapchat up or down maybe 5% here because it's only a $5 stock. But yeah, I don't know. There is a little bit of volume here. Adara just sat back down, so if you can have a quick look at Snapchat if and when that gets on her radar. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything on our news source yet for anything regarding Snapchat, but nice move down. And I don't, this name has just been like, I don't know. Like we talked about this off earnings once we broke that 680 there, $7, I guess, and then all the way straight down to 7. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a disaster, for Snapchat and its shareholders. That is for sure. All the way back into $5. This name's not. If you want to pick it up, I mean, we sort of looked at this before and had talked about what we thought here about Snapchat. But yeah, it's losing the bid real quick. And if you look over here and you look at it's very, very, very bad. So here's a daily chart for Snapchat. Let me go to a monthly chart just to show you because it was up to $85 at one point, not too recently. 2022. I guess that is a hell of a long time ago. But yeah, it's low right now, 510 being made right now. You got to go all the way back here to 2019, and I can zoom in to find out this exact price there. But that is going to be roughly 1 second. I'm just trying to get it there. 450 or 490. There's a headline here. Maybe 490 for Snapchat. So that would be something to look at. What you found something on it.
Instagram is internally testing a new Snapchat rival app.
What?
To put Snapchat rival.
Why you gotta kick them while they're down?
Why does that have to be Snapchat rival?
That's just me.
Isn't Instagram already a Snapchat rival?
I think it's just me. Zuckerberg is just being cold at this point. That's cold blood.
Well, I should buy them. I mean, I've already said that they could buy Snapchat. I mean, my kids are still using Snapchat. This man to my left is using Snapchat.
Well, they could also just buy Pinterest too. Like they can do anything they want.
Yeah, I mean, Snapchat has good acquisition. Do they need to? I mean, do they need?
I got a nephew.
You know how much it's going to cost?
I got a niece and nephew that both buy. What's the market cap on this?
That's what I'm saying. You know what's it going to cost them?
Pocket lint.
Right. This is not even a situation.
Okay, it's not really pocket lint, but you know what I mean.
No, it is. This is literally pocket lint. Mark Zucker makes $800 million a year in dividends from Meta. Oh, you don't even think Meta pays dividends, right? They don't really. It's just that's how much he makes off of it. It's ridiculous. All right, Snapchat market cap $8 billion. He can almost pay with that just with his checking account. So yeah, I mean, right there, Meta doesn't even need to do anything for Snapchat to get some Snapchat in their account, right? I mean, I'm not even sure how much cash. Like Apple could buy Snapchat in a blink of an eye. There's so many companies that are sitting on so much cash. Is relationship. SoFi should not buy Snapchat, but SoFi right there we go. Yeah, buddy, that's a face slapper right there. We get a nice little trade there for us on Snapchat. Or sorry, on SoFi as we get the high of the day, man. We waited all day for that trade. So there's your number one stunner for me. The long. I only have 3 trades today, man. Well, in Google, SoFi, and a market. I was completely wrong on the market. Well, not really. I mean, we hit that good. We were up. We're up more now than we were because of what SoFi is doing. But we adjust, like we were up really good when this happened. And then we averaged it back and got it more, and then got stopped out on the upside. So we're flat on the TQs because I did have a full position again once it broke upside. So we'll 40 or 50 cents.
Been a long day.
Reload it and then get stopped out for 20 cents on the floor.
All right, y'all. We're gonna wrap the live up. We'll be back at it tomorrow.
Really respecting this VWAP. So down into here. Once we break above,
See you guys tomorrow.
We look at things and say, you know,
Have a good one, y'all.
We were thinking short there. So I don't know. You just called that up right now, and I almost just typed in